Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 2 of my rich wife system, turning heartbreak into success. Let's dive into the video. Even though that was the case, Zhao Gang was still afraid. To Zhao Gang, it was undoubtedly a huge risk to touch someone whose status was far higher than his. If we are discovered, then, we would be dead meat. Zhao Gang's face was filled with fear. Shin Tian snorted and said, "If you want to be a big shot, how can you not take risks? If you want to live like this for the rest of your life, you can refuse." After saying that, Shin Tian turned his head to the side and didn't say anything else. Zhao Gang sat there for a long time without saying anything. After a long time, Zhao Gang looked at Shin Tian and said, "Let me think about it. I'll give you my decision tomorrow." "Okay." Shin Tian nodded. Then, he said with a smile, "There aren't many opportunities in life. You have to consider it carefully." "I know." Zhao Gang nodded and then left the bar. Shin Tian sneered. He believed that Zhao Gang would definitely agree, because a greedy person like Zhao Gang definitely wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. The greed of human nature was the biggest loophole to be exploited. Shin Tian's idea was very simple. If he found someone to kidnap Yan Ruoxue, then the Yan family would be furious and would definitely vent their anger on Qin Yu. Updates by. Even if Qin Yu was lucky enough to obtain the Yan family's forgiveness, Yan Ruoxue would definitely be brought back to Jindu. At that time, wouldn't Qin Yu be a piece of cake for him to deal with? Even if the Yan family really found out, the Shin family could still deny it and blame everything on Zhao Gang. "I'm really a genius." Shin Tian couldn't help but laugh smugly. The next day, Qin Yu rushed back to Jiangqing from the provincial capital. This time, his harvest was quite bountiful. The herbs given by Wei Jiang and the one given by Jingming Shuo were enough for Qin Yu to advance to the foundation establishment stage. "I wonder how long it will take for me to advance to the foundation establishment stage from the qi refining stage," Qin Yu thought to himself. Therefore, before that, Qin Yu had to make arrangements in advance. He put away the herbs for the time being and then planned to pick the prime spot. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. "It would be great if I could stay in Shin Tian's villa," Qin Yu thought to himself. The spiritual energy environment there was the best Qin Yu had ever seen. Unfortunately, the relationship between the two made it impossible for Qin Yu to stay there. At this moment, a Land Rover suddenly drove in from outside the door. The car stopped in front of Qin Yu, and then a man in a black suit walked out. "Is Mr. Qin at home?" The man in the black suit stood at the door and asked. Qin Yu frowned. He walked forward and said, "I am." "What do you want?" The man in the black suit said politely, "Mr. Wu wants to invite you to dinner tonight. I wonder if you are free." "Mr. Wu? Uncle Wu?" Qin Yu suddenly remembered him. Since the last incident, the two of them hadn't crossed any paths. Could it be that he's here for the Shin family? Qin Yu thought to himself. Uncle Wu and the Yan family had a good relationship, plus Qin Yu had already snubbed him last time. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Yu decided to agree to it for Yan Ruoxue's sake. "Okay, tell me the time and place," Qin Yu said. The man in the black suit hurriedly said, "It's tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Shaojiang fishing village." "Okay, I'll definitely be there on time," Qin Yu said. After the man in the black suit left, Yao Qing walked forward quickly. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Wu and Xin Yun are good friends." "I'm afraid it's a trap," Yao Qing warned him. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. I believe they won't be able to do anything to me." Yao Qing wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Yu with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Zhao Gang and Su Yan were lying on the bed. Zhao Gang was smoking nonstop with a frown. "Honey, what's wrong?" Suyen laid on Zhao Gang's body and said in a sweet voice. Looking at Suyen, Zhao Gang felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance. He was feeling more and more regretful that he married such a shallow and vain woman. "No, I can't accept the status quo." Zhao Gang made up his mind and threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground. Then, he picked up his phone and ran to the balcony. He made a call to Shin Tian. After the call was connected, Zhao Gang said on the phone, "Mr. Shin, I agree." On the other end, Shin Tian burst into laughter and said, "I knew you would make the right choice." Zhao Gang said in a sullen voice, "Mr. Shin, I have a few conditions." "Go ahead," Shin Tian agreed. "If we succeed, the Zhao family will have a deep business cooperation with the Shin family," Zhao Gang said. Shin Tian smiled nonchalantly and said, "Of course, there's no problem with that. Don't worry, my Shin family definitely won't mistreat you." Zhao Gang continued, "If the matter is exposed, you have to prepare 100 million in cash for me and guarantee my safe departure." "Ha ha ha, no problem." Shin Tian laughed out loud. "But no one can find out that this has anything to do with the Shin family. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Okay." Zhao Gang nodded and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shin Tian couldn't help but sneer. If this matter got exposed, Zhao Gang wanted him to give me cash? He might as well wait for his death. He would have disassociated himself long before that. Just wait and see. There will be drama. Shin Tian smiled smugly. At night, Qin Yu prepared a simple gift and rushed to Shaojiang fishing village. There was already some waiting at the entrance of Shaojiang fishing village. As soon as he saw Qin Yu, he quickly walked forward and said, "Mr. Wu has been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Yu nodded. He followed behind the receptionist and entered the private room. "This is the place." "Mr. Qin, please come in," the receptionist said politely. Qin Yu glanced around and made sure that there was no danger before pushing open the door and entering. The moment the door opened, Qin Yu's expression turned cold. "As expected," Qin Yu said coldly. Then, Qin Yu looked at Uncle Wu and said, "Uncle Wu, if you want to have dinner with me, I'm very happy. If you have ulterior motives, then I'm sorry, but I won't accompany you." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around to leave. Uncle Wu hurriedly shouted, "Qin Yu, don't be so impatient. Just do this for my sake, okay?" Qin Yu stopped and looked at Uncle Wu. He said with a nonchalant smile, "Uncle Wu, have you forgotten what you said? You said that the Shin family won't let me off the hook. What do you mean by doing this now?" Uncle Wu couldn't help but blush. How could he have expected that the Shin family wasn't a match for Qin Yu? "Qin Yu, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests," Shin Yun finally said. He stood up and said, "I was wrong for what happened before. This time, I invited Uncle Wu to set up this meeting to apologize to you." "Apologize to me?" Qin Yu scratched his ears, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Uncle Wu waved his hand and said, "Have a seat. Have a seat." Qin Yu looked at Uncle Wu for a while and finally sat down. He really wanted to hear what Shin Yun would say. "Qin Yu, I really didn't expect you to grow so fast," Uncle Wu said politely. Shin Yun also lamented, "Young people nowadays really surprise us." Qin Yu glanced at Shin Yun and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy. I have something to do later." Uncle Wu frowned slightly. It was obvious that he wasn't satisfied with Qin Yu's attitude. However, in this kind of situation, he couldn't say anything. He looked at Shin Yun. Xinyun coughed and said, Qin Yu, from the beginning to the end, our Shin family didn't do anything wrong. You broke my son's arm, and I didn't take any drastic actions. So if you think about it carefully, we don't seem to have any unresolvable enmity, right? Xinyun said with a smile. Qin Yu looked at Xinyun and said with an insincere smile, Director Shin, is this what you mean? If I didn't have the soul nourishment pill, would you sit down and talk with me calmly now? Xinyun laughed and said, there is no absolute in everything. Qin Yu sneered. He had long promised Yan Ruoxue that even if Xinyun begged him, he would never give him a way out. A person like Xinyun would definitely backstab him once he got the chance. Updates by Uncle Wu coughed and said, there has to be an end to this matter. Today, everyone is sitting together for my sake. How about this? He paused for a moment, then pointed at Xinyun and said, isn't it beneficial for your families to work together to become more powerful and profit together? Yes, 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 I also have the same intention. With the strength of our Shin family and the soul nourishment pill in your hands, we will definitely be able to become more powerful. Xinyun hurriedly raised his wine cup and said. However, Qin Yu didn't have the intention to toast him. Instead, he kept sneering. Xinyun, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me now? Qin Yu asked coldly. Xinyun's expression instantly changed. He never thought that Qin Yu would say it so straightforwardly. He also never thought that Qin Yu would be so arrogant. Xinyun, to tell you the truth, I can cure your son's arm. Moreover, when we first met, I thought of treating your son's arm, Qin Yu said coldly. But unfortunately, your arrogant attitude made me change my mind. Now, I don't plan to have anything to do with you anymore. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Xinyun hurriedly said with a bit of urgency, Qin Yu, is what you said true? Can you really fix my son's arm? Absolutely true, Qin Yu said coldly. Xinyun immediately became a bit excited. His Adam's apple bobbed and he said with some pleading, Qin Yu, if you can cure my son's arm, I'm willing to agree to anything. I can give you 10%. No, 30% of the company's shares. Xinyun said anxiously. Qin Yu shook his head and said, I said that I absolutely won't cooperate with you. Xinyun gritted his teeth and said, let's put aside the matter of cooperation for now. I beg you to cure my son's arm. After saying that, Xinyun actually stood up and knelt down to Qin Yu. This surprised Qin Yu extremely. He never expected that a person like Xinyun would stoop to kneel down to him. He really loves his son dearly. Qin Yu couldn't help but lament inside. He pondered over it for a moment and said, I can cure your son's arm, but it's impossible to cooperate unless you're willing to work for me. Xinyun gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise you. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, let your son come to my house tomorrow. Of course. Of course. Xinyun stood up and thanked him repeatedly. Uncle Wu, who was beside him, fell into deep thought. At this moment, his impression of Qin Yu suddenly changed. He originally thought that Qin Yu was just a good-for-nothing. However, through tonight's dinner, Uncle Wu realized that this Qin Yu had a sense of decency and was extremely ambitious. Facing the olive branch that the Shin family offered, he wasn't the slightest bit tempted. Instead, he chose to annex the other party. It might be too cruel for ordinary people, but in the business world, it was a necessary evil. When done by a young man who had just entered the business world, this indeed surprised Uncle Wu. Then let's hope everything goes smoothly. Uncle Wu raised his wine glass and said with a smile. This time, Qin Yu picked up his wine glass. Just as he was about to clink glasses, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller was actually Yan Ruoshua's secretary. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. He put down his wine glass and said politely, "Sorry, I have to take this call first." As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yu heard the secretary on the other end say anxiously, "Qin Yu, Miss Yan has been kidnapped." What? Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically. A murderous aura instantly filled the entire room. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. What's going on? Qin Yu hurriedly asked. The secretary on the other end hurriedly recounted what had happened to Qin Yu. "I've already informed all personnel in Jiangqing, but we still haven't found any trace of her," the secretary said with some distress. Qin Yu's expression was extremely cold. Anger instantly overcame him. To Qin Yu, Yan Ruoshua was the light of his life. Qin Yu was willing to give up everything else, but he would never allow anyone to hurt Yan Ruoshua. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll go over right now." "Qin Yu, what happened?" Uncle Wu asked after Qin Yu hung up the phone. Qin Yu didn't have time to explain to them, so he looked at Uncle Wu and said, "Lend me your car." "Huh? If there's an emergency, I'll get someone to send you there," Uncle Wu said. "No need." Qin Yu didn't bother to explain. He picked up the keys on the table and turned to leave. On the way, Qin Yu frantically rushed to the Yan family's manor. He stepped on the accelerator so forcefully that it was almost broken, and he drove through countless traffic lights. The passers-by cursed at Qin Yu and treated him as a drag racer. After Qin Yu left, Uncle Wu received a phone call and got the news. After he hung up the phone, Uncle Wu's expression was extremely ugly. "What happened?" Xinyun asked in confusion. Uncle Wu took a deep breath and said in a sullen voice, "Someone kidnapped Yan Ruoshua." "What?" Hearing this, Xinyun suddenly stood up. Who's so bold? Do they want to get themselves killed?" Xinyun widened his eyes and said in shock. Uncle Wu didn't say anything. He just sighed and said, "I'm afraid things are going to change in Jiangqing." In Jiangqing, this night was full of chaos. After this incident happened, Uncle Wu wasn't in the mood to eat. He said goodbye to Xinyun and quickly left Jiangqing. Xinyun also returned home resentfully. When he got home, Shintian was sitting on the sofa playing games and eating snacks. He looked quite comfortable. "Dad, what's wrong?" Shintian asked casually. Xinyun glanced at him and whispered, "Yan Ruoshua was kidnapped. I really don't know who did it." Hearing this, Shintian couldn't help but laugh. He said proudly, "Dad, you can't imagine it, right? I did this." Xinyun frowned slightly and said, "You can't joke about this kind of thing." Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Shintian hurriedly explained, "I really did it. Didn't I tell you? We have to teach her a lesson." Xinyun, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood up. He stared at Shintian and said in a trembling voice, It really was you? Why would I lie? It's absolutely true." Shintian patted his chest and said. Hearing this, Xinyun raised his hand and slapped Shintian's face. Updates by. Are you crazy? Don't you know who Yan Ruoshua is? Xinyun, his body trembling, glared at Shintian. Shintian covered his face and said with some anger, "Dad, you actually hit me? You've never hit me before. I want to kill you." Xinyun gritted his teeth. This matter originally had a turn for the better, but you just had to cause trouble. Do you know the consequences of hurting Yan Ruoshua? Xinyun said angrily. Shin Tian didn't care. He snorted and said, "Dad, what are you worried about? I've already found a scapegoat. My plan is foolproof." Then, Shin Tian told Shin Yun what happened. After Shin Yun heard it, he broke out in a cold sweat. This was called foolproof? This was simply full of loopholes. You are really an idiot, Shin Yun said through gritted teeth. He kept pacing around the room. Panic and fear overwhelmed him. This was also the first time Shin Yun felt such fear. However, since he was a quick-witted businessman, Shin Yun finally calmed down. Shin Yun pointed at Shin Tian and said, "Find someone to kill Zhao Gang right now. We can't let him implicate us." "Dad, Zhao Gang is very reliable. He won't tell anyone about us," Shin Tian muttered. F***CKU. Shin Yun was so angry that he almost fainted. Only dead people can keep a secret. Once he betrays us, the Yen family will never let us off the hook. Even if they have no evidence. Shin Yun said coldly. "Do it now. Do it now. After that, you and I will return to the provincial capital overnight." Shin Yun said coldly. Shin Tian had no choice but to nod. On the other side, Qin Yu had already arrived at the Yen family's manor. In the huge Yen family's manor, there was only the secretary alone. The moment Qin Yu entered, the secretary said angrily, "It's all because of you. It's because Miss Yen was worried about your safety that she sent all her bodyguards to your side. You be **starred, you'll drag Miss Yen to her death sooner or later." Qin Yu was stunned. He stared blankly at the secretary and said in a trembling voice, Are you telling the truth?" "Of course," the secretary said coldly. "Let me tell you, I have already informed my master about this matter. If anything happens to Miss Yen, just wait for your death," the secretary said coldly. Qin Yu's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that Yen Ruoxua would send all her bodyguards to his side. Most importantly, Qin Yu didn't even notice it. Qin Yu was filled with mixed feelings. He wished he could give himself a slap. But now wasn't the time to let his imagination run wild. The most important thing was to find Yen Ruoxua's location as soon as possible and ensure her safety. "Take me to Miss Yan's room immediately." Qin Yu looked at the secretary and said anxiously. The secretary said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "I have a way to find her. Take me to her quickly." Qin Yu almost roared out these words. The secretary gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Follow me." The two of them came all the way to Yen Ruoxua's room. As soon as they entered the door, Qin Yu searched around Yen Ruoxua's bed. "What are you doing?" The secretary frowned and asked. "Why is there no hair?" Qin Yu asked anxiously. The secretary sneered, "Miss Yan's room is cleaned every day. How can there be hair?" Qin Yu immediately panicked. He grabbed the secretary's arm and said anxiously, "Quick, go and find a strand of Miss Yan's hair for me immediately." "Quick!" Seeing Qin Yu's anxious look, the secretary didn't dare to ask further. "Wait here." The secretary snorted. Qin Yu kept walking around the room while sweating profusely. Anger and guilt overcame Qin Yu and made him even more anxious. Finally, the secretary came in with a few strands of hair. "Qin Yu, what are you trying to do?" the secretary said with a cold expression. Qin Yu didn't answer the question, but asked, "Are you sure this is Miss Yan's hair?" "Obviously," the secretary said impatiently. Qin Yu nodded. He waved his hand and said, "You can go out first." "What on earth do you want to do?" The secretary was getting increasingly puzzled by Qin Yu's behavior. "Get out!" Qin Yu immediately shouted. The secretary gritted his teeth. Although he was angry, he didn't lose his temper. After the secretary went out, Qin Yu reached out and pinched a strand of hair. He took a deep breath and bit his finger before throwing a drop of blood into the air. At the same time, a dark red light slowly lit up on his finger. The light quickly wrapped around the strand of hair and floated into the air to merge with the drop of blood. This was a forbidden technique left behind by his father. It was extremely harmful to the body and might even affect his future advancement path. However, Qin Yu couldn't care less now. As long as he could find Yan Ruoxue, Qin Yu was willing to do anything. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The scarlet light was like a lamp, lighting up the entire room. Phew! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His forehead was also covered in layers of sweat. A few minutes later, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly opened. The light in the room also quickly disappeared. Everything returned to calm. Qin Yu stood up with a murderous look in his eyes. Then, he turned his head and walked out of the room. At this time, the secretary was waiting outside the door. When he saw Qin Yu, the secretary asked, "Where are you going?" Qin Yu glanced at him and said coldly, "I found Miss Yan's location. I will bring Miss Yan back safely." "You found her?" The secretary was stunned. He wanted to ask more questions, but Qin Yu had already walked out quickly and left the Yan family manor in his car. An extremely remote hill. This place was sparsely populated and was surrounded by dense forests. Here in this godforsaken place, there wasn't even a cell phone signal. In a certain cave, two burly men with tattoos were guarding a beautiful woman. "Boss, this girl is really pretty," one of the big men said with a lecherous look. The other burly man also swallowed hard. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their entire lives. "Boss, why don't we have some fun first?" one of the burly men asked. The other man frowned and waved his hand. "Forget it. The client said that we must not hurt her." The person tied to the chair was Yan Ruoxue. At this moment, there was no trace of panic on her face. She was extremely calm, which made the burly men a little unhappy. "Do you know the consequences of kidnapping me?" Yan Ruoxue looked at the two men and said indifferently. "Hee, what consequences can there be?" "I will leave after I get the money," one of them said with a smile. A nonchalant smile appeared on Yan Ruoxue's face. "Boss, are we going to stay here for 2 days?" One of them frowned and said. "Updates by. We can earn 20 million in 2 days. Where else can we earn so much money? Don't be insatiable." The other person waved his hand and said. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Time passed minute by minute. Qin Yu was rushing here frantically. The cars on the road kept backing up, but Qin Yu's panic didn't subside in the slightest. If anything happened to Yan Ruoxue, Qin Yu would be miserable for the rest of his life. Finally, half an hour later, the car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu, his fists unconsciously clenched, raised his head to look at the small mountain. A murderous aura emanated from him. Anyone who saw it would tremble. In the cave, the two burly men kept sizing up Yan Ruoxue. Looking at Yan Ruoxue's smooth skin, the two men kept swallowing hard. "There's such a beautiful woman right in front of us, but we can't touch her." "What a pity!" one of them said. The eyes of the other brawny man kept darting around. No one knew what he was thinking. F*ck, it doesn't matter. We're going to run away sooner or later anyway. If we sleep with her and go abroad directly, who can find us? They finally couldn't hold it in anymore. On the second day, they stood up and walked towards Yen Ruoshue. Yen Ruoshue's expression became a bit cold. Facing such desperados, Yen Ruoshue couldn't do anything either. You'd better think about it carefully, Yen Ruoshue warned coldly. We've thought about it for a long time now, the two brawny men said with a smile. To be able to play with a beautiful woman like you for 2 days, even if we can't get the money, we'll still be satisfied. They stretched out their hands and approached Yen Ruoshue step by step. When they saw that they were getting closer and closer to her, the breathing of the two of them became rapid. Just as they were about to touch Yen Ruoshue, a stone suddenly flew in like a bullet. This stone happened to hit one of the men's hands. In an instant, the palm was pierced through and white bones were exposed. A bloody smell immediately emanated. You are courting death. Qin gave off a murderous aura that could even be felt by Yen Ruoshue, who was a distance away. Yen Ruoshue looked at Qin in shock. She knew that someone would definitely come to save her, but she didn't expect that the first person to be found would be Qin. Miss Yen, are you all right? Qin looked at Yen Ruoshue and asked anxiously. Yen Ruoshue smiled and said, if you had come a little later, something might have really happened. D*men, where did this B*** come from? How dare he ruin our fun? The brawny man covered his hands and said in pain. You want to save the damsel in distress? Then I will screw this woman in front of you. Another brawny man sneered. When he heard this, Qin's anger instantly reached its peak. In Qin's heart, Yen Ruoshue was a noble and inviolable woman. Even Qin himself didn't dare to have any lewd thoughts. Yet these two men actually dared to have such improper desires towards Yen Ruoshue. You are courting death. Qin clenched his fists tightly. The murderous aura on his body became increasingly stronger, and a sense of oppression emanated. The expressions of the two brawny men changed. For some reason, they actually felt a sense of fear. D**men it, hurry up and kill this kid. One of them shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men charged towards Qin. Qin's patience had long since disappeared. He took a step forward and raised his foot to smash his kneecap into pieces. Ouch! A painful wail resounded throughout the valley. Qin didn't stop there. He reached out and grabbed the necks of the two burly men to lift them into the air. Tell me, who told you to do this? Qin suppressed his killing intent and said coldly. The two burly men struggled desperately in the air, but they found that they couldn't break free. The fear in their hearts reached its peak in an instant. Don't kill us, they spat out these words with great difficulty. Say it quickly! Qin roared angrily, scaring the two men so much that they instantly wet their pants. It's Zhao Gang. Someone called Zhao Gang asked us to do this. The two brawny men didn't dare to hide anything and immediately spilled the beans on Zhao Gang. When he heard this name, Qin's expression became even colder. Zhao Gang. I didn't kill you, but you actually dared to plot against me, and even made a move against Miss Yen. Qin's body trembled due to his anger. D**men it, D**men it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. I should have killed him earlier, Qin guiltily muttered in a low voice. If he had killed Zhao Gang earlier, Miss Yen wouldn't have suffered this kind of misery. Sir. We have already told you, so can you spare us? The two burly men said in anguish. Qin looked at the two of them coldly and said, anyone who dares to touch Yen Ruoshue will die. After saying that, Qin Yu exerted force with his hand and directly broke the necks of the two men. Two burly men instantly fell to the ground and blood stained the ground. After he killed these two people, Qin Yu's anger didn't dissipate at all. He quickly walked in front of Yan Ruoxue and stretched out his hand to break the rope on Yan Ruoxue's body. Yan Ruoxue's face was somewhat pale. It wasn't because she was kidnapped, but because of the two corpses. Only then did Qin Yu remember that he should not have killed people in front of Yan Ruoxue. But at that time, he had already been blinded by anger, so how could he have thought of it? Are you okay? Qin Yu blocked Yan Ruoxue's view to prevent her seeing the corpses. Yan Ruoxue shook her head and said, I'm fine. That's good. Let's go home. Qin Yu bent down, then carried Yan Ruoxue in his arms and walked down the mountain. Lying in Qin Yu's arms, Yan Ruoxue felt extremely safe. She looked up at Qin Yu's face and couldn't help but smile. This kind of warm feeling made Yan Ruoxue, a tough and haughty woman, feel demure. They walked all the way down the mountain. Qin Yu carried Yan Ruoxue into the car and then rushed to the Yan family's manor. Miss Yan, this is all my fault. I promise that it won't happen again, Qin Yu said in a deep voice as he drove. Yan Ruoxue smiled and said, this wasn't your fault to begin with. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being too bold. Updates by Qin Yu sighed. He didn't know what to say. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Miss Yan, tell your bodyguards to go back. I don't need protection, Qin Yu said with a slight sigh. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What a blabbermouth. Then, Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. The car arrived at the Yan family's manor soon after. At this time, the top bigwigs of Jiangqing had gathered in the Yan family's manor. They looked anxious and had mixed feelings. If something happened to Yan Ruoxue in Jiangqing, it would be troublesome to deal with. Miss Yan is back. At this moment, someone shouted and everyone rushed towards Yan Ruoxue. Miss Yan, are you all right? You scared us to death. I promise to investigate Jiangqing's safety issues immediately. I will send someone to protect Miss Yan 24/7 later. Everyone spoke one after another with lingering fear. Yan Ruoxue waved her hand and said, you guys can go back. I'm a little tired and want to rest. Everyone looked at each other without knowing what to do. Miss Yan asked you guys to leave, so you guys can go. The secretary waved his hand and said. Hearing this, everyone left one after another. After they all left, the secretary looked at Qin Yu and snorted lightly. Fortunately, Miss Yan is fine. Qin Yu ignored him. He looked at Yan Ruoxue and said, Miss Yan, you should rest early. I won't disturb you. Where are you going? Yan Ruoxue called out to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's back was facing Yan Ruoxue. He took a deep breath and said, nowhere. I should go home and rest. After saying this, Qin Yu walked out of the Yan family's manor quickly. Humph, what a rascal. He's going to go home and rest just like that? How rude. The secretary couldn't help but snort. Yan Ruoxue glanced at him and said, do you really think he wants to go home? The secretary was stunned and quickly asked, Miss Yan, what do you mean by that? Yan Ruoxue didn't answer, but sighed slightly and said, call the higher-ups to ensure Qin Yu's safety and get someone to clean up the aftermath. The secretary hesitated for a moment and quickly reacted. Qin Yu wasn't going home at all. He was going to find the culprit. Miss Yan, I might not need to summon anyone. The secretary shook his head. I have already told the master, who was furious when he heard the news and has already informed all personnel in the Chuzhou region. They sent a special forces team to Jiangqing. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but frown. "Shut up!" Yan Ruoxue shouted in a cold voice. The secretary didn't dare to make a sound. Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but rub her smooth forehead in frustration. "Miss Yan, who is the culprit behind this?" A moment later, the secretary walked forward and asked tentatively. Yan Ruoxue didn't answer this question, but she already had the answer in mind. It was definitely not Zhao Gang, who the gangsters mentioned, but someone else. At this moment, Qin Yu was rushing towards the Zhao family. The Zhao family lived in Dragon Paradise, the same neighborhood as Qin Yu did. At this moment, Zhao Gang was pacing back and forth in his room. "Honey, what exactly happened? Why do I have a bad premonition?" Su Yan said with a frown. Zhao Gang didn't say anything, but he was terrified. He called the two gangsters twice, but they couldn't get through. "Please don't let anything happen," Zhao Gang murmured in a trembling voice. At this moment, figure suddenly flashed through the door. Zhao Gang, who was already nervous, jumped up in alarm. "Who is it? Who's outside?" Zhao Gang shouted. It was silent outside the door. "Honey, who's there? Aren't you a little too paranoid?" Su Yan muttered. Zhao Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, "I hope so." "Gotcha!" At this moment, the door of the room was violently smashed open. Then, a man stepped in. The man's expression was cold and fierce. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Who are you?" Zhao Gang suppressed his fear and said in a trembling voice. The man didn't speak. He only said coldly, "Someone paid for a hit on your life. Don't worry, I will let you go more comfortably." After saying that, the man walked towards Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang said in fear, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook." You updates tnvel/buy.com. The man didn't say anything. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhao Gang. His fingers were like sharp blades. Whoever he caught was dead meat. Bang! At this moment, the door was opened again. The man stopped. "Qin Yu, you came at the right time. Save us quickly." Zhao Gang took this opportunity and hurriedly ran to the side. Qin Yu ignored him. He glared at Zhao Gang and said, "Zhao Gang, I hadn't planned to settle the score with you, but how dare you try to plot against Miss Yan? I must kill you today. I must kill you." Zhao Gang's face instantly turned pale. He had been exposed? Qin Yu actually knew? Updates by You. What nonsense are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhao Gang braced himself and said. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I won't give you any chance to explain." "Who are you?" At this moment, the assassin suddenly asked in a cold voice. Qin Yu glanced at him and said coldly, "Get lost." "How insolent!" the assassin berated. Qin Yu frowned slightly. He looked at the assassin and said, "Do you want to die too?" "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The assassin shouted angrily and grabbed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't have the mood to tangle with him. He immediately clenched his fist and punched him. This punch almost used up all of Qin Yu's strength and instantly broke the assassin's fist. Following that, Qin Yu punched through the assassin's chest. The assassin, his eyes filled with disbelief, stared blankly at the bloody hole in front of his chest. The bloody scene made Su Yan scream. Shut up! Qin Yu was furious. He kicked a stool at Su Yan. The stool just happened to hit Su Yan's mouth. After dealing with this assassin, Qin Yu walked towards Zhao Gang step by step. He looked at Zhao Gang coldly and said, "Have you considered the consequences of this? I was kind enough to spare you, but you actually dared to plot against Miss Yan. You are simply unforgivable." At this moment, Zhao Gang was already scared to death. His entire body was trembling non-stop, and he couldn't even stand up. "Qin Yu, please spare me. It was Shin Tian who asked me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." Zhao Gang knelt on the ground with a plop and kept kowtowing. Qin Yu's expression turned cold. It was actually Shin Tian who instigated it. Originally, Qin Yu had already planned to let the Shin family go. He didn't expect Shin Tian to actually do such a thing. "I will never be soft-hearted to anyone in my life ever again." Qin Yu's heart grew even colder at this moment. Looking at Zhao Gang, who was miserably begging him on the ground, Qin Yu didn't have the slightest bit of pity. He raised his foot and stomped on Zhao Gang's head. Zhao Gang's head suffered such a huge force that it instantly exploded, like a watermelon. Su Yan was so scared that she almost fainted. She ignored the pain of her mouth and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. "Qin Yu, for the sake of us being husband and wife for so many years, please spare my life. I didn't know about this at all. I swear." Looking at Su Yan, Qin Yu no longer had any patience. He would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go. Just as Qin Yu was about to make his move, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Yan Ruoxue. Qin Yu glanced at Su Yan, then walked to the side with the phone. "Miss Yan, what's wrong?" Qin Yu asked over the phone. Yan Ruoxue said, "Where are you now?" Qin Yu lied, I'm at home. I'm at the gate of Dragon Paradise Villa." "Accompany me to the provincial capital," Yan Ruoxue said in a sullen tone of voice. Qin Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu looked at Su Yan. "Su Yan, from today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Of course, I also warn you that you'd better not tell a soul about this," Qin Yu said coldly. After saying this, Qin Yu quickly rushed to the door. At the door, a Maybach was waiting. After Qin Yu got into the car quickly sped off into the darkness. "You killed Zhao Gang?" Yan Ruoxue asked. Qin Yu knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded. Yan Ruoxue didn't say anything more about this. "Oh right, this was plotted by Shin Tian." At this time, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something and quickly said. Before Yan Ruoxue could say anything, the secretary snorted lightly. "Do you think Miss Yan doesn't know? Otherwise, why would we go to the provincial capital?" Qin Yu opened his mouth and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, at the Shin family in the provincial capital, Shin Yun's family was filled with unease, and everyone had a look of fear on their faces. "It's all your fault, you be **starred. Shin Yun slapped Shin Tian's face again. Shin Tian covered his face and muttered, "Dad, things really aren't as serious as you think. There's no way the Yen family would know that we did it. **CKU. You idiot!" Shin Yun's face was filled with disappointment. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have indulged in Shin Tian like this. At this moment, a car suddenly stopped outside the door. The moment the car stopped, they saw a tall middle-aged man get out of the car. He was tall and had an air of grace. His footsteps were sonorous, and beside him, there were two bodyguards. When he saw this man, Shen Yun's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Even his body started to tremble. Yan Yongxiu. Why is he here? Shen Yun was already shaking like a leaf. It was because this man was none other than Yan Ruoshua's father, the son of old Mr. Yan. The arrival of Yan Yongxiu unnerved Shen Yun. This was enough to show that it was almost impossible for this matter to be settled. Shen Tian, remember later. No matter what he says, you must not admit that this matter has anything to do with you, understand? Shen Yun shouted anxiously. Shen Tian was still unfazed. He just nodded and said, I understand. Shen Yun was extremely uneasy. In the face of a person like Yan Yongxiu, none of his achievements and status were worth mentioning. Very soon, Yan Yongxiu brought people to push the door open and entered. Yan Yongxiu's expression was calm and indifferent. However, his intimidating aura made people tremble. Even Shen Tian, who was extremely audacious, was a little afraid at this moment. Because Yan Yongxiu's presence was too imposing. Even the governor wasn't as intimidating as him. Mr. Yan, why are you here? Shen Yun suppressed the fear inside and said with a sheepish smile. Yan Yongxiu glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. The bodyguard beside him immediately moved a chair and placed it behind Yan Yongxiu. Yan Yongxiu slowly sat down and the person beside him lit a cigar for him. Updates by. The room was silent, but the more it was like this, the more frightened Shen Yun was. Facing such a person was simply a kind of psychological torture. It was unbearable. More and more sweat appeared on Shen Yun's forehead. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Yan Yongxiu slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. He looked at Shen Yun and said indifferently, Shen Yun, you have quite some guts. When he heard this, Shen Yun's body softened and he immediately fell to the ground. Mr. Yan, I don't understand your words, Shen Yun braced himself and said. Oh really? Yan Yongxiu raised his eyebrows. He took a puff of his cigar and said with a smile, do you think it's meaningful to lie in front of me? Shen Yun's body quivered again. He raised his head and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Yan, I really don't understand. I don't understand. Yan Yunheng's expression gradually turned cold. Then I'll remind you. The last person who plotted against my daughter was the Sun family. You should know about the fate of the Sun family very clearly. When he heard these words, Shen Yun's expression changed drastically again. The Sun family of Jingdu. Back then, they were also a top-class blue-blood family in Jingdu. However, the Sun family, which was prominent at that time, went bankrupt within a few days. Rumor had it that the Sun family's elders and children had gone missing. That incident was sensational in Jingdu back then, but no one knew exactly what had happened. Some people said that the Sun family's management wasn't good, and some said that the Sun family had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. But no one knew that this was actually done by the Yan family. Shen Yun knelt on the ground with a plop. His head hung on the ground, and he didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Yan Yongxiu. Mr. Yan, this incident has absolutely nothing to do with the Shen family. Shen Yun clenched his teeth tightly. He knew very well inside that he couldn't admit it no matter what. Because once he admitted it, the Yan family would never let them off the hook. Yan Yongxiu looked down at Shen Yun and said coldly, raise your head and look at me. Shen Yun's body stiffened and he said in a trembling voice, I don't dare. I told you to raise your head. Yan Yongxiu immediately shouted. This bellow scared Shen Yun so much that he fell to the ground. He struggled to get up from the ground and braced himself to look at Yan Yongxiu. As he looked at Yan Yongxiu's icy countenance, Xinyun trembled like a sieve. Yan Yongxiu looked at Xinyun coldly and said, "Do you think I need evidence if I want to get rid of you?" Xinyun was stunned and immediately sat down on the ground. Yes, the Yan family didn't need evidence at all. Once they were suspected by the Yan family, there was almost no chance of survival. Yan Yongxiu glanced at Shen Tian, who wasn't far away, and asked indifferently, "This is your son?" Xinyun hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Yan. "This is my son, Shen Tian." After saying that, Xinyun turned his head and shouted, "Greet him." Although Shen Tian could feel the powerful aura emanating from Yan Yongxiu, he, who had been spoiled, still didn't feel fear. He snorted and said, "My father has already said that this matter has nothing to do with us. Why are you so unreasonable?" When he heard these words, Xinyun was so angry that he almost fainted. "What are you saying, you be *****? Apologize to Mr. Yan." Xinyun hurriedly shouted. Shen Tian still said recklessly, "Even if you are a prominent family in Jingdu, you still need evidence. What right do you have to say that it has something to do with us?" Looking at the stubborn Shen Tian, Yan Yongxiu couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Yan Yongxiu rubbed the chair, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. How impudent! How dare you talk to Mr. Yan like this? Are you courting death? The bodyguard beside Yan Yongxiu roared angrily. Shen Tian snorted coldly. "This is Chuzhou, not Jingdu. Moreover, there are only 2 of you. As long as I make a call, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave Chuzhou." "You don't believe me?" Xinyun was so angered by Shen Tian's ignorance and arrogance that he almost collapsed. At this moment, Yan Yongxiu's expression had already gradually turned cold. "It's over. It's over." Xinyun knew that this matter probably had no room for reconciliation. He slumped to the ground with a vacant look in his eyes. Shen Tian continued to look at Yan Yongxiu arrogantly while snorting coldly and said, "You have already made me unhappy. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Today, I will punish all of you." Yan Yongxiu looked at Shen Tian coldly without saying a word. Shen Tian took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. After making the call, Shen Tian sneered and said, "Get lost now. It's not too late. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow." "Is that so?" Yan Yongxiu smiled nonchalantly. "It's been many years since someone dared to talk to me like that." Yan Yongxiu raised his head and said with a sigh. Shen Tian snorted lightly and said, "I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it. Don't blame me." Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. "Mr. Yan, they're already here." At this moment, the bodyguard beside Yan Yongxiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of helicopters suddenly came from outside the door. Countless lasers passed through the window and directly shone into the house. In addition, there were dozens of armored vehicles and hundreds of fully armed soldiers outside. When he saw this scene, Shen Tian's expression changed drastically. What the H***LL was this situation? Why were the people from the Chuzhou region here? People inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons. A loud shout came from outside. Surrounded? Put down your weapons? What did this mean? Shen Tian was dumbfounded. Why did it seem like they were going to kidnap him? At this moment, Yan Yongxiu looked at Xinyun and said indifferently, "Xinyun, didn't you want evidence? I'll give you one now. You kidnapped a Jingdu merchant and threatened him. Your crime is unforgivable," Yan Yongxiu said coldly. The Shin family's father and son instantly understood. Since they couldn't find evidence of Yen Ruoshua's kidnapping, then they would create another crime of kidnapping. No one would be able to clear themselves of the accusation. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. You're falsely incriminating me. Shin Tian said anxiously. Falsely incriminating? Do you think they will believe me or you? Yen Yongxiu said indifferently. Shin Tian immediately became impatient, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Updates by Shin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to be in prison than to be killed. Thank you for showing mercy, Mr. Yen. Shin Yun knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Shin Yun, Yen Yongxiu called out coldly. Shin Yun hurriedly raised his head and looked at Yen Yongxiu. I'm giving you a chance now, Yen Yongxiu said indifferently. I'm giving you a chance now, Yen Yongxiu said indifferently. As long as you admit to the kidnapping, I can spare your son, Yen Yongxiu pointed at Shin Tian and said. Hearing this, Shin Yun hurriedly shook his head and said, Mr. Yen, I really don't understand what you're saying. After saying that, Shin Yun even hurriedly gave Shin Tian a look. Unfortunately, not only did Shin Tian ignore Shin Yun, but he even ran to Yen Yongxiu and said anxiously, Yes, this matter was done by my father. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing Shin Tian's words, Shin Yun was stunned on the spot. What nonsense are you spouting? Shin Yun shouted angrily. Shin Tian said in a panic, Dad, admit it quickly. I'm still young. I don't want to go to jail. Mr. Yen said that as long as you admit it, he'll let me go. Admit it quickly. You're already so old. Even if you die, there's no pity. I'm still young. Shin Yun could barely believe that these words came from his own son's mouth. At this moment, Shin Yun suddenly felt extremely regretful. He regretted indulging Shin Tian too much. What goes around comes around, Yen Yongxiu said nonchalantly. Shin Yun's face was already covered in tears. He raised his head to look at Yen Yongxiu and said in anguish, Mr. Yen, this matter was done by me. It has nothing to do with my son. Please let him go. Mr. Yen, you heard it. My father has already admitted it. Can I leave now? Shin Yun said anxiously. Yen Yongxiu looked at Shin Tian coldly and shook his head. Kidnapping my daughter is an unforgivable crime. After saying this, Yen Yongxiu slowly stood up and turned around to leave. Shin Tian immediately panicked. He shouted desperately, Mr. Yen, you said you would let me go. You can't go back on your word. Unfortunately, Yen Yongxiu completely ignored him and walked straight out of the door. You lied to me. Yen Yongxiu, you lied to me. Shin Tian was on the verge of breaking down as he roared. I'll fight it out with you. I'll fight it out with you. Shin Tian roared and then rushed towards Yen Yongxiu. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 2 gunshots suddenly came from outside the window. The bullets shattered the glass and shot straight towards the Shin family's father and son. A bloody hole instantly appeared on their foreheads. Following that, they collapsed to the ground dead. Reporting to the commander, the 2 criminals have been successfully killed. A loud shout came from outside. All right, return to the team. Qin Yu sat in the car and saw the scene clearly. As he watched the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Was this the power of the top aristocratic families in Jingdu? Yen Ruoshua sat in the car silently. She seemed to have foreseen this outcome long ago. Qin Yu looked at Yen Yongxiu, who walked out of the Shin family, and the sense of powerlessness in his heart grew. It was because The two bodyguards by Yan Yongshio's side were all top martial artists. Qin Yu couldn't even gauge their strength. Qin Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sat in the car and didn't speak for a long time. Even his expression was a little crestfallen. Is this a big family? Even the strength that I am most proud of isn't worth mentioning, Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Just how strong was the Yan family? It was simply unimaginable. At least, it far exceeded Qin Yu's expectations. Let's go down, Yan Ruoxue said softly in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu didn't move for a long time. He raised his head to look at Yan Ruoxue, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Yan Ruoxue, just how did she take a fancy to him? Get off, Yan Ruoxue said with a smile. Qin Yu nodded and followed behind Yan Ruoxue. A short distance away, Yan Yongshio was talking to someone. All the important figures in the provincial capital expressed their apologies for fear that they might accidentally offend him. At this moment, Uncle Wu walked over from a short distance away. I'm really sorry. Uncle Wu sighed slightly. Updates by. I didn't expect things to come to this point. Yan Yongshio looked at Uncle Wu and slowly said, this matter, old Mr. is very unhappy. You should know that old Mr. loves Ruoxue the most. Uncle Wu's expression couldn't help but change. The old master was naturally referring to old Mr. Yan, the true ruler of the Yan family. Mr. Yan, I will go to Jingdu these few days and personally explain to the old master. Uncle Wu sighed. Yan Yongshio didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the car. Ruoxue, get in the car. When he walked to the front of the car, Yan Yongshio suddenly called out to Yan Ruoxue. Yan Ruoxue looked at Qin Yu and said with a smile, don't think too much about it. You've already done very well. After saying that, Yan Ruoxue walked in the direction of Yan Yongshio. Qin Yu hurriedly stretched out his hand to pull Yan Ruoxue. The expression on his face was somewhat indescribable. What's wrong? Yan Ruoxue asked with a smile. Qin Yu opened his mouth and said, where are you going? Silly, my father is here. Of course I want to see him, Yan Ruoxue said with a smile. Okay, you find a place to rest tonight. I'll call you tomorrow. Yan Ruoxue stood on her tiptoes and patted Qin Yu's head gently. After saying that, Yan Ruoxue walked in the direction of Yan Yongshio. The two of them got into the car. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the direction of the car. Yan Yongshio's car slowly passed by Qin Yu's side. At this moment, the car window suddenly rolled down. Yan Yongshio was looking at Qin Yu coldly. This powerful aura made even Qin Yu feel uncomfortable. Even just one look was enough to make one not dare to resist. Qin Yu's gaze met Yan Yongshio's gaze. Qin Yu's eyes stared at Yan Yongshio without any intention of turning his head. The car finally passed by Qin Yu and sped off into the distance. Qin Yu stood where he was without moving. He clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the car, Yan Yongshio lit a cigar while Yan Ruoxue sat at the side. You can't even do such a small thing well. What's the use of me keeping you around? At this moment, Yan Yongshio looked coldly at Yan Ruoxue's secretary. When the secretary heard this, a hint of panic immediately appeared on his face. Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. He hurriedly said, President. President Yan, it's my fault. I didn't fulfill my duties. Please punish me. Punish you? Yan Yongshio's tone became even colder. If something happens to my daughter, what will you do to make up for it? The secretary's entire body trembled, and he didn't dare to say another word. Yan Yongshou continued to hold the cigar in his mouth until the cigar was finished. "Mr. Wu, throw all those good-for-nothings who are responsible for protecting Ruoxue into the river," Yan Yongshou said coldly. Hearing this, the secretary was instantly terrified. He begged desperately, "President Yan, please spare me this time and give me a chance to make up for it." Make up for it? Yan Yongxiu's expression became even colder. He said angrily, "If anything happens to my daughter, even 100 lives won't be enough to compensate for hers. How dare you ask me to forgive you?" The secretary was trembling all over and his tears were streaming down his face. He looked extremely pitiful. "Dad, this matter has nothing to do with them. Don't scare them." Yan Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Yan Yongshou took a deep breath and said, "No, your grandfather also knows about this matter. He is very unhappy." "Gee, that's enough," Yan Ruoxue said with some displeasure. "I've already said that it has nothing to do with them. They didn't do anything wrong. Why should you punish him? Moreover, I asked them to protect Qinyu," Yan Ruoxue said with a frown. Yan Yongshou opened his mouth. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be. Send them to mine in a remote country." "No." Yan Ruoxue still objected. "They didn't do anything wrong, so they shouldn't be punished." This made Yan Yongshou somewhat surprised. He looked at Yan Ruoxue in surprise and said, "Ruoxue, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Why have you become so soft-hearted?" Yan Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said, "In any case, if I say no, it means no. If you don't listen, I'll go to my grandfather." Hearing this, Yan Yongshou couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Okay. I'll listen to you, okay?" Yan Yongshou seemed frustrated. The secretary couldn't help but sigh in relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly looked at Yan Ruoxue as he said, "Thank you, miss, for pleading for me." Yan Ruoxue glanced at the secretary and said indifferently, "Perhaps you should go and thank Qinyu." The secretary couldn't help but freeze, as if he didn't quite understand. But very quickly, the secretary understood. He couldn't help but laugh and muttered in a low voice, "Yes, perhaps I really should go and thank Qinyu." Ever since Yan Ruoxue met Qinyu, she had clearly changed a lot. If it was the previous Yan Ruoxue, she wouldn't have pleaded for anyone, much less be as soft-hearted as she was now. "Start packing up for the next few days. I'll bring you back to Jingdu," Yan Yongshou suddenly said. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxue hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to go back to Jingdu." "Ruoxue, you have to go back this time," Yan Yongshou said with a dark expression. "After something like this happened, the entire Yan family has been worried about you. If I let you stay in Jiangqing any longer, if something happens, your grandfather will turn Jiangqing upside down." Even though that was the case, Yan Ruoxue still desperately refused. "I don't want to go back to Jingdu. What happened this time was just an accident," Yan Ruoxue said stubbornly. "If it really doesn't work, you can just send a few more people to protect me," Yan Ruoxue said with a snort. Yan Ruoxue's stubbornness made Yan Yongshou sigh. Of course, he knew that the reason why Yan Ruoxue didn't want to leave was because of that young man called Qinyu. But now that this incident had happened, Yan Yongshou was worried about letting Yan Ruoxue stay in Jiangqing by herself. "Ruoxue, you have to go back this time." Yan Yongshou took a deep breath. "In addition, your grandfather also agreed," Yan Yongshou said in a low voice. Hearing these words, Yan Ruoxue immediately showed astonishment. For a moment, she fell into silence. Yen Ruoshua could refuse to listen to anyone but old Mr. Yen. You know that the person your grandfather dotes on the most is you. If you don't leave, your grandfather will come to Jiangqing. It's up to you. Yen Yongxiu shook his head. Yen Ruoshua immediately frowned. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Old Mr. Yen was old and hadn't left Jingdu for many years. Yen Ruoshua absolutely couldn't let her grandfather travel to Jiangqing from afar because of her own personal reasons. Give me 3 days. Yen Ruoshua took a deep breath and said. When he heard this, a smile immediately appeared on Yen Yongxiu's face. Good, good. Of course, no problem. Yen Yongxiu nodded repeatedly. Updates by. I have another condition. At this moment, Yen Ruoshua continued. Yen Yongxiu hurriedly nodded and said, You say, I will try my best to promise you. You must guarantee Qin Yu's safety. Yen Ruoshua's tone was firm. Also, those few bodyguards must continue to stay by Qin Yu's side. Yen Yongxiu had mixed feelings. During this short period of time, Yen Ruoshua seemed to have become a completely different person. For a moment, Yen Yongxiu felt that it was a little astonishing. It won't take too long. At this moment, Yen Ruoshua suddenly smiled. At most 1 year. After 1 year, I believe that he will no longer need the protection of the Yen family. Yen Ruoshua's tone was both firm and even carried a trace of happiness. Even her face had a happy and expectant smile. Yen Yongxiu was even more surprised. What kind of young man was Yen Ruoshua so optimistic about? 1 year, Yen Yongxiu felt skeptical deep inside. He doubted Yen Ruoshua's judgment. How much could a young man with nothing grow in a short year? Even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to become like Yen Ruoshua expected him to. I promise you. Yen Yongxiu didn't say anything in the end. Then, Yen Yongxiu brought Yen Ruoshua to the hotel. After Yen Ruoshua fell asleep, Yen Yongxiu strode out of the hotel. President Yen, where are we going now? The 2 bodyguards beside him asked. Yen Yongxiu's expression was cold as he said indifferently, I want to see this young man called Qin Yu. I really want to know what kind of man was able to capture my daughter's heart. Yen Yongxiu lit a cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Yes, President Yen. The 2 bodyguards nodded, then the car sped towards Qin Yu's residence. With the power of the Yen family, finding a person was a matter of minutes. In the car, Yen Yongxiu looked out of the window with worry. It was old Mr. Yan's idea to come to Jiangqing to see Qin Yu. In Yen Yongxiu's eyes, the prideful and haughty Yen Ruoshua would probably return to Jingdu very soon. It was absolutely impossible for her to take a fancy to an ordinary youth from Jiangqing. There were countless outstanding talents in Jingdu. Yen Ruoshua didn't take a fancy to any of them, so how could she take a fancy to a person from Jiangqing who had nothing? But from the looks of it, things were clearly completely different from what Yen Yongxiu had expected. I'm looking forward to meeting this young man more and more. At this moment, Qin Yu was tossing and turning on the bed in the hotel, but was unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. He had a bad premonition in his heart, and, after seeing how powerful the Yen family was, Qin Yu was even more invigorated. The power displayed by the Yen family was far beyond Qin Yu's imagination. It even made Qin Yu feel a trace of helplessness. However, for Qin Yu, even if there were thousands of obstacles ahead, he would never give up. As long as he could be with Yen Ruoshua, Qin Yu was willing to give up everything. D***MN. Qin Yu suddenly sat up from the bed. It was impossible for him to sleep. Qin Yu stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. He couldn't help but clench his fists. At most 1 year, at most 1 year. I will definitely venture into Jingdu. I will definitely be with Yan Ruoxue openly. Qin Yu said these words through gritted teeth. At this moment, Qin Yu saw a Rolls-Royce car slowly drive past downstairs. Then, the car steadily parked downstairs. A middle-aged man got out of the car. Yan Ruoxue's father? Qin Yu's expression changed. What is he doing here? Is he looking for me? Qin Yu was somewhat confused. But regardless of whether Yan Yongxiu was looking for him, he had to be prepared. Therefore, Qin Yu tidied up the room and brewed coffee. Then, he sat in the room and waited quietly. Soon, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from outside the door. Yan Yongxiu and his 2 bodyguards soon appeared at the door. The door was deliberately left open, as if he was waiting for them. This surprised Yan Yongxiu somewhat. Qin Yu hurriedly got up and walked forward to say, "Greetings, Mr. Yan." Yan Yongxiu didn't pay attention to him. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Then, the bodyguards beside him lit a cigar for him. It was impossible to say that Qin Yu wasn't nervous when facing such a person. However, Qin Yu tried his best to appear calm. Yan Yongxiu took a puff of his cigar and said indifferently, "You knew that I would come?" "No, I didn't know." Qin Yu shook his head. "I just happened to see you from outside the window." Yan Yongxiu couldn't help but laugh. He slowly stood up and walked in front of Qin Yu. He asked directly, "What qualifications do you have to be with my daughter?" Qin Yu was stunned. This question was indeed difficult for him to answer. Currently, Qin Yu wasn't worthy of Yan Ruoxue in any aspect. The 2 of them were worlds apart in terms of social status. Updates by Qin Yu fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Yan Yongxiu couldn't help but shake his head. He slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "It seems that my daughter has overestimated you, Mr. Yan." At this moment, Qin Yu finally opened his mouth. He took a deep breath and said, "Currently, I am indeed a nobody, but give me a year's time. I will prove that I am worthy of Miss Yan." "A year's time?" Yan Yongxiu narrowed his eyes and then said coldly, "Why should I wait for you for a year? What qualifications do you have to make me give you a year's time?" Qin Yu looked at Yan Yongxiu and said word by word, "I'm worth you waiting for." Ha 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 ha. Yan Yongxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Young man, you've only been a frog in the well in Jiangqing. How much have you seen of the real world?" Yan Yongxiu said coldly. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Yan, one who has made great progress in a short period of time should be treated differently. My current achievements are indeed nothing in your eyes, but there's still a long way to go. No one can dismiss my future potential." "Oh really?" Yan Yongxiu raised his eyebrows. Yan Yongxiu, who was about to leave, stopped again. "Don't think that I don't understand you," Yan Yongxiu said coldly. "The only thing you are proud of now is your martial arts skills, right?" Yan Yongxiu narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Qin Yu. Get the latest chapters on n/velban.com. Qin Yu didn't deny it. Just as Yan Yongxiu said, what Qin Yu could rely on now were indeed his martial arts skills and cultivation methods. When Yan Yongxiu saw this, he couldn't help but snort, "Your mediocre skills aren't thing in my eyes. Any of my subordinates can kill you with the flip of a wrist." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard beside Yan Yongxiu took a step forward and said coldly, "My name is Yan Jiang, President Yan's bodyguard." After saying that, Yan Jiang gestured at Qin Yu with a provocative look on his face. Qin Yu stood there motionlessly. He knew very well that he was no match for Yan Jiang. What? You don't even have the guts to fight? Yan Yongxiu said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately clenched his fist. He looked at Yan Jiang, and a belligerent look appeared in his eyes. In fact, Qin Yu also wanted to know how powerful these so-called top martial artists were. When he saw Qin Yu's reaction, Yan Jiang couldn't help but sneer. He beckoned Qin Yu again and said, "Show me your trump card." "Let me see it." Qin Yu took a deep breath. He mobilized the internal spiritual energy in his body and heightened it to the max. "Mr. Yan, then I won't go easy on you," Qin Yu said with some expectation. "Yan Jiang, be mindful," Yan Yongxiu reminded him. Yan Yongxiu also felt a little helpless. If it were any other time, he wouldn't even bat an eye even if he killed Qin Yu. However, this kid was the man that Yan Ruoxue liked. If anything really happened to him, his daughter would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Yan Jiang nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Yan." After saying that, Yan Jiang beckoned Qin Yu again. Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He roared angrily, clenched his fist, and rushed toward Yan Jiang. The speed of his punch was extremely fast, and its strength was even more powerful. Qin Yu used up almost all of his strength to prove himself. However, when the fist was about to touch Yan Jiang dodged it agilely. How is this possible? Qin Yu's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't even see Yan Jiang's dodging move clearly. He clearly saw that he had already punched him. Again. Yan Jiang's eyes were filled with some amusement. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, roared angrily, and charged towards Yan Jiang again. This time, Qin Yu used both his fists and legs, and his speed was raised to the peak. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had already thrown out dozens of punches. However, what made Qin Yu feel despair was that these dozens of punches didn't even touch Yan Jiang's clothes. Instead, it had exhausted him. Qin Yu panted heavily, and layers of sweat appeared on his forehead. On the other hand, Yan Jiang was calm and composed with his internal spiritual energy stable. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Yan Jiang sneered. "If this is your trump card, then I advise you to give up early," Yan Yongxiu also said coldly. "This mediocre skill of yours isn't even worth mentioning in Jingdu. Any young master is far better than you by 1,000 times or 10,000 times." Yan Yongxiu berated loudly. Qin Yu's expression was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth tightly with defiance. Again! Qin Yu roared and charged towards Yan Jiang once again. However, the result was the same this time. No matter how hard Qin Yu tried, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yan Jiang's head. Yan Jiang placed his hands behind his back and allowed Qin Yu to attack. He didn't have the slightest intention to attack. How is this possible? Qin Yu couldn't help but roar repeatedly. He knew that there was a gap between him and Yan Jiang, but he didn't expect the gap to be so huge. "You're too weak, too weak." Yan Jiang dodged while shaking his head. The ridicule in his eyes was unconcealed. "With your little abilities, do you think you are qualified to make Miss Yan wait for you?" Yan Jiang sneered. "You'd better lie low and stay in Jiangqing. Miss Yan should be with outstanding people." Yan Jiang sneered. "Shut up!" At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly roared. His internal spiritual energy instantly peaked, and he threw a punch at Yan Jiang's face. The sudden increase in speed made Yan Jiang unable to react in time. This punch landed squarely on Yan Jiang's face. Yan Jiang, with anger and disbelief on his face, couldn't help but take a step back. On the other hand, Yan Yongxiu seemed to be somewhat intrigued. Qin Yu stood in the distance while panting heavily. He grinned and said, "So you aren't invincible, hee hee." Yan Zhang's expression was a little cold. He wiped the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Qin Yu. He said, "It's really embarrassing to be hit by trash like you." At this point, Yan Jiang paused for a moment and then shouted angrily, "Unfortunately, you're out of luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Jiang actually took the initiative to rush towards Qin Yu. His speed was so fast that before Qin Yu could even react, his fist had already smashed into Qin Yu's lower abdomen. With a loud bang, Qin Yu felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. The intense pain was unbearable for Qin Yu. He clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from his mouth. Ouch! Qin Yu opened his mouth and couldn't help but moan in pain. Yan Jiang looked at Qin Yu coldly and snickered. "As I said before, with your mediocre abilities, you aren't worthy enough to pursue Miss Yan." After saying that, Yan Jiang turned to look at Yan Yongxiu. "Mr. Yan, it's over," Yan Jiang said. Yan Yongxiu looked at Qin Yu, who was struggling to get up, and couldn't help but shake his head. Updates by. Obviously, Qin Yu had lost the ability to fight. "Let's go." Yan Yongxiu waved his hand. "Yes." Yan Jiang and the other bodyguard nodded and then walked out of the door. "Stop right there." At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly shouted from behind. After turning around, they saw that Qin Yu had already stood up. Although he was a bit unsteady, he stood there firmly without letting himself fall down. "It's not over yet," Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. Yan Jiang couldn't help but show a hint of displeasure on his face. "What? Do you still want to get beaten up?" Yan Jiang said with a hint of anger. F*CKU. Qin Yu roared angrily and actually rushed towards Yan Jiang. "You're too big for your britches." Yan Jiang snorted coldly. He easily dodged Qin Yu's fist. Then, he grabbed Qin Yu's neck and slammed his knee into Qin Yu's lower abdomen. Pfft! His knee exerted more force, and the pain was even more intense. Qin Yu clutched his stomach and fell to the ground in pain. Ouch! This time, the pain almost made Qin Yu faint, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Mr. Yan, let's go," said Yan Jiang. Yan Yongxiu frowned. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yu stood up again. He clutched his body tightly and glared at Yan Jiang while shouting, "It's not over yet. I haven't lost yet." This time, Yan Jiang was completely disgruntled. His expression became colder, and the internal qi in his body suddenly intensified. "Do you want to die?" Yan Jiang turned around and walked towards Qin Yu step by step. Qin Yu's face was already covered in blood. He lowered his head and grinned. "I haven't lost yet. Go to H*LL. He instantly thrust his fist towards Yan Jiang. He once again punched Yan Jiang's face. However, this infuriated Yan Jiang even more. He suddenly kicked Qin Yu's chest and sent Qin Yu flying. However, Qin Yu still stood up. Read the latest stories and NOV. Even though he was heavily injured, he still supported himself against the wall and stood up again. Yan Jiang's expression changed and he said angrily, "Are you a lunatic? Stay down for me." Following an angry roar, Yan Jiang suddenly threw a punch. With a loud bang, Qin Yu fell to the ground again. This time, Qin Yu fell to the ground without moving, as if he had fainted. Yan Jiang panted heavily. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He wasn't afraid of Qin Yu's combat kills, but he was afraid that this lunatic would stand up again. Even Yan Yongxiu stood there and waited quietly. But as time passed, Qin Yu still didn't respond even after they waited for a full 5 minutes. He shouldn't be able to get up this time. Yan Yongxiu shook his head. Let's go. Yan Jiang let out a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of this madman. The few of them walked towards the door. Just as they were about to step out of the room, a voice came from behind them. Stop right there. The loud shout almost made Yan Jiang lose his balance. He couldn't help but turn around and scream in frustration, Do you really want to die? Qin Yu forced himself to stand up. His body shook and he grinned. I haven't fallen yet. Continue. Yan Yongxiu couldn't help but frown. If this continues, you will die. Qin Yu grinned coldly. I won't die. Before I marry Miss Yan again, I will never die. D***, I will kill you right now. Yan Jiang said furiously. He smashed his steel-like fist at Qin Yu fiercely. However, something shocking happened. This time, Yan Jiang's fist actually didn't smash at Qin Yu's body. Instead, Qin Yu firmly grasped it in his hand. How is this possible? Yan Yongxiu's mouth instantly dropped agape. He could barely believe the scene in front of him. Yan Jiang's pupils dilated dramatically. How did this guy do it? You want to kill me? Qin Yu raised his head and looked at Yan Jiang with a somewhat malevolent expression. I said, before marrying Miss Yan, I won't die. Qin Yu raised his head and shouted. Along with this angry roar, Qin Yu punched Yan Jiang's face with all his might, bang. When this punch landed, Yan Jiang was actually sent flying. His entire body crashed into the wall, and instantly, spider-like cracks appeared on the wall. Qin Yu's entire body was covered in blood, and his face could barely be seen. However, his mouth still had a smile on it. At this moment, his smile was extremely terrifying. Qin Yu swayed unsteadily and was about to fall at any moment. You're courting death. Yan Jiang climbed up from the ground. His face was bright red. It was obvious that he had even been injured by this punch. Young man, as long as you fall, everything will be over. Why struggle? Yan Yongxiu looked at Qin Yu coldly and said. Qin Yu struggled to support his body. He sneered and said, Mr. Yan, if you don't agree, then please kill me. To Qin Yu, life without Yan Ruoxua would be worse than death. When Yan Yongxiu heard this, he couldn't help but feel startled. He frowned slightly, then put his hands behind his back and snorted lightly. Bang! At this time, Yan Jiang had already rushed over. He punched Qin Yu and sent him flying. Updates by Yan Jiang clearly increased the force of this punch. And Yan Jiang was also fully confident that he could knock Qin Yu out with it. It's finally over, Yan Jiang panted and said coldly. Yan Yongxiu waved his hand and said, Let's go. But at this moment, Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground, actually let out a muffled groan. Then, Qin Yu pressed his arm against the ground and struggled to support his body to stand up again. Once, twice, 3 times. Qin Yu tried a total of 9 times, but was unable to get up. His injuries were too serious. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. But even so, Qin Yu still didn't have the intention to give up. He still wanted to try for the 10th time. A look of astonishment flashed across Yan Yongxiu's face. He stood there and pondered for a moment, then walked in front of Qin Yu. Your name is Qin Yu, right? Yan Yongxiu took a deep breath. I can give you a year's time, but you have to remember that there's only 1 year. If you don't meet the requirements after 1 year, then even if you die, I won't agree, Yan Yongshou said coldly. Mr. Yan. When the two bodyguards heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Yan Yongshou actually agreed? Yan Yongshou waved his hand to indicate for the two of them not to speak. Qin Yu, who was on the ground, finally collapsed on the ground and couldn't stand up anymore. He used all his strength and muttered in a low voice, Mr. Yan. Thank you. Yan Yongshou didn't say anything else and turned around to leave the hotel. At this time, Yan Ruoxue had already woken up from her sleep. Because she felt uneasy. When she saw that Yan Yongshou wasn't in the hotel, the uneasy feeling intensified. Soon, Yan Yongshou returned to the hotel. Where did you go? Before the lights were turned on, Yan Ruoxue's airy voice was heard. Yan Yongshou's body trembled. He said somewhat awkwardly, Ruoxue, you haven't slept yet? Have you gone to look for Qin Yu? Yan Ruoxue's voice instantly increased by a few notches. Yan Yongshou couldn't help but force a smile. Facing his own daughter, he was completely helpless. Ruoxue, I promise you that nothing has happened to Qin Yu. Yan Yongshou was like a child as he raised his finger and swore. Yan Ruoxue stared at Yan Yongshou, as if she wanted to determine if he was lying. After a while, Yan Ruoxue said coldly, Dad, I never joke. As long as I say something, I will do it. Yan Yongshou wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a sheepish smile, Yes, Ruoxue, go to bed. It's late. Yan Yongshou heaved a sigh of relief after Yan Ruoxue returned to her room. Phew, I really don't know how Qin Yu won over Ruoxue, Yan Yongshou couldn't help but mutter. Mr. Yan, do you really intend to let Miss Yan marry Qin Yu? Yan Jiang couldn't help but frown. Yan Yongshou said with a nonchalant smile, When did I agree? I only said that I would give him a year's time. It's just a year. I can afford to wait. But, Yan Jiang frowned. What if after a year, he really accomplished something? Yan Yongshou glanced at Yan Jiang and said, If Qin Yu really goes to Jingdu, he would know what he faces. Those young masters in Jingdu definitely won't let him off easily. At this point, Yan Yongshou paused for a moment and continued, Of course, if Qin Yu really does surpass those young masters, then Ruoxue won't be at a loss by marrying him. When Yan Jiang heard that, he couldn't help but force a smile and said, It's easier said than done. Qin Yu started from nothing and wants to rival the young masters of the various aristocratic families in Jingdu? That's simply impossible. Yan Yongshou shook his head and said, That might not necessarily be the case. It's not like there aren't people who can hold their own against the various aristocratic families all by themselves. Like Yi Qing, like Jiang He. Get your Avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Upon hearing those words, Yan Jiang muttered softly, Yi Qing is now a highly important figure at the top of the military regions, and Jiang He is known as the guardian of Pyro. If you are comparing Qin Yu to them, aren't you thinking too highly of him? Yan Yongshou didn't answer that question. Others might not know, but Yan Yongshou knew very clearly. If Qin Yu was really the son of that person, then no one knew what level Qin Yu would reach in the future. One must know. That figure was someone that all the great aristocratic families had to defer to. This was also one of the reasons why Yan Yongshou agreed to Qin Yu. The next day, after Yan Ruoxue woke up, she drove out of the hotel. She and Yan Yongshou had agreed to meet in the provincial capital 3 days later. As for these 3 days, Yan Ruoxue wanted to accompany Qin Yu. No matter what Qin Yu did, she would accompany him. After Yan Ruoxue left, Yan Yongshou stood upstairs and watched the car slowly drive away. Yan Jiang, get a few people to secretly protect Ruoshua's safety. Yan Yongxiu took a puff of his cigar and said indifferently. Yes, President Yan. Yan Jiang nodded and then walked out. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Qin Yu's hotel. After asking for the room number, she went straight upstairs. As soon as she entered the room, Yan Ruoshua said with a smile, Qin Yu, are you still? Before she could finish her words, Yan Ruoshua's expression turned cold. It was because she saw countless scars all over Qin Yu's body. And his face was swollen beyond recognition. Yan Ruoshua's expression was extremely cold. She looked at Qin Yu and said coldly, who did it? Qin Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm fine. I accidentally bumped into something. I'm asking you who did it. Yan Ruoshua's tone of voice became even colder. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but feel intimidated. Updates by Qin Yu didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that it was Yan Yongxiu who did it, right? Unfortunately, Yan Ruoshua was so smart that she quickly guessed who it was. It was my dad, wasn't it? Yan Ruoshua looked at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu didn't say anything, which was an acquiescence. Yan Ruoshua was instantly furious. She took out her phone and was about to call Yan Yongxiu. Qin Yu quickly stopped her and shook his head. Miss Yan, don't blame Mr. Yan. To be honest, I'm very grateful to him. Very grateful? Yan Ruoshua was stunned, as if she didn't understand what Qin Yu meant. Qin Yu smiled and said, it's true. He promised to give me a year to prove myself. Even though that was the case, Yan Ruoshua was still a little displeased. She reached out and touched Qin Yu's face, then said with heartache, how could he beat you up like this? This is too outrageous. It doesn't hurt, really. Qin Yu shook his head and said. Silly. Yan Ruoshua rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. Then, she called the front desk, and soon, the front desk delivered the medicine. Sit here obediently and bear with the pain, Yan Ruoshua said while holding the medicine. Qin Yu looked a little embarrassed, but he felt extremely warm to the heart. Since childhood, Qin Yu had been bullied countless times, but no one had ever cared if he was in pain, and no one had ever applied ointment on him. Yan Ruoshua's appearance made Qin Yu feel heartened again and again. He sat by the bed obediently while receiving Yan Ruoshua's gentle care. Yan Ruoshua took the medicine and carefully applied it on Qin Yu's wound. Does it hurt? Yan Ruoshua asked carefully as she applied the medicine on Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly said, no. It doesn't hurt. Their close distance made Qin Yu extremely nervous. The subtle fragrance on Yan Ruoshua's body almost made Qin Yu swoon. He took a deep breath and carefully sniffed Yan Ruoshua's fragrant scent. On Yan Ruoshua's aloof and beautiful face, there was only worry and heartache at this moment. Qin Yu couldn't help but grin. You're beaten black and blue, yet you're still smiling. Yan Ruoshua rolled her eyes. Qin Yu scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. After applying the medicine, Yan Ruoshua drove Qin Yu out to eat. After the meal, Yan Ruoshua asked, do you have any plans for the next few days? Qin Yu nodded and said, I do. I heard that there's an auction in South City. It should be tonight. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. South City's auction? What do you want to buy? Yan Ruoshua couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I want to try my luck and see if there are any top-grade herbs, Qin Yu said with an embarrassed smile. Yan Ruoshua nodded and said in a low voice, the auction in South City is quite famous. I've heard about it in Jingdu. Then how about this? Let's set off now and go to South City. Yen Ruoshua immediately started the car and sped towards South City. At this moment, the entire provincial capital was discussing the fall of the Shin family. As a prominent family in Chuzhou, the Shin family soon made the headlines when this incident happened. The news was even more sensational. Almost all the headlines were criticism of the Shin family. For example, the 10 crimes of the Shin family, the negative impact of the Shin family on Chuzhou, and so on. The Shin family's reputation was so bad that everyone cursed them. Those who once had ties with the Shin family also hurriedly distanced themselves for fear that they would get implicated. South City was a coastal city. The people there were affluent and the environment was beautiful. It was an excellent place for cultivation. Qin Yu now had 2 billion in loans, so he wasn't too worried. After 5 hours, the car finally arrived at South City. As soon as he got out of the car, Qin Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Compared to the provincial capital, the air in South City was unbelievably fresh. Qin Yu closed his eyes slightly and tried to feel the surrounding spiritual energy. As expected, the spiritual energy in South City far surpassed that of Jiangqing and the provincial capital. It was really the prime spot. He must come to South City to settle down when he had the chance, Qin Yu thought to himself. It was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the auction would start at 8 o'clock in the evening. Therefore, Yen Ruoshua suggested, let's find a place to eat first. What do you want to eat? As a man, how could Qin Yu have the nerve to actually say what he wanted to eat? Therefore, he shook his head and said, anything is fine. Yen Ruoshua gently patted Qin Yu's head and rolled her eyes. Just say what you want to eat. Don't be shy like a little girl. Hearing Yen Ruoshua's words, Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. Then let's go to the beach to eat seafood? To Qin Yu, seafood was already considered a luxury. Ever since childhood, Qin Yu had only heard about it from others, but he had never eaten it before. All right, then let's go eat seafood. Let's go! Yen Ruoshua stretched out her arm in a girlish manner that was completely different from her usual image. The two of them came to the beach. During this season, there were countless people playing by the beach. Many people were taking photos and swimming nearby. Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua found a booth and sat down. Then, Yen Ruoshua pointed at the dishes on the menu and said, give me a serving of all of them. I can't eat that much. Qin Yu hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. I think your appetite is quite big now. Yen Ruoshua blinked and said. This surprised Qin Yu a little. Ever since he stepped into the 5th level of the qi refining stage, Qin Yu's appetite had indeed become very big. About 10 minutes later, a dazzling array of seafood began to be served. There were countless crabs, mantis shrimps, scallops, and so on. These seafood were actually very ordinary seafood, but in Qin Yu's eyes, it was something he couldn't afford to eat. During the meal, Yen Ruoshua suddenly said to Qin Yu, last night, was it Yen Jiang who beat you up? Qin Yu frowned and nodded. Yes. Updates by N. You fought with Yen Jiang and didn't get seriously injured. That means you're not bad. Yen Ruoshua said with a smile. Qin Yu was very interested in the bodyguards of prominent families. Since Yen Ruoshua mentioned it, Qin Yu asked, Miss Yen, what is Yen Jiang's strength like? Yen Ruoshua thought for a moment and said, he is probably a grandmaster of inner strength. Maybe he's even more powerful. I don't know. Grandmaster of inner strength? Qin Yu's expression couldn't help but change. He had heard from Yao Qing that inner strength master hands were ranked above inner strength masters. Inner strength past masters were ranked above the master hands of inner strength, and of inner strength grandmasters were even more powerful. Even if such masters didn't work as bodyguards for the prominent families, they could still venture on their own and become big shots. It seems that Yin Jiang has gone easy on me, and by quite a lot. Qin Yu couldn't help but force a smile. Yen Ruoshua stared at Qin Yu and said, actually, many aristocratic families have a group of martial artists. Not only our family, but also in Chuzhou. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL.bin.cm. I once asked someone to investigate. There is an inner strength grandmaster in Chuzhou. You have to be careful in the future, Yen Ruoshua warned him seriously. Inner strength grandmaster, Qin Yu murmured in a low voice. This level indeed wasn't something that Qin Yu could currently compare with. If an inner strength grandmaster was converted to the cultivation level, he should be at the monastic stage. However, cultivation wasn't martial arts after all, so his capabilities were naturally beyond that of martial arts. Qin Yu was fully confident that as long as he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds and defeat an inner strength grandmaster. However, you don't have to worry too much. Inner strength grandmasters are considered to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I'm afraid that there are no more than 10 of them in the entire Chuzhou, Yen Ruoshua continued. Qin Yu nodded silently. At this time, Qin Yu asked curiously, Miss Yen, do the young masters of Jingdu have this kind of ability? At the mention of this topic, Yen Ruoshua's expression changed slightly. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and said in a low voice, it depends on the situation. Some families value martial arts, so their children naturally aren't bad at it. Some families don't value martial arts, so they keep a group of bodyguards. Qin Yu hurriedly asked, then what is the strength of the most powerful of those young masters? Yen Ruoshua thought for a moment and said, there are a few geniuses in Jingdu, they seem to be on the verge of becoming martial grandmasters. Qin Yu's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Martial grandmasters. That was Yen Zhang's level of strength. Qin Yu knew very well inside that currently, he and Yen Jiang were worlds apart in terms of strength. However, for you to be able to reach the Grandmaster realm within a year is already very, very impressive. It's enough to make the Yen family look at you in a new light. Yen Ruoshua patted Qin Yu's shoulder with an affirmative expression. Qin Yu didn't think so. He took a deep breath and said, I want to surpass them within a year. Pfft. Yen Ruoshua rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's simply impossible. Yen Ruoshua blinked her eyes and said. At this point, Yen Ruoshua leaned towards Qin Yu's ear and whispered, don't feel too much pressure. If you really don't achieve any results after a year, I'll elope with you. After saying this, Yen Ruoshua blushed all the way to the root of her neck. Even Yen Ruoshua herself didn't believe that she was the one who said these words. As a girl from a large aristocratic family, how could she say such shameful words? How embarrassing! Yen Ruoshua covered her face and whispered. Qin Yu only felt a sense of warmth inside. He looked at Yen Ruoshua seriously and said, Miss Yen, I promised you that I would go to Jingdu to propose marriage openly. I will make the Yen family accept me and I will take you to see the most beautiful scenery. Gee, let's eat. Let's eat. Yen Ruoshua hurriedly lowered her head shyly. I didn't expect Miss Yen to have such a girly side, Qin Yu said jokingly. Yen Ruoshua glared at Qin Yu. If you dare to say that again, I will beat you up. After saying that, Yen Ruoshua clenched her little fists and hit Qin Yu's body. Gee, it hurts, Qin Yu pretended to be in pain and covered his wound. Ah. Yen Ruoshua's expression changed and she said anxiously, I'm sorry, I forgot that you have injuries. I'll find a doctor right away. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly laughed out loud. I tricked you. Well, you have quite some guts now. Yen Ruoshua clenched her small fist and started to fool around with Qin Yu again. While the two of them were playing, a few bodyguards in black suddenly walked over from a short distance away. There was a beautifully dressed woman in the middle of them. This woman was wearing sunglasses and a mask on her face. Even though she had wrapped herself up tightly, one could still tell that her appearance was gorgeous. A few bodyguards walked in front of Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua and said somewhat domineeringly, "We are going to take photos. We have commandeered this place. You guys can eat in another place." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Yen Ruoshua quickly switched back to her cool demeanor. What does you taking photos have anything to do with us? Yen Ruoshua looked at the bodyguard and said with a somewhat cold tone. Qin Yu was stuffing food into his mouth as he looked at the bodyguards. Our lady needs to take a photo. Get out of the way quickly. Don't be so shameless. The bodyguard berated. Yen Ruoshua couldn't help but sneer. Who does this lady think she is to be so stuck up? Others need to make way for her to take a photo? Who gave her the right? Just as the bodyguard was about to lose his temper, a man in a white suit walked over. He waved his hand and said with a nonchalant smile, "We have to be a little more polite. Don't create repercussions." Yes, Mr. Bai. The bodyguard hurriedly nodded. The man called Mr. Bai walked in front of Yen Ruoshua. He took out a stack of money from his bag and said indifferently, "Don't you just want money? This is 10,000. Is it enough?" After saying that, Mr. Bai threw the money on the ground and waved his hand. Seeing Mr. Bai's attitude, Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua couldn't help but laugh. I'll give you 20,000. Can you go to the toilet and eat **T? Qin Yu couldn't help but say. Gee, I'm eating. Don't talk about such disgusting topics. Yen Ruoshua rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. Then, before Qin Yu could say anything, Yen Ruoshua muttered, "But it's true. These people are already disgusting enough. They really can't eat anymore." When he heard the conversation between the two, Mr. Bai's expression immediately became extremely displeased. He said with a cold expression, "Since you didn't take me up on the offer when I offered it, even if you want to, you don't have the chance now. Updates Bai." After saying that, Mr. Bai waved his hand and said coldly, "Clear the area." A few bodyguards immediately walked towards Yen Ruoshua's direction. He rubbed his fist and said coldly, "Don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as he said that, the bodyguard reached out his hand to grab Yen Ruoshua. However, his hand froze in midair. He saw Qin Yu using a pair of chopsticks to firmly grasp the bodyguard's wrist. "Don't touch Miss Yen with your dirty hands," Qin Yu said coldly. The bodyguard's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He struggled with all his might, but he found that he couldn't break free at all. "What are you doing? Don't waste time," Mr. Bai said with a frown. "Mr. Bai, I can't move my hands anymore," the bodyguard said in pain. Mr. Bai frowned slightly and snickered, "How useless. All of you, attack together." Yes. 4 to 5 bodyguards immediately swarmed towards Qin Yu. They were tall and strong, and their punches carried immense force. But they simply weren't a match for Qin Yu. Qin Yu took a step forward, as if he was strolling leisurely, and traveled between the few of them. Every time he extended his hand, a person would fall. In just 2 minutes, these 7 to 8 bodyguards all fell to the ground and were unable to get up. They let out moans of anguish. Mr. Bai's expression became somewhat unsightly. He had never expected Qin Yudo to be so skilled at combat. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb our meal. Qin Yu looked at Mr. Bai coldly and said. Mr. Bai gritted his teeth and said, just you wait. After saying this, Mr. Bai turned his head and walked to the girl's side. He whispered a few words beside the girl, and then the few of them left the place. Seriously, what kind of people are they? How overbearing. Yen Ruoshua muttered in a low voice. Qin Yu spread his hands and said helplessly, people like them are everywhere. They have money, so they think everyone in the world has to listen to them. Forget it. Forget about them. The auction is about to begin. Let's hurry up and pack up. Don't waste time. Yen Ruoshua wiped her mouth and said. Okay. Then, the two of them got into the car and sped in the direction of the auction. The South City auction was well known locally and had even affected many surrounding cities. Even Yen Ruoshua, who lived in Jingdu, had heard of it. That was enough to show the scale and impact of this auction. When Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua arrived, the entrance was already filled with countless luxury cars. The entire parking lot was filled with people. There are so many people. Things will probably be a little difficult today, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Yen Ruoshua smiled and said, it's okay. Don't worry too much about it. Qin Yu nodded, and then the two of them walked towards the auction. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the auction. Qin Yu took a closer look and realized that these 2 security guards were both inner strength masters. Although they weren't very strong, it was still somewhat extravagant for an inner strength master to be in charge of security. Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua had just reached the door when they were stopped by 2 people. Our auction requires capital verification. Only those with assets of more than 1 billion are eligible to enter, the 2 security guards said expressionlessly. 1 billion? That's a lot, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. Fortunately, Qin Yu had the black card given by Wei Jiang. It shouldn't be difficult to enter this venue. If you don't have money, don't block the road. You'd better go back and eat your roadside stalls. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Qin Yu. Turning his head to look, he actually found that it was Mr. Bai, whom he had met on the beach just now. Mr. Bai sneered and said, do you know what this place is? Those who can come here have wealth and status. Do you people who eat roadside stalls deserve to come to this kind of place? Qin Yu frowned slightly and said, are you not right in the head? Mr. Bai wasn't angry. He ignored Qin Yu and looked at Yen Ruoshua instead. He said with a nonchalant smile, lady, you are so beautiful. Why did you find a boyfriend who can only afford to eat at roadside stalls? Yen Ruoshua played with her hair and said with a smile, so what if I eat at roadside stalls? Don't tell me they go to the toilet to eat sh*t like you. Upon hearing Yen Ruoshua's words, Qin Yu almost spat out a mouthful of water. Even the security guard at the door couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, Mr. Bai's expression was extremely cold. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger as he said, on account of your beauty, I won't lower myself to your level. Speaking up to this point, Mr. Bai paused and continued to laugh. You want to go in? How about this, you come with me, and I'll bring you in. How about that? Yen Ruoshua pretended to be surprised. You can go in? Mr. Bai said with some pride, of course. It's just 1 billion. It's not worth mentioning. Oh really, is that so? Yen Ruoshua nodded. Then, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Over the phone, she said, there's a person with the surname Bai at your door. I don't want him to go in. After saying this, Yen Ruoxue directly hung up the phone. You shouldn't be able to go in now, Yen Ruoxue said with a smile. Mr. Bai sneered. Beautiful lady, are you joking with me? Or have you watched too many TV dramas? At this moment, the phone of the security guard at the door suddenly rang. He held the phone and said over the phone, Yes, I understand. Please don't worry. After the phone call was disconnected, the security guard hurriedly walked in front of Yen Ruoxue and Qin Yu. He bowed and said, Sir, Miss, our boss said that you don't need a capital verification. Please come in. Updates by Yen Ruoxue blinked. She looked at Mr. Bai, who wasn't far away, and said, We'll wait for you inside. Mr. Bai snorted lightly and immediately walked towards the door. However, when he reached the door, he was stopped by two security guards. What are you doing? Don't block the way. Mr. Bai berated. The security guard said expressionlessly, Sorry, the higher-ups ordered not to let you go in. Mr. Bai's expression changed and he immediately flew into a rage. Nonsense. Get out of my way quickly. I'm friends with your boss. Geht the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. It was our boss who gave the order personally, the security guard said with a cold expression. Mr. Bai was stunned. The boss of the auction personally gave the order? What was going on? Could it be that what that woman said just now was true? Qin Yu and Yen Ruoxue received the number plate and entered the auction. Qin Yu naturally liked to keep a low profile, so he sat down in a corner. Isn't this place too remote? Qin Yu muttered. It doesn't matter where we sit, Yen Ruoxue said with a smile. Qin Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. 10 minutes later, more and more people came to the auction venue. Soon, the seats were full. These people were all wealthy people with a net worth of more than 1 billion, and their outfits were even more extravagant. Qin Yu glanced at the crowd. Wanting to see if there were any martial artists among them, he tried to release his inner strength. Not long after, Qin Yu discovered that there were many martial artists with inner strength, at least 10 of them. It seems that Miss Yen is right, Qin Yu thought to himself. Most of these wealthy people had martial artists by their side to protect their safety. At this moment, the host walked onto the stage, and the venue quickly quieted down. Welcome to the South City auction, everyone. The host said with a breezy smile. The South City auction has prepared the auction items for everyone with great care. I believe that everyone will definitely return from this auction with a full load. The host shouted. With the sound of his voice, the auction officially began. There was a wide variety of items in the South City auction. There were jewelry, antiques, limited edition luxury goods, bonds, and herbs that Qin Yu wanted so badly. The first item was a limited edition jewelry. It was allegedly personally crafted by a foreign master. In the end, it was sold for 880,000 yuan. The second item was calligraphy. It allegedly originated from the Qing dynasty. The final price was as high as 3.5 million yuan. Qin Yu wasn't interested in these items, and he was a little anxious. There were already 4 items on the stage, but there were still no herbs. Don't worry. At this moment, Yen Ruoxue suddenly grabbed Qin Yu's hand. In most cases, the later the item is auctioned, the higher the value. Maybe the herbs you want are the finale. Yen Ruoxue blinked and said. Qin Yu nodded and muttered, I wonder if I can get a piece today. He needed to identify the age of the herbs himself. Many top-grade herbs didn't look nice in terms of appearance. At this moment, the host suddenly took out a dark green jade pendant. The jade pendant was of excellent quality and was a brilliant emerald color. One could tell that it was obviously rare jade material. This is an auction item entrusted to us by our auctioneer. It is made of natural ice seeds. The starting price is 6 million. Each increment must not be less than 500,000. The host shouted. Looking at this piece of jade, Chinyu immediately raised his number plate and shouted, 6,500,000. This surprised Yen Ruoxua a little. She looked at Chinyu and said, "You like jade?" Chinyu scratched his head and smiled. "I have never given you any decent gifts. I want to bid for it and give it to you. You can't refuse. This carries my earnest intentions." Before Yen Ruoxua could say anything, Chinyu hurriedly said. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yen Ruoxua's aloof countenance. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, I will definitely accept it." There was another reason Chinyu wanted to bid for this jade stone and give it to Yen Ruoxua. It was because jade was an excellent item to refine. Chinyu planned to refine this jade stone into an amulet and give it to Yen Ruoxua. Ever since the last incident, Chinyu had been blaming himself. However, he couldn't always be by Yen Ruoxua's side, so he came up with this idea. The better the quality of the jade, the greater the effect of the amulet. Therefore, Chinyu was determined to obtain this piece of jade. 7 million. Very soon, someone continued to raise the price. Without thinking, Chinyu shouted, 8 million. 9 million. At this moment, a young man sitting in the front row said coldly. Chinyu looked in his direction and saw that this young man had a handsome appearance and an ice-cold expression. Beside him stood an old man and a middle-aged man. Chinyu, wanting to probe the strength of these two people, released his internal chi. Just as Chinyu's internal chi was about to touch that young man, his internal chi suddenly broke off, as if it was cut off by something. Chinyu's expression instantly changed. He hurriedly looked at that old man and saw that the old man was also looking at Chinyu. The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a sneer, and his gaze was even colder. This old man is definitely a practitioner, Chinyu thought inside. This was the first time Chinyu had encountered his internal chi being directly cut off. His strength was probably beyond Chinyu's imagination. "What's wrong?" Yen Ruoxua asked softly when she saw this. Updates by Chinyu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Then, Chinyu raised his number plate and continued shouting, 10 million. The young man in the front row frowned slightly, as if he was a little displeased with Chinyu's behavior. He thought about it for a moment, then raised his number plate again and said, 20 million. As soon as he said this, everyone at the venue couldn't help but gasp. Although this piece of ice jade could be considered top grade, it was definitely not worth this price. Using 20 million to buy a huge rock was simply crazy. 30 million. While Chinyu was hesitating, Yen Ruoxua suddenly raised the number plate. "Miss Yen, just as Chinyu was about to say something, Yen Ruoxua reached out and covered Chinyu's mouth. "It's okay. It doesn't matter who is spending the money. You have to return the money. Use it wisely." Yen Ruoxua blinked and said. At this point, Yen Ruoxua paused for a moment. She leaned towards Chinyu's ear and whispered, "I secretly saved a lot of money in allowance. There's 500 million. Chinyu couldn't help but feel stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. To be able to save up to 500 million in allowance, just how rich was the Yen family? In front, the young man's expression was extremely displeased. It was obvious that he was also very interested in this piece of jade. Just as the young man was about to raise the number plate, the old man beside him suddenly shook his head and said, "Young Master Lu, our target isn't this piece of jade. We need to preserve our strength now." The young man called young Master Lu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger as he nodded. "Congratulations to Mr. Qin for successfully bidding for the ice jade pendant at the price of 30 million. The host shouted. After he successfully bidded for the jade pendant, Qin Yu kept looking at young Master Lu, who wasn't far away. He felt that this young man wasn't ordinary, especially the old man beside him, who was even more mysterious. "Miss Yen, do you know that young man?" Qin Yu pointed at young Master Lu, who wasn't far away, and asked. Yen Ruoshua looked ahead and shook her head. "No, why?" "I have a feeling that he's not ordinary," Qin Yu muttered. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Then, Qin Yu waved his hand again. The auction continued. The next few items were mostly antiques, so Qin Yu wasn't interested in them at all. Finally, when the 16th item was auctioned, the host brought a glass cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a ginseng. The ginseng looked glossy and smooth, and its quality was quite good. The next item to be auctioned is a 100-year ginseng king. The starting price is 30 million, and each increment must not be less than 1 million. The host shouted. Once this item was out, the excitement at the scene immediately reached its climax. 31 million. 36 million. 40 million. These rich people all seemed to want a ginseng. To them, health was the most important thing, and a 100-year-old ginseng could very likely save their lives at a critical moment. "Isn't this what you want? Why didn't you bid?" Yen Ruoshua said with some surprise. Qin Yu shook his head and said in a sullen voice, "Although this ginseng is a 100-year-old herb king, in fact, the herbal effect has long dried up. As for spiritual energy, it's even more pitifully scarce. It's even worse than an ordinary herb." As he spoke, Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on young Master Lu, who was in the front row. Other than when bidding for that piece of jade, young Master Lu didn't say a word. His motive was very obvious. It was very likely that he had come for the herbs. What made Qin Yu even more worried was that young Master Lu hadn't made a bid for this 100-year-old ginseng. Looks like this guy is also very knowledgeable, Qin Yu thought to himself. This gave Qin Yu a headache. Once he had an opponent, it meant that he would have to spend a lot more money. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for bidding for the 100-year-old ginseng king at a price of 180 million. At this moment, the host on the stage suddenly shouted. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. A ginseng whose herbal effects had already dried up was bid for nearly 200 million. How exaggerated would the price of a real medicine king be? Cultivation is indeed a very expensive thing. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. "Next is our final item," the host said calmly on the stage. He waved his hand, and the two of them carefully walked up with a hibiscus box. Then, the host said with a nonchalant smile, "This was picked up by a fellow auctioneer from the mountain. It's allegedly a wild Chinese knotweed. The starting price is 100 million, and each increment must be no less than 10 million. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m." Then, the host slowly opened the box. In the box laid a Chinese knotweed that was almost withered. This Chinese knotweed looked very unattractive, like the wild grass on the roadside. D***men, is he that poor? Shabby grass is being sold for 200 million? Only a fool would buy it. Even the radishes I plucked from my backyard are better than this grass. Hee, not to mention 20 million, but I wouldn't want it even for 20,000. Everyone present ridiculed it one after another, and they were clearly displeased. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was staring fixedly at this Chinese knotweed. His eyeballs almost popped out. Other than Qin Yu, young Master Lu, who was sitting in the front row, also looked extremely excited. Young Master Lu, this Chinese knotweed is at least 200 years old, the old man beside him reminded him. Young Master Lu narrowed his eyes and said, I must get this Chinese knotweed. Young Master Lu turned around and gave Qin Yu a cold glance. At this moment, Qin Yu was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Qin Yu's brows furrowed tightly. This guy is quite discerning. Qin Yu took a deep breath. It seemed that it was almost impossible to get a bargain today. Qin Yu didn't think any further. He raised his hand and shouted, 200 million. As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped. Spending 200 million to buy a stalk of wild grass? This guy must be crazy. Where did this young master come from? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Although these people were very wealthy, 200 million wasn't a small amount of money to them. Moreover, rich people were more penny-pinching and wise with money. 250 million. At this moment, young Master Lu raised the number plate in his hand. This time, everyone was even more shocked. The bid was raised again? Updates by 300 million, Qin Yu said with a cold expression. Qin Yu was determined to get this Chinese knotweed. Young Master Lu looked a little unhappy. He turned around to take a look and then shouted, 500 million. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Even Qin Yu's expression was a little ugly. He raised it to 500 million at the drop of a hat. This price was indeed too over the top. Qin Yu only had 2 billion, and it was borrowed. Spending 500 million on a Chinese knotweed was indeed a little inappropriate. For a moment, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. 600 million. Yen Ruoshua shouted. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Qin Yu was stunned. He hurriedly looked at Yen Ruoshua and shook his head. Miss Yen, I definitely can't let you spend money this time. It's too expensive. Yen Ruoshua blinked and smiled. It's okay. It doesn't matter whose money you spend. Qin Yu suddenly didn't know what to say. Even if the Yen family was rich, Qin Yu felt guilty about it. 800 million. Young Master Lu shouted angrily. Yen Ruoshua snorted and said, 100 million. Hiss. Everyone at the scene looked at these two. One stalk of Chinese knotweed was being sold for 100 million. This probably broke the record of the South City auction. Yen Ruoshua gazed at Qin Yu's face and a smile appeared on her face. I'm leaving soon. Treat it as my last gift to you, Yen Ruoshua thought to herself. When the price was raised to 1 billion, young Master Lu, who was in the front row, finally stopped talking. He's finally stopped, Qin Yu said with a frown. Just when Qin Yu thought he was going to get it, the old man beside young Master Lu suddenly stood up. He turned around and looked in Qin Yu's direction. He cupped his hands and said, Sir, this is the Lu family's young master, Lu Shihui. If you are willing to give us this Chinese knotweed, the Lu family of South City will remember this favor. The Lu family of South City? They are actually members of the Lu family. No wonder they are so generous. The Lu family is truly top-notch in South City. Rumor has it that their family has many hangers-on. That's right. They are different from ordinary wealthy people. The Lu family is considered the most mysterious family in South City. Lu Shihui couldn't help but smile when he heard the comments of the crowd. It was obvious that Lu Shihui was quite satisfied with everyone's attitude. Meanwhile, his old servant also swept his gaze around proudly. South City's Liu family, Yan Ruoxue muttered in a low voice. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Yu looked in the direction of the old servant and cupped his hands politely. Sir, this Chinese knotweed is also very important to me, so... I'm sorry. When he heard this, Liu Shihui was extremely displeased. The old servant frowned and said, Young man, you might not know what kind of status our family has in South City, so I suggest you learn more about it. Moreover, having the Liu family owe you a favor isn't any less beneficial than this Chinese knotweed, the old servant said with some pride. Despite hearing this, Qin Yu still shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not very interested in face, so let's have a fair competition. When he heard Qin Yu's words, Liu Shihui's expression finally turned cold. He slowly stood up, turned his head to look at Qin Yu, and said in a cold voice, Kid, it's best to consider the consequences of your conduct. Offending the Liu family isn't a wise choice. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Liu. I'll take note, Qin Yu said in a neither servile nor haughty manner. Then, he sat down and no longer paid attention to Liu Shihui. Liu Shihui clenched his fists. He took a deep breath and said in a threatening tone, Kid, I hope you can safely take away this Chinese knotweed. Qin Yu didn't say anything more, but he was slightly worried inside. Although he had never heard of the Liu family, from the old servant by Liu Shihui's side, the Liu family was definitely very powerful. Even one of the servants was a high-level practitioner that Qin Yu couldn't see through. This was enough to prove the strength of the Liu family. Don't worry, Yan Ruoxue comforted him. Qin Yu sighed. He looked at Yan Ruoxue and asked, Have you heard of the Liu family? Yan Ruoxue nodded and said, Yes, they are quite famous in the South City. There are many hangers-on, so they can't be underestimated. Young man, you'd better give this Chinese knotweed to Liu Shihui. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, a middle-aged man next to Qin Yu warned. That's right. Even if you bid for it, you might not be able to take it away. It's better to seize the opportunity to have them owe you a favor, another person warned. Qin Yu nodded and said politely, Thank you for your kind intentions, but this Chinese knotweed is very important to me, so... I still want to try it. Seeing how stubborn Qin Yu was, the two of them didn't say anything more, but their eyes were filled with regret. To Qin Yu, this Chinese knotweed was extremely important. If he could obtain it, Qin Yu would have full confidence in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, Qin Yu wouldn't be afraid of the Liu family at all. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, for buying a Chinese knotweed at a price of 1 billion. The host on the stage shouted excitedly. This was the finale of the auction, so the auction was over after the deal was done. The crowd began to disperse. Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxue also got up and walked towards the backstage. When they passed by Liu Shihui suddenly said coldly, You're quite bold. No one in South City dares to offend our family. Really? As the first one, I am honored, Qin Yu said in a neither servile nor haughty manner. Liu Shihui sneered and said, You're really too ignorantly brazen. I hope you won't regret it. Qin Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. He would deal with whatever came his way. Soon, Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxue came backstage. Wait for me. Yan Ruoxue pulled Qin Yu back. After saying that, she ran to the side and dialed Yan Yongxiu's number. As soon as the call was picked up, Yan Yongxiu smiled and said, Ruoxue, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Updates by Dad, transfer 1 billion into my card quickly, Yan Ruoxue said. Yan Yongxiu was stunned at the other end and said somewhat helplessly, Why do you suddenly want so much money? Is something the matter? Yes, there's something important. Quickly transfer it over. After saying that, Yen Ruoxue hurriedly hung up the phone. Qin Yu was dumbfounded when he saw this. 1 billion sounded as simple as 10 yuan in Yen Ruoxue's mouth. Not long after, Yen Yongxiu transferred the money into Yen Ruoxue's account. "Let's go." Yen Ruoxue blinked and said. Qin Yu didn't know what to say, but Qin Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to repay Yen Ruoxue's kindness. After completing the procedures, the two of them walked out with the auction items. Isn't this jade pendant for me?" Yen Ruoxue blinked and said. Qin Yu said mysteriously, "I can't give it to you for the time being. I have to deal with it briefly." When Yen Ruoxue heard this, she said, "Oh, then you have to hurry up." "Huh? Why?" "Nothing." The auction wasn't held every day after all, so the location was relatively remote. Their surroundings were full of forests. Qin Yu took a deep breath and felt the spiritual energy from the surroundings. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. South City is really a good place. Qin Yu, feeling a sense of pleasure and comfort, raised his hands. "Yes." Yen Ruoxue looked at the side of Qin Yu's face and said with a smile. "When we grow old in the future, we should come to South City to buy a house," Qin Yu said jokingly. "Okay, then you have to work hard," Yen Ruoxue said as she started the car. "Definitely." At this time, Lu Shihui was sitting in a car and looking in Yen Ruoxue's direction coldly. "It's a Jingdu license, young Master Lu. It seems that these two people are from Jingdu. Shouldn't we be more cautious?" The old servant frowned. Lu Shihui said with a cold expression, "So what if they came from Jingdu? If I kill them, who will trace it to me? I must get this Chinese knotweed." Lu Shihui punched the car seat fiercely. Seeing this, the old servant didn't say anything further. He knew Lu Shihui's personality very clearly. No one could change his mind once he decided on something. Qin Yu and Yen Ruoxue drove slowly. They enjoyed the sea breeze with comfort. At this moment, 3 cars suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Qin Yu frowned and was about to speak when he noticed another car slowly driving over from behind. "It must be Lu Shihui," Qin Yu said with narrowed eyes. Then, Qin Yu looked at Yen Ruoxue and warned, "Wait for me in the car. Don't get out no matter what happens, understand?" Yes, I know. I believe in you," Yen Ruoxue said with her fists clenched. Qin Yu got out of the car. He stood in front of the car and quietly waited for Lu Shihui's arrival. Soon, Lu Shihui's car stopped in front of Qin Yu. "I told you that you would regret it." Lu Shihui got out of the car with his old servant. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Do I regret it? How can you tell that I regret it?" "Sharp-tongued kid," Lu Shihui said coldly. "I'll give you a chance now. Return the Chinese knotweed to me and all I will do is cut off your legs." "I can spare your life," Lu Shihui said coldly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "The Lu family is really overbearing. I spent money to buy it. Why should I give it to you?" Lu Shihui said angrily, "What I like is mine. Don't be shameless. You're the one who is shameless." Qin Yu's expression was ice cold, and his internal chi quickly rose to the maximum. "Young Master Lu, let me take care of him." At this time, the old servant beside Lu Shihui said. Lu Shihui lit a cigarette and said coldly, "Since he's so fearless, kill him." "Yes, young master." The old servant nodded. He walked to Qin Yu slowly and said with a sinister smile, "I know you have some tricks up your sleeve, your mediocre abilities are nothing in front of me." "You really talk a lot of nonsense," Qin Yu said coldly. Follow the latest novels n/velben.com calm. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I still have to go back to sleep. The old servant laughed and said, ignorant people are truly fearless. Good. Then I'll let you, a bug, know what true strength is. The old servant walked towards Chinyu step by step. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Chinyu's expression didn't change. He was calm and collected, but a strong belligerent desire rose from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he saw Yan Zhang's abilities the last time, Chinyu had been filled with interest towards these so-called martial arts masters. The old servant looked at Chinyu coldly and said in a low voice, "Kid, you are dead meat today." After saying that, the old servant suddenly released a terrifying pressure. This pressure made Chinyu's face turn pale with fright. It was as if two huge mountains were pressed down on his shoulders in an instant. Ha 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 ha. The old servant couldn't help but laugh out loud proudly. This is the power of inner strength. After saying that, the old servant suddenly took a step forward. His hands turned into claws and reached towards Chinyu's chest fiercely. Chinyu hurriedly dodged to the side. The old servant's palm brushed past Chinyu's chest, and a long tear appeared on his clothes. How fast! Chinyu couldn't help but feel awed. This old man's strength was probably even stronger than Chinyu had imagined. Boom! At this moment, the old servant had already stretched out his second hand. His old hand clenched into a fist and thrust towards Chinyu's chest. Boom 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 boom. Chinyu was knocked back repeatedly and almost fell to the ground. Updates by How strong? Chinyu's face was full of astonishment. It seemed that these martial arts masters were really quite skilled. Why aren't you fighting back? Is that all you've got? The old servant said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Chinyu clenched his fist and adjusted his internal chi to the maximum. Then, with a swoosh, he pounced towards the old servant. Go to H*LL. Chinyu shouted, and a wisp of white chi actually appeared on his fist. The old servant's expression didn't change. He calmly waited for Chinyu's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, but Chinyu was stunned that he didn't even manage to touch the old servant. This old man's strength is beyond imagination. A sense of solemnity appeared in Chinyu's heart. The Liu family of South City lived up to their reputation. In the car, Yan Ruoshua was snacking while watching the show through the car window. Although she had a noble status, she didn't know martial arts. She couldn't even tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Chinyu, go for it! Yan Ruoshua stretched out her hand and shouted to the outside. Chinyu immediately looked in Yan Ruoshua's direction. He took a deep breath, looked at the old man coldly and said, again. After saying that, Chinyu launched a second round of attacks. He threw powerful punches of high frequency and speed. However, the old servant's body was extremely agile. Every time, he could easily dodge Chinyu's punches. Bang! Taking advantage of the gap between Chinyu's attacks, the old servant waved his big hand and grabbed Chinyu's arm. First, I will cripple one of your arms. Then, I will slowly torture you. A hint of viciousness flashed in the old servant's eyes. Very soon, Chinyu felt a huge force on his arm. Oh no! Chinyu thought to himself. He clenched his other fist and used all the strength in his body to punch the old servant. The old servant's expression changed. He hurriedly let go of Chinyu and retreated backward. A hint of coldness gradually appeared on his aged face. Kid, it seems that I've really underestimated you. The old servant sneered. Stop playing around. Finish the battle quickly and don't cause any more trouble. Not far away, Lu Shihui said coldly. The old servant nodded and said, yes, young master. Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. As soon as he finished speaking, the old servant's internal chi rose once again. An even more terrifying pressure threatened to crush Qin Yu's bones. Kid, the young master has spoken. He wants you dead, the old servant said coldly. Remember to reincarnate more luckily in your next life. With that said, the old servant instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Yu. His fist lit up with a faint gleam and he instantly thrust it towards Qin Yu. At such a close distance, there was nowhere to hide. With no other choice, Qin Yu could only clench his fist and face it head-on. Boom! Their two fists collided, creating a loud explosion. Qin Yu retreated 7 to 8 steps in succession before he stabilized his body. But even so, Qin Yu still felt as if his arm was about to be broken. D***minute, Qin Yu, his expression somewhat unsightly, couldn't help but grit his teeth. If I reach the Foundation establishment stage, killing this old man would be a piece of cake. Qin Yu thought to himself. You have the guts to be so arrogant with such little ability? You're just a piece of trash. The old servant came in front of Qin Yu again. Qin Yu waved his hand and sneered. Trash? You're on the brink of death, yet this is all you've got. And I have only just started my cultivation path for a short month. Which of the two of us is really trash? When he heard this, the old man's expression couldn't help but change. You're courting death. The old servant suddenly shouted and reached out to grab Qin Yu's neck. He lifted Qin Yu up into the air like he was holding a chicken. Qin Yu's face slowly flushed and he felt that it was becoming difficult for him to breathe. The internal chi all over his body seemed to be suppressed. You reckless thing, I will break your neck right now. The old servant shouted coldly, and then the strength in his hand began to slowly increase. Qin Yu felt waves of pain coming from his neck, as if it was about to be broken. Let him go. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, he saw a young man in a suit walking out. He looked at the old servant coldly and said word by word, "Let him go." The old servant narrowed his eyes and snorted. Who are you? We are the Liu family of South City. If you don't want to die, get lost. I said, let him go. However, the other party completely ignored the old servant's words. Qin Yu, who was lifted up in the air, was even more shocked. Yen Jiang? Qin Yu squeezed out a name. The old servant seemed to be a little angry. He threw Qin Yu aside and then looked at Yan Jiang. What's going on today? There are so many reckless B** starts, the old servant said with narrowed eyes. Then, the old servant looked in Liu Shihui's direction. Liu Shihui waved his hand and said coldly, kill all those who obstruct us. Yes. The old servant bowed slightly and then walked towards Yan Jiang. Yan Jiang glanced at Qin Yu and said coldly, go to the car and stay there. Qin Yu frowned and said, I'll help you. This old man is quite strong. Yan Jiang said with a cold expression, I told you to get in the car. Keep an eye on Miss Yan. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't say anything more. He could only turn his head and walk to the car. After Qin Yu got into the car, Yan Ruoxue hurriedly asked, are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Yu shook his arm and then said with a joking tone, give me a few more days. I won't even need to use a move to kill this old man. There was a huge difference between the foundation establishment stage and the chi refining stage. Qin Yu was confident that once he entered the foundation establishment stage, even the entire Liu family wouldn't be a threat to him. Outside the car, Yan Jiang stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the old servant quietly. The old servant sneered. "Young man, it's not too late to regret now." Yan Jiang's eyes were filled with contempt. This contemptuous gaze made this old servant extremely displeased. He had had his way in South City for so many years, but no one had ever dared to look down on him like this. "Get lost right now, and I can spare your life," Yan Jiang said coldly. The old servant laughed loudly and said, "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this." In the car, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little worried. He, afraid that Yan Jiang wouldn't be able to defeat this old man, kept staring out of the window. "Gee, don't worry," Yan Ruoxue said with a smile. She took the snacks and asked, "Do you want to eat some?" Qin Yu forced a smile and said, "I'm not in the mood to eat snacks." "You're just always worried about something." Yan Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. His eyes were fixed outside the window. At this moment, the old servant made his move. He raised his internal qi to the maximum. His palm turned into a claw again and he grabbed at Yan Jiang fiercely. Updates by. However, Yan Jiang didn't move at all. He allowed the old servant's palm to grab at him. Got him! The old servant was delighted. His claw just happened to grab Yan Jiang's chest. However, in the next second, the old servant's expression changed drastically. It was because he realized that he couldn't hurt Yan Jiang at all. "Is that all you've got? No wonder you can only stay in the small South City," Yan Jiang said coldly. The old servant's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Yan Jiang reached out and grabbed the old servant's wrist, and then he used force to crush it. Find EU chapters on nv/lbi.com. Ouch! The old servant cried out in pain. Yan Jiang's attacks were powerful, and he didn't hesitate at all. He reached out his hand, and with a slap, he smashed the old servant's head into pieces. With just one move, Yan Jiang killed the old servant. Qin Yu, who was in the car, couldn't help but gulp. Yan Jiang was actually that strong? How easy did he go on him last time? "See, I told you not to worry." Yan Ruoxue seemed to have expected this. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of someone from an aristocratic family in Jingdu. It was indeed far beyond his imagination. Not far away, Lu Shihui's expression was even uglier. The fact that he killed the old servant in one move, coupled with the Jingdu license plate, made Lu Shihui immediately feel uneasy. These people were definitely from an aristocratic family in Jingdu. "Sir, I didn't know your identity. Please show mercy." Lu Shihui quickly knelt down and bowed. Yan Jiang walked in front of Lu Shihui and looked down at him. He didn't move for a long time. Lu Shihui hurriedly continued, "I didn't know that man was a disciple of a prominent family in Jingdu. I'm willing to apologize and take all the responsibility." Yan Jiang sneered. "That man? You seem to be mistaken. I'm doing this for Miss Yan. As for Qin Yu, he has nothing to do with us." Yan Jiang snickered. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the car, heard these words clearly. Yan Jiang is really quite vindictive. Qin Yu couldn't help but think to himself. Lu Shihui, who was kneeling on the ground, hurriedly nodded and said, "I understand. Please show mercy and spare my life." Yan Jiang frowned. He sized up Lu Shihui and then snorted coldly. "Get lost." Lu Shihui immediately felt as if he had been pardoned and turned to run. Then, Yan Jiang walked to the front of the car, bowed and said, "Miss Yan, it's getting late. Please go back and rest early." Yen Ruoxue nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now." "Yes, Miss Yen." Yen Jiang bowed and then retreated to the side before watching the car leave. Qin Yu had mixed feelings inside. So this is the capability of an inner strength grandmaster. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The desire to improve his strength as soon as possible grew stronger. The car soon returned to the hotel. Yen Ruoxue had booked a suite beforehand. After getting the room card, the two of them walked upstairs. After arriving at the room, Yen Ruoxue winked at Qin Yu and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but blush. And Yen Ruoxue seemed to like Qin Yu's shy expression, so she leaned against Qin Yu's ear and said softly, "Wait for me," obediently. As soon as Yen Ruoxue said this, Qin Yu's face instantly flushed all the way to the root of his neck. Yen Ruoxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, then she went straight to the bathroom. Qin Yu sat on the bed while growing more and more nervous. When he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Qin Yu was even more on edge. Phew. To say that he didn't have any lust was definitely a lie. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, no one could resist. He could only breathe as hard as he could to calm himself down. Half an hour later, Yen Ruoxue walked out of the bathroom. She was only wearing a simple bathrobe, and her smooth skin appeared in front of Qin Yu. Her fair skin formed a sharp contrast with her long black hair. Her perfect figure exuded an astonishing sense of charm. Her fair and smooth feet stepped on the ground, and everything about her was so alluring. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned as blood gushed out from his nose. Pfft. Yen Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Am I beautiful?" "You're beautiful," Qin Yu muttered softly. Am I really beautiful?" As she spoke, Yen Ruoxue walked to Qin Yu's side and sat down. Such a close distance between them almost made Qin Yu lose control. He got a whiff of the bodily fragrance coming from Yen Ruoxue's body, and his mind went blank. Yen Ruoxue continued to lean on Qin Yu's body. She used her fingers to gently slide over Qin Yu's body, and said with a seductive smile, "What do you want to do?" Qin Yu, unable to say a single word, watched Yen Ruoxue nervously. At this moment, Yen Ruoxue suddenly laid on the bed, then closed her eyes, as if she was at his disposal. Qin Yu watched Yen Ruoxue, who was lying on the bed, while growing more and more excited. Yen Ruoxue, not saying anything, also kept her eyes closed. Qin Yu sat there for a long time. He took a deep breath and said, "Miss Yen, you should rest early. I'm going back to my room." This surprised Yen Ruoxue a little. She sat up from the bed and watched Qin Yu. "You really don't want to do anything?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded without thinking. "I'm not good enough for you now. You've helped me enough. I hope that I can help you and protect you in the future," Qin Yu said seriously. His eyes and tone were filled with determination, making it hard for her to doubt him. Yen Ruoxue seemed to be very satisfied with Qin Yu's answer. She nodded and said with a smile, "Go back to sleep." Qin Yu turned around and quickly returned to his room. He took a cold shower and finally calmed himself down. "Phew, I almost couldn't control myself." Qin Yu took a long breath. Then, Qin Yu took out the jade pendant from his pocket and prepared to make an amulet for Yen Ruoxue. He closed his eyes and felt the inheritance in his mind. Updates by. Soon, Qin Yu found an amulet technique named Form 1 Dharma Decree in the inheritance. This amulet technique was very useful. Not only could it drive away evil spirits and beautify one's appearance, but it could also save one's life at a critical moment. Once one was in a life-threatening situation, the protective talisman would take effect. The only drawback was that it could only be used once. After one use, the protective talisman would shatter. "It's you," Chin-yu thought to himself. The Form 1 Dharma decree was extremely taxing on Chin-yu. He spent an entire night and dripped 15 drops of blood essence, but he still couldn't successfully refine it. He only managed to refine a half-finished product. "Looks like it will take another night," Chin-yu said weakly. The sky gradually brightened up. Chin-yu washed up briefly and walked out of the room. Yen Ruoshua had already tidied herself up. When she saw Chin-yu, she blinked and said, "There's an amusement park nearby. Should we go there?" "Okay." Although Chin-yu was a little tired, he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he agreed. After the two of them had breakfast, they rushed to the amusement park. On the other hand, after Lu Shihui returned home, he hurriedly asked someone to investigate Yen Ruoshua's background. "Young Master Lu, that girl is the Yen family's oldest daughter, Yen Ruoshua," one of his subordinates said to Lu Shihui. "What?" Hearing this, Lu Shihui suddenly sat up. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly, and he felt a chill run down his back. That was close. "I almost harmed the entire Lu family." Lu Shihui felt a lingering sense of fear. The Shin family's incident was still vivid in his mind. He had nearly doomed him and the entire Lu family. But that person called Chin-yu doesn't seem to have any impressive background. At this moment, his subordinate continued. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. Lu Shihui glanced at him to indicate for him to continue. "According to our investigation, Chin-yu came from Jiangqing. For some reason, he received Miss Yan's favor." Hearing this, Lu Shihui said somewhat impatiently, "Then aren't you spouting something pointless? Miss Yan is his backer. Who would dare to provoke him? Young Master Lu, I heard that Miss Yan is about to leave Jingdu. When that time comes, we might have a chance." His subordinate continued. "Moreover, the people of the Yen family might not take a fancy to Chin-yu." Lu Shihui's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think of what Yen Jiang had said last night. From Yen Jiang's tone, it was clear that the Yen family didn't take a fancy to Chin-yu. Then it seems that there's still a chance. Yen Jiang narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He snorted lightly and said, "After Miss Yan leaves Jingdu, I want to personally go and have a chat with Chin-yu." "Yes, young master." His subordinate nodded. "Oh right, today, we have artists from the company taking photos at the amusement park. Should we go take a look?" His subordinate continued. Lu Shihui thought for a moment and nodded. I just happen to be planning to go out for a walk." "Prepare the car." The amusement park was the largest amusement park in South City. As a coastal city, South City naturally had many tourists every year. Once she entered the amusement park, Yen Ruoshua felt like she was a young little princess, and she felt extremely happy and blissful. In the dark, Yen Jiang watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. "I really can't imagine that the Miss Yen in front of me and the CEO in Jingdu are the same person. Yeah, I've never seen Miss Yen smile so happily before." The others also sighed. Chin-yu and Yen Ruoshua played almost every ride in the amusement park, such as the sledgehammer, roller coaster, haunted house, and so on. This kind of blissful and warm feeling filled the two of them with pleasure. "Shall we go to the Ferris wheel to take photos?" At this time, Yen Ruoshua suddenly suggested. "Sure, I've never sat on the Ferris wheel before." Chin-yu smiled. Thus, Yen Ruoshua held Chin-yu's hand and ran all the way to the Ferris wheel. Just as they bought the tickets, 7 to 8 bodyguards suddenly rushed over. Hurry up and get out of the way. We're commandeering this place. The leading bodyguard said with an overbearing wave of his hand. They saw a beautifully dressed girl surrounded by them. The girl wore sunglasses and her face was covered with a veil. Beside her was Mr. Bai. Why is it them again? Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Is it Qin Lei? At this time, someone by the roadside suddenly asked in a low voice. Mr. Bai said indifferently, yes, it's Miss Ching. She wants to film here. Please cooperate. It's the famous Qin Lei. Wow, Qin Lei is here. Miss Qin Lei, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you? Miss Ching, I love you. Everyone shouted. Someone wanted to take a photo and went forward, but was pushed down by the bodyguard. Stay away from Miss Ching. Don't take photos. Do you hear me? Mr. Bai pointed at the people around him and scolded. I told you not to take photos. Can't you hear me? Seeing someone holding a cell phone, Mr. Bai walked forward and directly threw the fan's cell phone on the ground. The celebrity called Qin Lei frowned and snorted lightly. What a bunch of crass people. How annoying. So she's a celebrity. No wonder she's so arrogant. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Yan Ruoxue also snorted lightly. These minor celebrities are very arrogant now. They think they're superior just because they have a bit of fame. It's indeed annoying. Get out of the way quickly. Do you hear me? The bodyguards dispersed the crowd and said impatiently. Soon, they arrived in front of Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxue. Mr. Bai frowned and then sneered. It's you guys again? What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence, Qin Yu said with a cold expression. This time, Mr. Bai ignored them. He walked to Qin Lei and whispered a few words. After Qin Lei heard this, she walked up to Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxue without saying a word. She said with a dark expression, Are you guys fans? Are you guys deliberately trying to attract attention like this? How annoying. It's disgusting to stalk celebrities like this. Don't you guys know? Hearing this, Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxue felt a little baffled. You think too highly of yourself. I've never even heard of an F-list celebrity like you. Yan Ruoxue rolled her eyes. You. When she heard Yan Ruoxue's words, Qin Lei immediately took off her sunglasses and pointed at Yan Ruoxue furiously. Yan Ruoxue sneered. You don't want the finger anymore? It was clearly an offhand remark, but for some reason, Qin Lei couldn't help but put her hand down. I don't care. In any case, get out of my way right now. This place has already been requisitioned by me. Qin Lei crossed her arms and snickered. Requisitioned? Yan Ruoxue raised her eyebrows. What kind of power do you have to requisition a public place? Show me the requisition documents. Yan Ruoxue asked coldly. Qin Lei's expression became even uglier. How could she have requisition documents? Are you leaving or not? Qin Lei became even angrier. Yan Ruoxue smiled and said, If you have the requisition documents, I'll leave. If you don't have them, I'm not leaving. You be *tch, you're so shameless. Qin Lei scolded furiously. When she heard this, Yan Ruoxue's expression instantly turned cold. She raised her hand and slapped Qin Lei's face. You actually dared to hit me? Qin Lei instantly flushed with anger. The bodyguards beside her also quickly took a step forward. Qin Yu hurriedly shielded Yan Ruoxue behind him, and the internal qi on his body suddenly released. Updates by Qinglei gritted her teeth and said, "You dared to hit me? I'll let you know the consequences today." With that, Qinglei walked to the side and began to make a call. After making 3 to 4 calls, Qinglei put down her phone. "Just you wait. Just you wait." Qinglei roared with fury. Yan Ruoxue nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes later, one luxury car after another came from a short distance. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maybach, Bentley, Lamborghini. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 20 of them. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but feel a little afraid. "You're dead meat. I'll see what you can do," Qinglei said arrogantly. The car soon stopped in front of Qinglei, and one middle-aged man after another got out of the car. "This woman scolded me and hit me. You have to stand up for me," Qinglei said coquettishly. "Who dares to hit my babe?" "Exactly. That person is digging their own grave. Hurry up and apologize." Obviously, these people were all businessmen from South City, and Qinglei's relationship with them was naturally ambiguous. As she watched this scene, Yan Ruoxue's expression was calm. She smiled and said, "You want to call people? Okay, then I'll make a call too. Go make a call quickly. I want to see who you can call. In South City, I've never been afraid of anyone." Everyone clamored. Yan Ruoxue ignored them. She took out her cell phone and made a call. "I'll give you 10 minutes to come to the amusement park immediately," Yan Ruoxue said coldly. After saying this, Yan Ruoxue directly hung up the phone. "Hee hee, you're just bluffing. I'll wait for you to find someone. Hurry up and find him." Qinglei snorted. Qin Yu wasn't worried. Others didn't know the power of the Yan family, but Qin Yu knew about it very clearly. A mere F-list celebrity was far from qualified to go against the Yan family. A few minutes later, Audi A6s drove over from a short distance. There were actually more than 20 of them. F***CK, how many A6s have been called over? Nobody drives such shabby cars anymore. I thought you were so high and mighty, but turns out that's all you've got. Yan Ruoxue didn't say anything. She just smiled. Soon, the car arrived in front of Yan Ruoxue. Then, they saw a few men wearing Chinese tunic suits running down in a hurry. When they saw the faces of these people clearly, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Mayor of South City. South City. Director of South City's Cultural and Entertainment Department. South City Patrol Bureau's police chief. These people were almost all top-level big shots in South City. Yan Ruoxue's phone call had almost mobilized all the top-level officials in South City. "Mayor. Mayor, why are you here?" "I'm sorry, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Qinglei, take care." The group of people quickly got into the car and dashed out. Qinglei's expression was extremely ugly and she gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Mr. Bai's expression was also grave. It seemed that this woman's background wasn't simple. "Miss Chang, young Master Lu is here." At this moment, a bodyguard beside her whispered in her ear. Qinglei, who was dejected just a moment ago, was overjoyed when she heard this. "Haha, young Master Lu is here. That's great. Let's see what you guys can do." Qinglei jumped up excitedly. Mr. Bai also heaved a sigh of relief inside. Since young Master Lu was here, then everything would be fine. "Where is young Master Lu? Quickly bring me there." Qing Lei said anxiously. The bodyguard didn't say anything else and brought Qing Lei to young Master Lu. Qing Lei ran all the way to young Master Lu and said with an aggrieved expression, "Young Master Lu, I was just about to take a photo, but she didn't cooperate and even hit me." Lu Shihui frowned and said, "What happened?" Qing Lei quickly gave an exaggerated account of the incident. "I said that I was a signed artist under the Lu family's company, but she said that the Lu family was nothing. She even said that you have to kneel down when you see her. She's too arrogant." When he heard Qing Lei's words, Lu Shihui's expression instantly turned cold. Lu Shihui was just about to find a place to vent his anger since he didn't get the Chinese knotweed. He didn't expect that it would come to him so soon. "Who is so bold? I want to see for myself," Lu Shihui said coldly. T/his chapter is updated by nvel bin.co/m. Qing Lei was delighted and quickly said, "She's right there. You must teach that despicable couple a good lesson." Lu Shihui didn't say anything and strode forward. Qing Lei hurriedly led the way. She couldn't wait to see Qin Yu and Yan Ruoshua's frightened expressions. "Chief Li, Wang Shi, why are you guys here?" Lu Shihui looked at the people in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Mr. Lu, is this woman signed by your company?" Wang Shi asked. Lu Shihui nodded and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Wang Shi waved his hand, but there was some pity in his eyes. Inexplicable, Lu Shihui couldn't help but mutter. After saying that, he continued to walk forward with Qing Lei. Soon, they arrived under the Ferris wheel. "Young Master Lu, it's them." Qing Lei pointed at Qin Yu and Yan Ruoshue, who were standing under the Ferris wheel. At this moment, Qin Yu and Yan Ruoshue had long forgotten about this fool. The two of them were looking up at the Ferris wheel with blissful expressions. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Lu Shihui snorted and said, "Reckless fools." After saying that, Lu Shihui walked quickly to the front of the two of them. "It's the two of you who beat up my artist? And you dared to show her attitude?" Lu Shihui said coldly. When he heard Lu Shihui's voice, Qin Yu turned his head first. When Lu Shihui saw Qin Yu, his expression suddenly changed. "You? It's you? Qin Yu?" Lu Shihui suddenly had a bad feeling inside. So, the woman Qing Lei mentioned was Yan Ruoshue? Lu Shihui called out tentatively. Miss Yan." Yan Ruoshue slowly turned around. "Young Master Lu, what a coincidence." "We meet again," Yan Ruoshue said with a nonchalant smile. Miss Yan, it's really you." Looking at Yan Ruoshue, who was in front of him, Lu Shihui was filled with regret. He thought that he had escaped a disaster yesterday, and today, he met her again. To Lu Shihui, the humiliation he experienced these 2 days was more than what he had experienced in his entire life. Without thinking, he knelt on the ground with a plop. To Lu Shihui, doing such a thing in front of so many people was worse than death. A short distance away, Qing Lei and the others were dumbstruck. What was going on? Lu Shihui actually knelt down? Miss Yan, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly." Lu Shihui lowered his head and said. Yan Ruoshue looked at Lu Shihui and said indifferently, "The Lu family is really imposing. How can you guys commandeer public places as you guys please?" No, this is definitely not the Lu family's intention." Lu Shihui hurriedly waved his hand and said. Yan Ruoshue snorted lightly. She glanced at Qing Lei and said, "I don't like that person." "Miss Yan, don't worry. I definitely won't let her off lightly," Lu Shihui hurriedly said. Yen Ruoshua waved her hand and said, "You can leave now. Don't disturb us." All new chapters nnv.com. Yes, yes. Lu Shihui immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Updates by. He stood up from the ground and walked in front of Qinglei. He raised his hand and slapped her face. D*MNU. Lu Shihui said through gritted teeth. Qinglei was so scared that she couldn't speak. Lu Shihui's attitude was obvious. The other party was definitely not someone the Lu family could afford to offend. "I was wrong, young Master Lu," Qinglei sobbed softly. Lu Shihui didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and the people around him dragged Qinglei to the car. The scene finally quieted down. After these big shots from South City greeted Yen Ruoshua, they left in a hurry. "Let's go. We're going to ride the Ferris wheel," Yen Ruoshua said with a smile. "Okay. Okay," Qin Yu agreed with a bitter smile. However, he had mixed feelings inside. Every time he was with Yen Ruoshua, Qin Yu could feel a strong sense of powerlessness. This kind of gap in status and power put a lot of pressure on Qin Yu, but he couldn't help but feel motivated as well. The two of them took the tickets for the Ferris wheel and walked into the Ferris wheel venue. The rest of the tourists stood outside and didn't dare to go forward. Facing a figure like Yen Ruoshua, they were afraid that they might accidentally get themselves into trouble. Yen Ruoshua looked at the tourists who were looking at her from outside and said with a smile, "You guys can come along. No one is allowed to commandeer public places, not even me." When everyone heard this, they walked into the Ferris wheel with caution. Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua sat on the Ferris wheel while quietly waiting for it to turn. "Shall we take a group photo?" Yen Ruoshua suddenly said. Qin Yu obviously had no objections and agreed without thinking. Yen Ruoshua took the phone and leaned her face against Qin Yu. Then, she gestured with her hand and pressed the shutter button. "Not enough, not enough, I need to take more pictures." Yen Ruoshua looked excited. She held her phone and pressed the shutter button repeatedly. She even asked Qin Yu to make all sorts of embarrassing poses. Before the Ferris wheel even turned, Yen Ruoshua had already saved more than a dozen group photos on her phone. When the Ferris wheel started to turn, Yen Ruoshua's speed became even faster. Yen Ruoshua didn't miss any angle. She struck all kinds of weird poses, and they seemed no different from an ordinary couple. This was also the first time Qin Yu truly experienced dating. The Ferris wheel slowly spun, and soon, the Ferris wheel reached the highest point. At this moment, Yen Ruoshua suddenly came over and kissed Qin Yu's face gently. Qin Yu was stunned, and his entire face instantly flushed to the base of his neck. However, the sense of ecstasy inside made Qin Yu's heart beat rapidly. He looked at Yen Ruoshua with emotion. Just as he was about to speak, Yen Ruoshua reached out a finger and blocked Qin Yu's mouth. Legend has it that when the Ferris wheel turns to the highest position, kissing the person you love the most means you two can be together forever, Yen Ruoshua said with some longing. There aren't many opportunities to come to the amusement park. I don't want to miss them. Yen Ruoshua's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Qin Yu looked at Yen Ruoshua with his heart racing and whispered, Miss Yen, do you still want to continue calling me Miss Yen?" Yen Ruoshua blinked her eyes and asked. Yes, this address was too formal. Qin Yu took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and pecked Yen Ruoshua on the face. Then, he looked at Yen Ruoshua gently and said word by word, "Ruoshua, meeting you is the happiest thing in my life. I don't want to leave you, and I will never leave you." At this moment, it was as if the world had stopped. Their eyes met, and everything became a foil to the two of them. Fortunately, this scene wasn't seen by Yin Jiang and the others, or else they would have gone crazy. This day was the most unforgettable day for Qin Yu, and also the happiest day. The Ferris wheel finally stopped. Both of their faces were a little flushed. Qin Yu never thought that at the end of his youth, he could still experience love in its purest form. Then, the two of them went to sit on the merry-go-round, the pirate ship, and so on. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that the two of them left the amusement park. I had a really good time today, Qin Yu said with a smile. Yen Ruoshua blinked and said, "Me too." Although she said this, there seemed to be a hint of sadness on Yen Ruoshua's face. This didn't escape Qin Yu's eyes. He asked somewhat suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yen Ruoshua shook her head and smiled. "Nothing." She didn't want to destroy the romantic vibe, so she didn't tell Qin Yu that she would be returning to Jingdu tomorrow. At night, their surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, Qin Yu and Yen Ruoshua were in their own rooms, but they weren't sleeping. Yen Ruoshua was wearing a nightgown. She leaned against the window and looked into the distant sky. A gentle breeze blew past her fair and smooth cheeks and tousled her waterfall-like black hair. Her large clear eyes were filled with a mixture of sadness and joy. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was sitting in his room and continuing to refine the amulet. He hadn't slept for 2 whole days, but Qin Yu didn't feel tired at all. It wasn't until early in the morning that the amulet was finally successfully refined. There were traces of bright red in that jade pendant. This was Qin Yu's blood essence. It could save lives at critical moments. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little tired. He glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided to sleep for an hour. He set the alarm for 8 o'clock and quickly fell asleep on his bed. 2 days of hard work made Qin Yu so exhausted that he quickly fell asleep. Not long after he fell asleep, Yan Yongshuo's car stopped downstairs. "President Yan, Miss Yan is staying here." Yan Jiang bowed and said. Yan Yongshuo nodded and said, "Take me upstairs." "Yes, President Yan." Yan Jiang hurriedly led the way and brought Yan Yongshuo all the way to Yen Ruoshua's room. Yen Ruoshua had long woken up. She barely slept at all last night. "Ruoshua, it's time to go back," Yen Yongshuo said indifferently. Yen Ruoshua nodded and said, "I know." "Then let's go," Yen Yongshuo said in a sullen voice. Yen Ruoshua bit her rosy lips with her teeth. She, wanting to say goodbye to Qin Yu, got up and went to Qin Yu's room. However, at this moment, Qin Yu was sleeping soundly. Yen Ruoshua didn't have the heart to disturb him. The few of them surrounded Qin Yu and didn't speak for a long time. "Let's go," Yen Ruoshua whispered. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to him?" Yen Yongshuo asked. Updates by Yen Ruoshua's heart hardened and she shook her head. "No." "Then let's go." Yen Yongshuo strode out of the door. "Ruoshua, I like you." Just as the few of them were about to reach the door, Qin Yu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly blurted out a sentence in a daze. Yen Ruoshua's body instantly stiffened, and her footsteps couldn't help but stop. She turned around, only to find that Qin Yu was only talking in his sleep. Even in his dreams, he was calling your name. Yen Yongshuo sighed. Yen Ruoshua felt even sadder. She bit her lip and suddenly said, "Dad, wait for me for a while." She hurried back to her room, took out a pen, and quickly began to write something on the paper. She revised, changed, then repeated, and wrote a full page of words. However, no matter how she wrote it, Yen Ruoshua wasn't satisfied. "Forget it." In the end, Yen Ruoshua tore up the paper and threw it into the trash can. Then, she wrote a few words in large pens: "I'm returning to Jingdu. You have to take care of yourself." These few simple words expressed Yen Ruoshua's most sincere feelings. She placed the paper on Qin Yu's bedside, then kissed Qin Yu's forehead gently. "Let's go." Yen Ruoshua didn't stay any longer. She turned around and walked out of the door. In the car, Yen Ruoshua's eyes were fixed in the direction of Qin Yu's room. "Start the car." Yen Ruoshua waved her hand. "Yes, Miss Yen." The driver started the car. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly woke up. He had a bad premonition inside and sat on the bed in a daze. Soon, Qin Yu saw the note left on the head of the bed. Qin Yu hurriedly opened the note and saw Yen Ruoshua's handwriting. "Miss Yen." "Miss Yen." Qin Yu's expression changed drastically and he felt as if his heart had been pricked by something. He hurriedly ran to the window and looked out. The Yen family's car was downstairs and was about to leave. "Ruoshua!" Qin Yu shouted with all his might. Then, he ran downstairs at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, the sound insulation of the car was very good, so Yen Ruoshua didn't hear Qin Yu's voice. Just when Qin Yu rushed downstairs, the car started slowly and drove forward. Qin Yu's expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and chased after the car with all his might. "Miss Yen." "Ruoshua." Qin Yu almost used all his strength to chase after the car. In the car, Yen Ruoshua was in a very bad mood. Although the two of them hadn't been together for long, Qin Yu had long left a mark in Yen Ruoshua's heart. "Maybe in a year, this kid will really be able to come to Jingdu," Yen Yongshio comforted. "Not maybe, but definitely." Yen Ruoshua's tone was extremely firm. "I hope so." Yen Yongshio nodded. The speed of the car was getting faster and faster, but Qin Yu, who was behind, had no intention of giving up. His forehead was covered in sweat. As he chased, he shouted crazily. "Miss Yen, there seems to be someone chasing us from behind." Finally, through the rearview mirror, the driver saw Qin Yu, who was desperately chasing behind them. Hearing this, Yen Ruoshua hurriedly opened the window and looked behind the car. "Stop the car!" Yen Ruoshua said hurriedly. "Miss Yen, I told you to stop the car!" Yen Ruoshua shouted. The driver didn't dare to disobey Yen Ruoshua, so he quickly leaned the car against the roadside. Yen Ruoshua got out of the car and walked in Qin Yu's direction. The two of them rushing towards each other made Qin Yu even more impulsive. He quickly ran to Yen Ruoshua and hugged Yen Ruoshua tightly. D***MNit, this B** starred. Yen Jiang was furious. He was about to push the door open but was stopped by Yen Yongshio. "Forget it, let them be." Yen Yongshio waved his hand. Hearing this, Yen Jiang had no choice but to keep quiet. Qin Yu pulled Yen Ruoshua into his arms tightly and tears flowed out. "Are you leaving already? Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Yu said with some anguish. Yen Ruoshua was still the gentle and generous Yen Ruoshua. She reached out to wipe Qin Yu's tears and said with a smile, "A man can't shed tears at will." Qin Yu wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said with extreme anguish, "Can you not leave?" "No," Yen Ruoshua said without hesitation. "I have been in Jiangqing long enough. It's time for me to return to Jingdu," Yen Ruoshua said with a smile. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. But I don't want you to leave," Qin Yu said somewhat shamelessly. After these few days, she had already become a part of Qin Yu's life that he couldn't part with. A day of not them seeing each other felt like 3 years. This was Qin Yu's current mentality. Yen Ruoxue reached out and gently patted Qin Yu's head. She smiled gently and said, "If you want to see me, come to Jingdu and look for me. 1 year later, I'll wait for you in Jingdu. I'll wait for you to marry me." Qin Yu couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears almost burst out of his eyes. But he didn't want Yen Ruoxue to worry, and he didn't want to disappoint Yen Ruoxue either. So he held back his grief. "Of course, I'll definitely go to Jingdu to marry you 1 year later. Wait for me," Qin Yu said through gritted teeth. "Ruoxue, it's time to go," Yen Yongxiu said indifferently in the car. Yen Ruoxue glanced at Yen Yongxiu and then at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, you have to rely on yourself in the future. You can't be too soft-hearted to some people. Otherwise, you will be bullied, understand? I will wait for you in Jingdu in a year. I will wait for you to marry me." After saying this, Yen Ruoxue didn't turn around and walked towards the car. These few words kept echoing in Qin Yu's mind. He felt like his heart had been pierced through by countless needles. He was in extreme anguish. Just as the car was about to start, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly shouted, "Ruoxue, wait!" The car came to a sudden stop again. Qin Yu anxiously ran to the front of the car. He took out the jade pendant and handed it to Yen Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, this jade pendant is a gift from me to you. You must wear it at all times," Qin Yu said with emotion. Yen Ruoxue took the jade pendant and said with a smile, "Okay, definitely." The car slowly left. Qin Yu watched as the Yen family's car disappeared from his sight. Yen Ruoxue, who was in the car, also shed a tear. Qin Yu stood there for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly and forced himself not to shed a tear. "I will definitely go to Jingdu as soon as possible." Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his head and roar. And the people around him looked at him as if they were looking at a lunatic. Qin Yu returned to the hotel. He packed his things and quickly left South City for Jiangqing. With 3 stocks in his hand, Qin Yu wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible and advance to the foundation establishment stage. Along the way, Qin Yu's mood was extremely heavy and it was difficult for him to calm down. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would see Yen Ruoxue's figure. "Ruoxue, wait for me," Qin Yu muttered softly. On the same day, the news of Yen Ruoxue's departure swept through the entire Jiangqing. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief inside. Yen Ruoxue gave everyone immense pressure and intimidation. During this period of time, everyone restrained their actions for fear that they would accidentally provoke Her Highness. Updates by Yen Ruoxue has finally left. D***men, we've been walking on eggshells during this period of time. If Yen Ruoxue has left, doesn't that mean that Qin Yu doesn't have a backer? Yep, without Yen Ruoxue as a backer, Qin Yu's days are numbered. At night, Qin Yu returned to Jiangqing. At home, Yao Qing had been waiting for him for a long time. "Mr. Qin." Yao Qing made a cup of tea for Qin Yu. Qin Yu took a sip of tea, then looked at Yao Qing and said, "During this period of time, I want you to do me a favor." "Mr. Qin, please go ahead." Yao Qing hurriedly nodded. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "I want you to protect me for at least 3 days." "Protect you?" Yao Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Yu nodded and said, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I can't be disturbed by anyone." "Yao Qing, I only trust you now," Qin Yu said seriously. Yao Qing was immediately flattered by the favor and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I'll do my best." Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand. "Go to rest for the night. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. After returning to his room, Qingyu laid on the bed, but he still couldn't fall asleep. As long as he closed his eyes, Yan Ruoshua's gentle face would appear in front of him. In his mind, the words that Yan Ruoshua had said kept echoing. Qingyu sat up from the bed. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed to force himself to calm down. For cultivation, the state of mind was important. For the whole night, Qingyu's state of mind quietly changed. He didn't know if Yan Ruoshua's words had played a role, but Qingyu felt that his heart seemed to have hardened a little. The next morning, Qingyu walked out of the room. There was no expression on his face, but it was tainted with a trace of ice-cold internal qi. Mr. Qin. Yao Qing had already brewed tea for Qingyu. Qingyu nodded and said, "Call Lei Hu to come and see me." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Yao Qing hurriedly nodded and said. Half an hour later, Lei Hu brought Lance to Dragon Paradise. In the living room, Yao Qing served tea for the few of them, while Lei Hu was filled with apprehension. Qingyu didn't say a word and just quietly looked at Lei Hu. "Lei Hu, how's the recent earnings?" Qingyu asked. Lei Hu quickly said, "Mr. Qin, our market share is steadily rising. I have already opened a factory to mass-produce the soul nourishment pill." Qingyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Once Miss Yan leaves, I reckon many people will target me and even want to get rid of me." "Lei Hu, do you have such thoughts?" Qingyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lei Hu coldly. Lei Hu's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly shook his head as he said, "Mr. Qin, I absolutely have no such intention. If it weren't for you, I would be a good-for-nothing now and would have been blacklisted sooner or later." Qingyu looked at Lei Hu coldly. After confirming that Lei Hu had no intention of rebelling, Qingyu continued to ask, "All right, I won't mistreat you guys." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Lei Hu hurriedly nodded. After that, Qingyu stood up and glanced at Lance while saying, "I promised you last time that I would teach you the breathing exercise. Come and look for me in a week." Lance bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qingyu wouldn't completely trust Lei Hu, so he had to bribe Lance. After Lei Hu left Dragon Paradise, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. "**, he scared me," Lei Hu muttered. Lance frowned and said, "Lei Hu, don't tell me you really have ulterior motives." "Nonsense." Lei Hu scolded loudly. "Do you think I'm as stupid as those people? Since Miss Yan has taken a fancy to Mr. Qin, then Mr. Qin definitely has something special about him. I believe that Mr. Qin will definitely achieve something remarkable soon." After Lei Hu left, Qingyu left the Dragon Paradise with Yao Qing. "Mr. Qin, where are we going?" Yao Qing asked. Qingyu said, "To find a quiet place." This quiet place referred to Riverside Villa, which Shintian had stayed in. The environment there was quiet, uninhabited, and full of spiritual energy. It was exactly the place that Qingyu needed. After the destruction of the Shin family, Xinyun's relatives took over their assets and put them up for auction online. Qingyu and Yao Qing soon arrived at the Riverside Villa. Yao Qing walked forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a man came out and opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Yao Qing quickly said, "I heard that this place is for sale, and we plan to buy it." The man glanced at Qingyu and nodded. "Come in." The few of them walked into the Riverside Villa together. As soon as they entered, they saw 4 to 5 people sitting in the villa. "Hey, Qingyu." As soon as he saw Qingyu, a young man in the room stood up. Qingyu glanced at him and said, "I don't think I know you." "It's okay if you don't know me, but I know you." He sneered. I'm Lu Bu from the Lu family. Lu Bu said with a bit of arrogance. Qin Yu frowned slightly and said, Lu family? I've never heard of them. Lu Bu's expression changed and he said angrily, You. Fine, it's fine if you don't know me, but you know Lin Wan, right? Oh, that unruly little girl. Qin Yu nodded. Lu Bu said with a cold expression, Because of you, Lin Wan was almost sent to the coal mine. Previously, because of the Yen family, I didn't dare to touch you. Now that Yen Ruoxua has left, I'll see what you can do on your own. Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. What do you want to say? Lu Bu snorted lightly. I'll give you a chance. Either kneel down, and I'll make a video, or I'll beat you until you kneel down. It's your choice. Qin Yu scratched his head and said, Once Miss Yen has left, and nobody like you have the guts to stir up trouble? Ain't nobody? When Lu Bu heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. If it weren't for Miss Yen, you would be a nobody. Lu Bu's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. Qin Yu sized up Lu Bu and said with a smile, You are probably Lin Wan's henchman, right? I remember that she seems to like someone called Mr. Yang. You. These words undoubtedly rubbed salt into Lu Bu's wound. Just like what Qin Yu said, he was really Lin Wan's lapdog. You motherf asterisk cur, you're too shameless. I'll teach you a lesson right now. Lu Bu waved his hand, and the people around him immediately walked over to Qin Yu. Yao Qing immediately moved forward. Just as he was about to make a move, Qin Yu stopped him. Let me do it, Qin Yu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu disappeared from the spot with a swoosh and instantly appeared in front of them. These people were instantly stunned and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could even react, their bodies flew out and they blacked out on the spot. Then, Qin Yu walked towards Lu Bu step by step. Lu Bu's face was extremely pale. He had no idea that Qin Yu was so strong. You, what do you want to do? Lu Bu said with some fear. Updates by. Qin Yu looked at him coldly and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to break your legs. As soon as he said that, Qin Yu quickly kicked him. Bang! Bang! Lu Bu's kneecaps were instantly shattered. Ouch! A pained wail echoed throughout the entire villa. Qin Yu looked at Lu Bu coldly and said, Get lost. Also, tell those who want to deal with me that I will wait for them here. Wait, where's the owner of this villa? Yao Qing stopped Lu Bu and asked. Lu Bu was scared out of his wits. He endured the pain and said, This villa has been handed over to my father. I have to go back and look for him. Call him and ask him to come, Qin Yu said coldly. Coldness flashed across Lu Bu's face. He immediately nodded and said, Okay, I'll call him right now. After saying that, he grabbed his phone and crawled to the side. He dialed the number in anguish. Mr. Qin, I'm afraid Lu Bu's father won't let us off easily, Yao Qing reminded him. Qin Yu sat on the sofa and said indifferently, It's all right. Let him come. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man rushed to the villa. As expected, he had a few bodyguards with him. Just as Yao Qing was about to make a move, Lu Bu's father slapped Lu Bu in the face. You only know how to cause trouble. How did I give birth to such a good-for-nothing like you? He cursed. Then, he hurriedly walked to Qin Yu, cupped his hands and said, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. I hadn't disciplined him properly. I hope you can forgive us. This surprised Qin Yu a little. As the saying went, one should never hit a smiling face. Qin Yu immediately flicked his finger, and a pill fell into Lu Bu's hand. Go back and rub this pill on your leg. There's still hope for your leg, Qin Yu said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Bu's father was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, Thank you, Mr. Qin. All right, stop talking nonsense. I want to buy this villa. Qin Yu took out the black card given by Wei Jiang. The moment he saw the black card, Lu Bu's father's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Mr. Qin, since you have cured my son's leg, this villa is yours. Mine? Qin Yu was even more baffled. He was clearly the one who broke Lu Bu's leg, so how come Lu Bu's father was so polite? Mr. Qin, perhaps the black card in your hand has played a role, Yao Qing whispered in his ear. Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. He put away the black card and nodded. Thank you very much. I'll remember your kindness. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Lu Bu's father hurriedly cupped his hands. Then, he walked to Lu Bu and scolded, Useless thing, crawl out yourself. The villa finally quieted down. Qin Yu took a deep breath and felt the rich spiritual energy from the surroundings. It's really a good place, Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. Then, he asked Yao Qing to open the box he brought with him. Inside the box were 3 herbs. A strong scent of herbs instantly filled the entire villa. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He was a little excited. These 3 herbs were enough to support him in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Yu couldn't wait to find out how powerful the foundation establishment stage was. As the saying goes, patience is key. Although I used the pill, it only took me a month, Qin Yu thought to himself. In an environment where spiritual energy was scarce, Qin Yu's speed was mind-blowing. Yao Qing, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Qin Yu looked at Yao Qing and said. Yao Qing quickly said, Mr. Qin, you're too courteous. Then, Qin Yu didn't waste any more time. He took out these few herbs and prepared to refine the qi-gathering pill. The later one cultivated, the more qi-gathering pills one needed. If Qin Yu wanted to advance to the next stage, he would probably need at least 2 qi-gathering pills. These 3 herbs can bring me at least a dozen qi-gathering pills, Qin Yu thought to himself. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. Then, he took out the relevant tools and began to refine the qi-gathering pill. At this moment, the Lu family was already ready to make a move. Young master, there's news that Yan Ruoxua has returned to Jingdu, Lu Shihui's secretary said by his ear. Lu Shihui took a deep breath, and a hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Although she has left Jiangqing, no one knows whether she will still continue to help Qin Yu, Lu Shihui said with a frown. Why don't we ask for instructions first? The secretary suggested. Lu Shihui thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, it's best if the Yan family doesn't know about this. The Chinese knotweed was too tempting for Lu Shihui. Even if it was a risk, he still wanted to try it. Lu Shihui had seen Qin Yu's skills with his own eyes. For an ordinary person, it indeed wasn't bad. But for Lu Shihui, it wasn't worth mentioning. Because Lu Shihui was extremely famous in the martial arts world. He was known as a genius. In just 3 years, he had advanced to the level of an inner strength master hands. His strength was even above that old servant's. When the time comes, we will act according to the circumstances, Lu Shihui said coldly. Yes, young master. The secretary quickly nodded and said. That day, the Lu family prepared a car and rushed to Jiangqing. At this time, Qin Yu's pill was about to be ready. Qin Yu stood to the side and used spiritual energy to control the heat. Qin Yu's experience in refining pills had already allowed him to become much more skilled. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from the room. The entire furnace exploded in an instant. A strong herbal aroma assailed his nostrils. Qin Yu hurriedly ran over and looked down. He saw several pills lying quietly in the ruins. Qin Yu picked up the pill and counted carefully. 28 pills. It's far beyond my imagination. Qin Yu shouted in surprise. Qin Yu originally thought that there would be at most 20 pills. He never expected that the number would actually exceed this. 28 pills are enough to support me to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Yu, his heart filled with anticipation, clenched his fists. After that, Qin Yu didn't waste any more time and hurriedly swallowed the pills. There were more than 20 qi-gathering pills. Qin Yu could only consume and refine them one by one. He swallowed the first pill and then slightly closed his eyes to feel the pill gradually blooming in his body. When the pill entered his stomach, it felt like it exploded. Dense spiritual energy flowed from Qin Yu's stomach into his dantian and then slowly flowed into his entire body. In just 2 hours, a pill was completely melted. And Qin Yu directly advanced to the 6th level from the 5th level of the qi refining stage. This shocked Qin Yu even more. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly swallowed the second pill. The second qi-gathering pill circulated even faster in Qin Yu's body, and almost disappeared in an instant. But this time, Qin Yu frowned. This was because the second qi-gathering pill didn't allow Qin Yu to advance to the 7th level of the qi refining stage, and there wasn't even the slightest change in his dantian. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, "Isn't it said that each qi-gathering pill can make one advance a level?" Updates by. Although Qin Yu had expected the effect of the qi-gathering pill to become weaker and weaker along with the increase in strength, he didn't expect the effect to be so weak on the 7th level. It seems that reality proves different from legends, Qin Yu thought to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to swallow the third pill. Instead, he looked at the qi-gathering pill in front of him and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu took a deep breath and decided to swallow the rest of the qi-gathering pill all at once. If he took each pill one by one and refined them, it would take too much time. Even if I consume too many pills, there shouldn't be any harm, Qin Yu thought to himself. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and threw the qi-gathering pills into his mouth one by one. A total of 26 qi-gathering pills were swallowed into Qin Yu's stomach. At this moment, Qin Yu felt as if his entire stomach was about to explode. More than 20 pills were taking effect in his body at the same time. Qin Yu's body was actually unable to hold on any longer. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his lower abdomen was throbbing with pain. Qin Yu couldn't help but open his mouth and moan slightly. Qin Yu had never felt such intense pain before. His body was trembling slightly, and his vision slowly dimmed. No! Just when he was about to faint, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and forced himself to remain conscious. He couldn't help but think of Yan Ruoxue, and the words that Yan Ruoxue had said before she left. I absolutely can't just collapse so easily. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath, and with his strong mental resilience, he endured the pain. The qi-gathering pill exploded in Qin Yu's body, and the rich spiritual energy rushed into Qin Yu's dantian like a swarm of bees. Qin Yu endured the pain and tried his best to stabilize his state of mind. Finally, after more than an hour, Qin Yu began to calm down bit by bit. He seemed to have become numb to the pain. Even his trembling began to subside. At this moment, Qin Yu's body was surrounded by a light green light. The light enveloped Qin Yu and isolated him from the outside world. Spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. Qin Yu felt the pain disappear and it was replaced by a warm current, as if he was soaking in a warm spring. Qin Yu sat there with his legs crossed. His expression was calm as he fused spiritual energy with every cell in his body. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. The sky gradually darkened and became filled with stars. Yao Qing stood at the door of the room with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked around coldly, as if he was a guardian deity. At this moment, a Land Rover drove over from a short distance away. The car stopped steadily at the entrance of the villa. Then, a young man with two skinny men walked out of the car. Phew, the environment here really isn't bad. The people who came were none other than Lu Shihui and his entourage. He looked at the beautiful scenery around him and couldn't help but snort. Qin Yu really knows how to enjoy himself. Yeah, Jiangqing is a small place, but it's quite suitable for retirement. Lu Shihui's entourage also smiled and said. Lu Shihui didn't say anything more. He looked in the direction of the villa and waved his hand. Let's go and visit Qin Yu. After saying that, Lu Shihui brought his men and walked into the villa. Yao Qing, who was standing at the door, quickly noticed Lu Shihui at the door. He immediately took a step forward and blocked Lu Shihui's way. This is Mr. Qin's private residence. Please step back, Yao Qing said coldly. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to our young master like that? Lu Shihui's henchman immediately shouted. Lu Shihui waved his hand and said with a nonchalant smile, we have to be polite. Do you understand? After saying that, Lu Shihui looked at Yao Qing and said with a nonchalant smile, I'm here to talk to Qin Yu about something important. Yao Qing still said with a cold expression, I'm sorry. Our Mr. Qin has something to do. He won't be seeing any guests for the time being. If there's anything, you can tell me. 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. Lu Shihui raised his eyebrows and said with a nonchalant smile, Qin Yu is quite cocky. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin does have something important to do. Yao Qing seemed polite, but there was a slight threatening tone in his voice. Kid, don't be shameless. At this time, Lu Shihui's henchman suddenly shouted. Do you know who this is? He is Lu Shihui, the young master of the Lu family. When he heard this name, Yao Qing's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he had heard of Lu Shihui's name. So it's young Master Lu. Yao Qing frowned slightly. Young Master Lu, I'm very sorry. Mr. Qin really can't see you for the time being. Why don't you wait first? When he's done, I'll definitely tell him. Yao Qing said with a slight bow. Lu Shihui raised his eyebrows and sneered. I rushed over from South City to see him, and you want me to wait? What, is this how you treat your guests? Yao Qing said awkwardly, young Master Lu, Mr. Qin really has something to do. Cut the crap. Lu Shihui's henchman was a bit displeased. Get out of my way, or don't blame us for being rude. Yao Qing's expression suddenly became a bit ugly. As an inner strength master, he had naturally heard of the Lu family. Yao Qing knew that he definitely wasn't a match for these people. But before Qin Yu went into seclusion, he said that he absolutely couldn't let anyone disturb him. Thinking of this, Yao Qing braced himself and took a step forward. Young Master Lu, please come back another day, Yao Qing said firmly. Yao Qing's tone made Lu Shihui very unhappy. He looked at Yao Qing with a bit of amusement and said, what if I insist on going in? Yao Qing's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, then I won't be polite. When he heard this, Lu Shihui couldn't help but laugh and said, a trash at the 7th stage of inner strength dares to act so cocky in front of me. You think too highly of yourself. When he heard this, Yao Qing suddenly trembled. Lu Shihui could accurately state his level of strength, which meant that he was definitely above him. No need to guess. Lu Shihui sneered. I am an inner strength master hands at stage 2. Get lost. Lu Shihui said in a somewhat commanding tone. The level of an inner strength master hands and someone at the 7th stage of inner strength were worlds apart. Yao Qing had no chance of winning. However, Yao Qing still braced himself and stood in front of Lu Shihui. Young Master Lu, I'm really sorry. Mr. Qin, he. Slap. Before Yao Qing could finish his words, Lu Shihui slapped Yao Qing's face. Who do you think you are? You're just a lapdog. How dare you block my way? Lu Shihui scolded coldly. Updates by. Get out of my way, or I'll cripple you. Lu Shihui was burning with murderous intent. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and said, Lu Shihui, I told you. Mr. Qin won't see any guests. You're really a loyal lapdog. Lu Shihui's expression became colder and colder. Young Master Lu, let us cripple this kid. Lu Shihui's follower said. Lu Shihui waved his hand and said coldly, No, I want to personally play with him. After saying that, Lu Shihui looked at Yao Qing and said indifferently, Kid, I'll let you see the strength of an inner strength master hands. As soon as he said that, Lu Shihui clenched his fist and rushed towards Yao Qing. Yao Qing knew that he was no match for Lu Shihui, so he hurriedly stepped back. Humph, too slow. Lu Shihui sneered. With a shake of his feet, he instantly arrived in front of Yao Qing. Then, Lu Shihui punched Yao Qing's chest. Yao Qing's body was immediately sent flying. He slid on the ground for several meters before he stabilized his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. How strong, Yao Qing's expression was a bit ugly. The reputation of an inner strength master hands was indeed well-deserved. What, is that all you've got? Lu Shihui said with a bit of amusement. With nimble steps, he soon arrived in front of Yao Qing. You're just a lapdog. I'll have some fun with you today. Lu Shihui looked down at Yao Qing and beckoned. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. However, just as he got up, Lu Shihui kicked him. Yao Qing was sent flying again and crashed into the wall. What? You can't even stand up? Lu Shihui sneered. Lu Shihui, don't go too far. Yao Qing roared and jumped up from the ground. Then, he clenched his fist and took the initiative to rush towards Lu Shihui. You're too big for your britches, Lu Shihui said coldly. Just when Yao Qing's fist was about to punch him, Lu Shihui suddenly reached out and grabbed Yao Qing's fist. That's all you've got? Lu Shihui said with a sneer. Yao Qing's expression was extremely ugly. This punch almost used up all his strength, but it was easily caught by Lu Shihui. Yao Qing used all his strength to struggle, but he found that he couldn't break free. What, don't you have other tricks? Lu Shihui said sinisterly. As he spoke, he exerted more strength. Then, he pulled back forcefully, and a crisp sound came from Yao Qing's arm. Ouch! Yao Qing couldn't help but scream in pain. His arm was forcefully broken by Lu Shihui. You've been tortured by me to this extent, yet Qin Yu still doesn't seem to be coming out. Looks like he doesn't really care about a lapdog like you. Lu Shihui slowly walked over to Yao Qing. Yao Qing's face was filled with sweat. The intense pain made his entire body tremble, and he found it difficult to support himself. As a lapdog, you have to behave like a lapdog. Kneel down for me. Lu Shihui said coldly. In your dreams. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and said angrily. Lu Shihui narrowed his eyes and sneered. Fine, if you don't kneel, I will force you to kneel. After saying that, he raised his palm and punched Yao Qing's shoulder. A huge force immediately pressed down on Yao Qing, who felt as if he was carrying two huge mountains on his shoulders. Under this huge force, Yao Qing's bones even emitted cracking sounds, as if they were going to break at any time. But even so, Yao Qing still stubbornly stood in place without allowing his legs to go soft. You're holding on quite well, Lu Shihui said coldly. I want to see how long you can hold on. After saying that, Lu Shihui raised his leg and kicked Yao Qing's knee. Ouch! Finally, Yao Qing's legs went soft, and with a bang, he knelt on the ground. Ha ha ha! Lu Shihui couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that your backbone isn't as strong as your bones, Lu Shihui said with a playful look. As Yao Qing kneeled on the ground, he wanted to struggle, but his legs were broken and he couldn't stand up at all. Young Master Lu. At this moment, Lu Shihui's henchman suddenly walked over. What? Lu Shihui glanced at him. Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. The henchman hurriedly said, Young Master Lu, I suspect that Qin Yu is using that Chinese knotweed to enter closed-door cultivation. When he heard this, Lu Shihui's expression instantly changed drastically. Young Master Lu, we can't delay any longer. If we delay any further, I'm afraid we won't be able to get that Chinese knotweed back, the henchman said with a somewhat anxious tone. Lu Shihui couldn't help but fly into a rage. He looked coldly at Yao Qing and said, How dare you waste my time? Let me tell you, if the Chinese knotweed is gone, I'll kill you. After saying that, Lu Shihui hurriedly walked into the villa. At this moment, Lu Shihui's legs were suddenly grabbed by something, and he instantly stopped in his footsteps. He looked down and saw that Yao Qing was tightly holding onto his calf and didn't allow him to move. Mr. Qin said that he won't see any guests, Yao Qing said while gritting his teeth. Lu Shihui said furiously, Are you courting death? Get lost! After saying that, Lu Shihui, wanting to kick Yao Qing away, shook his leg forcefully. However, Yao Qing seemed to have lost his mind. He desperately clung to Lu Shihui's leg, and Lu Shihui was unable to shake Yao Qing off. You're courting death. This completely infuriated Lu Shihui. He raised his other leg and kicked Yao Qing's body with all his might. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Lu Shihui's strength was extremely great. Yao Qing's mouth kept spitting out blood, but even so, Yao Qing still didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. You mother-f***er, let go of me. Lu Shihui shouted and almost lost it. I won't let go, Yao Qing spat out these few words with difficulty. Lu Shihui grimaced and said, Okay, I will kill you now. Lu Shihui looked coldly at the two henchmen and said, The two of you can go in first. Yes, young master. The two henchmen nodded and then walked toward the door. Yao Qing had no strength left to stop the two people. Although he was extremely anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as they walked over. Young Master Lu, the door is locked. The henchman couldn't help but frown as he walked to the door. Then break the door open for me. Lu Shihui said furiously. Yes, young master. At this moment, Qin Yu was sitting in the room while refining the pills in his body. The refining speed of the qi-gathering pill was far faster than Qin Yu had imagined. These pills turned into spiritual energy and flowed through his dantian to attack the various acupoints in his body. A faint light surrounded Qin Yu's body. This light also began to converge bit by bit and slowly gathered at the location of his dantian. Time passed minute by second, and the sound of the door being smashed sounded. However, Qin Yu seemed to be isolated from the outside world and couldn't hear anything at all. Buzz. Finally, these pills were completely refined. The surging spiritual energy completely fused with Qin Yu's body. Finally, a ray of light was formed in his dantian. Phew. Updates by Qin Yu's eyes snapped open. At this moment, a breeze blew around him. A terrifying power was traveling around his body. Even his physical body became a few times tougher at this moment. 28 Qi gathering pill couldn't help me break through to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Yu frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. Currently, Qin Yu was just at the peak of the Qi refining stage and was just a hair's breadth away from the foundation establishment stage. It seems that it's not that easy to break through to the next level. Qin Yu thought to himself. Even with 3 herbs, he couldn't even break through to the foundation establishment stage. Who knew how many herbs he would have to spend to cultivate in the future? Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of pressure. Fortunately, the speed is faster than I thought, Qin Yu said in a low voice. He thought it would take at least 3 days, but it only took him 12 hours. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the sound of the door being smashed came from the door again. Then, Lu Shihui's angry roar from the courtyard also reached Qin Yu's ears. After advancing to the peak of the Qi refining stage, Qin Yu's hearing also improved by leaps and bounds, and the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as the sea. Someone came? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He immediately walked to the door and pushed it open. As soon as the door opened, he saw 2 henchmen standing at the door, and a short distance away, Yao Qing was hugging Lu Shihui's thigh tightly. When he saw the scene, Qin Yu's expression instantly turned cold. Mr. Qin, Yao Qing spat out a sentence with difficulty. Then, he fell to the ground and completely fainted. At this moment, his hand also loosened. Lu Shihui? Qin Yu looked coldly at Lu Shihui. His expression was cold. Lu Shihui said with a nonchalant smile, Mr. Qin, I specially came from South City to visit you. I didn't expect your subordinate to be so disrespectful, so I helped you teach him a lesson. Qin Yu glanced at Lu Shihui without saying anything. He walked to Yao Qing first and put his hand on his chest to use spiritual energy to protect Yao Qing's life. Then, Qin Yu raised his head and looked at Lu Shihui coldly. What are you doing here? Qin Yu's tone was cold. Lu Shihui didn't care at all. He said with a nonchalant smile, Qin Yu, I'm here to take back my things. Your things? Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. I don't have your things here. Lu Shihui narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Qin Yu, don't play dumb with me. Where's the Chinese knotweed? It's mine. What does it have to do with you? Qin Yu snorted. Lu Shihui's expression turned cold again. Qin Yu, think about it carefully. Yan Ruoxue is no longer in Jiangqing. Lu Shihui shouted. So? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. So you should consider the consequences. Lu Shihui said coldly. Qin Yu looked at Lu Shihui and said indifferently, I have already eaten that Chinese knotweed. If you want it, I can pull it for you. You. When he heard this, Lu Shihui's expression instantly turned livid. However, he didn't take him seriously. He took a deep breath and said, How about this, Qin Yu? I, Lu Shihui, am also a reasonable person. In 3 days, you and I will have a public competition in South City. If I win, you will return the Chinese knotweed to me. How about that? Lu Shihui said patiently. Although Yan Ruoxue had already left Jiangqing, Lu Shihui still didn't want to take this risk. If it was a public competition, even the Yen family couldn't say anything. What if you lose? Qin Yu asked back. Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. Lu Shihui said with a nonchalant smile, if I lose, that Chinese knotweed will be yours. I won't pester you. That Chinese knotweed was mine to begin with. Are you out of your mind to use my belongings as collateral for a bet? Qin Yu said coldly. Lu Shihui's expression changed, and he instantly felt a burst of anger in his chest. He gritted his teeth and said while holding back his anger, then what do you think we should do? Qin Yu said coldly, if you lose, you will kneel down and apologize to Yao Qing. You will also give me a herb king that is more than 100 years old. What do you think? Lu Shihui was overjoyed. Without thinking, he immediately agreed. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Shihui didn't take Qin Yu's conditions seriously at all. Because in his opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. Okay, I'll look for you in 3 days, Qin Yu said coldly. Qin Yu, I hope you'll keep your word. Lu Shihui snorted, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Wait. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly called out to Lu Shihui. Lu Shihui turned around and said with puzzlement, do you have anything else? Qin Yu slowly walked to Lu Shihui, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped the henchman's face. With this slap, the henchman's face was directly shattered. His entire face instantly collapsed. His body slid on the ground and he couldn't stop vomiting blood. Number 2. Another henchman hurriedly rushed up. Young Master Lu, number 2 is. He's dead. The other henchman's expression was extremely ugly. Qin Yu, what the F***ck are you doing? Lu Shihui roared angrily. Qin Yu said indifferently, you hit my friend, so I'll collect some interest. Lu Shihui's expression was extremely ugly. No one had dared to act so insolent in front of him. At this moment, Lu Shihui wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Yu apart. I only taught a lapdog a lesson for you, yet you killed my henchman. Qin Yu, you're too ruthless. Lu Shihui clenched his teeth and said. Qin Yu looked at Lu Shihui coldly and said, first of all, Yao Qing isn't my lapdog, but my friend. Second of all, this is just a little interest. 3 days later, I will make you kneel in front of Yao Qing and apologize in person. Lu Shihui was so angry that his whole body was trembling. If he wasn't afraid of the Yen family, he would have fought with Qin Yu to the death. Okay. Lu Shihui pointed at Qin Yu and then sneered. I want to see how long you can be so cocky. After saying this, Lu Shihui turned around and left. Qin Yu looked at his back and couldn't help sneering. Then, he personally poured spiritual energy into Yao Qing and brewed a few pills to treat Yao Qing's injuries. Looking at Yao Qing, who was lying on the bed, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Yao Qing was really a loyal guy. Without his help, he would have been interrupted by Lu Shihui. At noon the next day, Yao Qing woke up from his coma. Mr. Qin. The moment he woke up, Yao Qing hurriedly tried to get up. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, lie down properly. You can't move your body now. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, it's all my fault for being useless. No, Qin Yu shook his head. It's all thanks to you, Qin Yu said seriously. Yao Qing forced a smile. He sighed and said, Lu Shihui is an inner strength master hands. His strength can't be underestimated. The gap between us is too big. Updates by Inner Strength Master Hands? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. If it was compared to cultivation levels, Lu Shihui's level was equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage. He was slightly better than Qin Yu, who was at the peak of the qi refining stage. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried. Cultivation and martial arts were two different things. His strength was definitely above that of martial artists. Qin Yu was fully confident that he could easily defeat Lu Shihui. "Don't worry, I will take revenge for you," Qin Yu said with a smile. Yao Qing was stunned. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, you must not act recklessly. The Lu family is powerful. They are even above the Shin family." "You've heard of the Lu family?" Qin Yu asked in surprise. Yao Qing nodded and said, "When I was with Shin Tian in the past, they had worked together, so I know a little about them." Qin Yu grunted and signaled Yao Qing to continue. Yao Qing said in a low voice, "The Lu family's business is different from ordinary businesses. Their family supports a large number of hangers-on, including celebrities from all walks of life. For example, big shots in the calligraphy world, celebrities in the jade stone world, and experts in the martial arts world. Not only that, but the Lu family also focuses on martial arts. Lu Shihui is quite famous in the martial arts world of Chuzhou, and he is considered one of the best of the younger generation." After he heard Yao Qing's words, not only was Qin Yu not worried at all, but he was even slightly excited. "In that case, if I win against Lu Shihui, I will definitely become famous in Chuzhou," Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. Yao Qing was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yu to be unafraid at all. Right now, Qin Yu urgently needed to become famous. This way, it would be more convenient for him to get in contact with people in the martial arts world. This way, Qin Yu would be able to get the herbs faster. "Have a good rest. I'll bring you to South City in 3 days." Qin Yu didn't say anything more. He got up and walked out. The surrounding spiritual energy was quite dense, so Qin Yu naturally wouldn't miss it. He sat by the river and closed his eyes slightly while absorbing the spiritual energy from nature. The matter between Qin Yu and Lu Shihui soon spread. The Lu family was afraid that the Yan family would blame them, so they deliberately created a commotion. They wanted everyone to know that Lu Shihui and Qin Yu were having a friendly exchange and fair competition. Almost half of Chuzhou had heard about the incident between Qin Yu and Lu Shihui. "Haha, I knew that someone would try to settle the account with Qin Yu once Miss Yan left. I didn't expect the Lu family to act so quickly. With the Lu family as the vanguard, Qin Yu is doomed." The news spread around quickly. At this moment, Qin Yu wasn't fazed at all. He was sitting by the river while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. For an entire day and night, the surrounding spiritual energy was almost completely absorbed, but he was still unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage. "It seems that breaking through to the next level is much harder than I imagined." Qin Yu opened his eyes and murmured softly. He clenched his fists and felt the abundant power in his body. His power was at least several times stronger than before. "I really don't know what kind of strength a foundation establishment stage cultivator will have." Qin Yu began to look forward to it more and more. "Excuse me, is Mr. Qin at home?" At this moment, someone suddenly shouted at the door of the villa. Qin Yu looked over and saw a man standing at the door while looking around. After walking all the way to the door, Qin Yu said somewhat suspiciously, "I'm Qin Yu." "Who are you?" The other party smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, there's a package for you here. It's from Jingdu." "Jingdu?" When he heard this, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took the package and couldn't wait to open it. He saw that the package was filled with photos. At a glance, he saw that there were at least 100 of them. And these photos were all of Yan Ruoxue and Qin Yu at the amusement park. Looking at these photos, Qin Yu felt a mixture of happiness and sorrow. In the photos, Yan Ruoxue's smile was so warm and brilliant that he wanted to touch it. Qin Yu caressed the photos, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ruoxue, wait for me. The look in Qin Yu's eyes instantly became extremely determined. After signing his signature, Qin Yu took the photos back to his room. He asked Yao Qing to buy some glue, and then pasted the hundreds of photos on the wall. Ups.t from n0/v/lb/co/m. The entire wall was covered with photos of the two of them. Looking at these photos, Qin Yu instantly felt invigorated. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 day left before the competition with Lu Shihui. At this time, upper-class blue blood from all walks of life in South City had gathered at the Lu family. Young Master Lu, who is Qin Yu? How dare he challenge you to a fight? Someone asked. Lu Shihui took a sip of tea, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Then he said, he's AB****. When everyone heard this, their expressions couldn't help but turn cold. Young Master Lu, could it be that Qin Yu is very powerful? Another person asked. Lu Shihui snorted lightly. A few days ago, my subordinate, Mr. Fan, fought with him. It's not even worth mentioning. Mr. Fan was referring to the old servant who was instantly killed by Yan Jiang. Mr. Fan's strength was inferior to Lu Shihui's, so Lu Shihui was completely confident. However, Lu Shihui didn't know that in these few days, Qin Yu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He dares to challenge young Master Lu despite his little abilities? Young Master Lu, give me the word, and I'll go kill him. Someone at the side shouted. Yes, we'll go deal with him. There's no need for young Master Lu to personally make a move. Lu Shihui put down the teacup in his hand. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said nonchalantly, okay, but I have to remind you that he has a close relationship with Yan Ruoxue of the Yan family. When they heard this, the crowd instantly quieted down. Who's going? Lu Shihui swept his gaze across the crowd. The crowd, who were still acting aggressive and indignant just now, immediately fell silent. Lu Shihui pointed at a random person and said, you go ahead. Ahem, Young Master Lu, I have something to do these few days. I can't go. Young Master Lu, I still have something to do at home. I have to go back quickly, so I'll take my leave first. Gee, my wife gave birth today. I forgot. Young Master Lu, I'll leave now. Lu Shihui wasn't shocked by everyone's attitude. He also knew that these people wouldn't take such a risk for the Lu family. Everyone left one after another. Lu Shihui couldn't help but snort. The next day, Qin Yu packed his things and prepared to rush to South City. At this time, Yao Qing's body had basically recovered. However, his legs were still a little wobbly, and he was limping when he walked. Hey, Mr. Qin, it's time for us to buy a car. On the way to the station, Yao Qing couldn't help but mutter. Qin Yu thought about it. It seemed that they did need to buy a car. In the future, they would definitely go out more and more. It would be inconvenient to have a car. When we return this time, we'll go and buy one, Qin Yu said. The two of them sat in the car heading to South City. On the way, Lu Shihui sent a message to Qin Yu. The content of the message was the address of the competition. What surprised Qin Yu was that Lu Shihui chose a scenic area instead of an interior arena. It seems that Lu Shihui wants to make a big deal out of this so that the Yan family won't hold him accountable, Yao Qing muttered while looking at the phone. Qin Yu snorted and said, that's what I want. Updates by. Yao Qing scratched his head and said worriedly, Mr. Qin, you have to be careful. Lu Shihui is different from ordinary people. His strength. Don't worry, Qin Yu interrupted Yao Qing. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. It's a piece of cake for me to beat him, Qin Yu said indifferently. Hearing this, Yao Qing didn't say anything more, but he was still a bit worried. After more than 5 hours, the car finally arrived at South City. Qin Yu glanced at his phone and said, "Let's take a taxi to the nearby area." Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was more convenient to have a car. Then, Qin Yu and Yao Qing took a taxi on the roadside and rushed to their destination, the Water Dragon Cave. This was a famous scenic spot in South City. It was supposedly spring all year round and countless people would come to soak in the hot spring every year. "I advise you not to go to the Water Dragon Cave today," the driver said while driving. Qin Yu then asked, "Why?" The driver said, "The Water Dragon Cave was requisitioned by the Liu family today. They're going to compete with a man named Qin Yu. Even if you go there, you won't be able to play." Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. This Liu family really liked to requisition public places. Qin Lei did so last time, and the competition this time was so as well. "I didn't expect that even the taxi driver knew about this," Qin Yu said in a low voice. "This matter has caused a stir in the city. It's hard not to know about it," the driver lamented. "But then again, I really don't know what Qin Yu is thinking. He actually dared to compete with young Master Liu. He's really crazy," the driver continued to mutter. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Since he dared to challenge Liu Shihui, he naturally has confidence." The driver glanced at Qin Yu and sneered. "You must be from out of town, right?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "How do you know?" The driver smiled and said, "Because the locals wouldn't say such things. Who doesn't know that Liu Shihui is a sly person?" "Why do you say that?" Qin Yu asked with some puzzlement. The driver explained, "As far as I know, over the years, Liu Shihui has arranged at least a dozen public tournaments, and each time, he won by a landslide." "Do you know why?" "I don't know." Qin Yu shook his head and gestured for the driver to continue. The driver smiled and said, "Because Liu Shihui will always fight with people who are weaker than him. Liu Shihui acts very humble in front of those who are stronger than him, or those who have a more powerful background than the Liu family." Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and suddenly understood. Moreover, out of everyone who fought with Liu Shihui, who ended up well? The best-case scenario is the ICU, and the worst-case scenario is the crematorium, the driver muttered. "Just wait and see. Qin Yu will definitely be dead meat." The driver hummed a tune, as if he was used to it. The car soon arrived at the Water Dragon Cave. The driver didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he found a parking spot and parked the car. Yao Qing glanced at him and said, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The driver smiled and said, "I like to watch the fun as well. Of course, I can't miss such a big event." Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "Let's go." Qin Yu shook his head and said. Then, the two of them walked towards the Water Dragon Cave. The Water Dragon Cave scenic area occupied an extremely large area, and the most famous of them was the natural hot spring. In front of them, there was an extremely large natural hot spring that was steaming hot. It was said that the scenery here was the same in winter. One could hardly feel the cold all year round. At this time, this place had been isolated. 7 to 8 people were in charge of guarding it to prevent anyone from approaching. Qin Yu and Yao Qing stood outside the isolation line and looked at the Water Dragon Cave in front of them. "How strange." Qin Yu frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong?" Yao Qing asked. Qin Yu pointed in the direction of the water dragon cave and said, I keep feeling that the water here isn't quite normal. I can even feel a trace of spiritual energy from the hot air. Spiritual energy? Yao Qing was stunned. He had obviously never heard of this term before. Qin Yu didn't explain. He stared at the water dragon cave and said in a low voice, could it be that there is something hidden under the water? Gee, Qin Yu, it really is you. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Qin Yu. After turning his head, Qin Yu saw a beautiful girl in her 20s standing behind him. Beside her were 3 to 4 young men of similar age. Sun Ying? Seeing this girl, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. This girl was Su Yan's cousin. She used to be Qin Yu's sister-in-law, and she went to university in South City. Back when Qin Yu was still in the Su family, Sun Ying had always looked down on Qin Yu. She ridiculed Qin Yu and even ordered him around like a servant. He didn't expect to meet her here today. Sun Ying, the person who is competing with young Master Lu today, is also called Qin Yu. It can't be him, right? A young girl beside Sun Ying asked with her eyes widened. Sun Ying sneered. How is that possible? Qin Yu is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to do laundry and cook. How can he be the same person as that Qin Yu? Upon hearing Sun Ying's words, the people around couldn't help but snicker. Why are you talking to Mr. Qin? Yao Qing frowned and said with a bit of displeasure. Forget it. Qin Yu waved his hand. Qin Yu didn't want to say anything to the people of the Su family. Qin Yu, why aren't you serving my sister at home? Why did you come to South City? Sun Ying said arrogantly. I have nothing to do with your sister. Qin Yu glanced at her and said coldly. Sun Ying suddenly understood and said, oh, I know. Were you kicked out by my sister again? Seeing that Qin Yu didn't say anything, Sun Ying continued, you must have been kicked out again. My sister probably didn't give you any money, right? Qin Yu didn't say anything. When he was in the Su family, he would often be kicked out by Su Yan because of small matters, and she wouldn't give him a single cent. At that time, Qin Yu couldn't figure out why Su Yan would fly into a rage when it was obviously a very small matter. It was only later that Qin Yu figured out that it was to let Qin Yu make room so that she could have a chance to stay with Zhao Gang. Forget it. You're quite pitiful too. Why don't you join us? Sun Ying muttered. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, no need. TSK, are you embarrassed? How can you live without money? Don't try to keep up appearances. Who are you pretending for? Sun Ying snickered. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with Sun Ying. All his thoughts were on the water dragon cave. You came here today for young Master Lu's martial arts competition, right? Sun Ying continued to ask. Qin Yu glanced at her and nodded. That's right. Tisk. Sun Ying couldn't help but twitch her lips. Both of you are called Qin Yu. Why is the difference so big? Sun Ying snickered. Sun Ying, is this your friend? At this moment, a graceful young man suddenly walked over from a short distance away. Updates by. Seeing this young man, Sun Ying and the others hurriedly went up to greet him. Mr. Long, you're here too. Sun Ying and the others shouted one after another. The man who was called Mr. Long nodded slightly and said, Yep, it's such a big matter. Of course, I want to watch the fun. Moreover, young Master Lu and I are friends. Of course I can't miss it. Wow, you and young Master Lu are friends? When they heard this, the eyes of Sun Ying and the others immediately lit up. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in Com. That's right. Young Master Lu and I have known each other for many years. We can be considered old friends. Mr. Long bragged. Wow, Mr. Long, you're too awesome. Sun Ying said excitedly. At this point, Sun Ying said with a smile, Mr. Long, look, this place is sealed off. We're not allowed to enter. Since you and young Master Lu are friends, can you bring us in? That's right. That's right. Mr. Long, standing here is too far away. We can't see anything clearly. Sun Ying's classmate also shouted. The man who was called Mr. Long frowned slightly. In fact, Mr. Long and young Master Lu couldn't be considered familiar with each other. They had only attended the same dinner once. It was uncertain whether Liu Shihui remembered him or not. But in front of so many people, Mr. Long still braced himself and said, no problem. Young Master Liu and I are friends. I'll just ask him. Wow, that's great! Sun Ying and the others shouted excitedly. Qin Yu glanced at him and didn't say anything. Qin Yu never had a good impression of rich playboys. Hey, it's probably going to start in a little more than an hour, right? Sun Ying's classmate, Chen Xian, said. I wonder who Qin Yu is. He actually dares to challenge young Master Lu. Yeah, he's really too big for his britches. Everyone discussed animatedly. At this time, Mr. Long said nonchalantly, Qin Yu's background isn't simple. As far as I know, he's from a prominent family in Jingdu. A prominent family in Jingdu? When he heard this, Sun Ying and Chen Xian were somewhat surprised. Mr. Long nodded and said nonchalantly, that's right, and it's a very powerful family. No wonder he dared to challenge young Master Lu. Sun Ying came to a realization. What's the use of having a powerful background? A martial arts competition isn't a competition of family backgrounds. Chen Xian snickered. Mr. Long smiled and said, as far as I know, Qin Yu is quite strong. When he heard this, even Qin Yu couldn't help but turn around and look over. Mr. Long said nonchalantly, to tell you the truth, Qin Yu and I also have quite a good relationship. Wow, Mr. Long, you're too awesome. You actually know Qin Yu. Sun Ying's mouth was agape, and her big eyes were full of admiration. Mr. Long nodded slightly and said, that's right. We've eaten and drank together. As expected of Mr. Long. You know so many important people. Chen Xian gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Long said with a smile, it's nothing. It's just because of the business dealings of my family. It's not worth mentioning. As he listened to Mr. Long bragging, Qin Yu couldn't bear it anymore. He walked up to Mr. Long and said with a nonchalant smile, you said you know Qin Yu? Mr. Long glanced at Qin Yu and said nonchalantly, of course, and he's tight with me. Qin Yu sneered and said, then why don't I know you? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Mr. Long couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Mr. Long said with a cold expression. I'm Qin Yu. Don't you know me? Qin Yu snorted coldly. Enough, Qin Yu. Stop fooling around. The Qin Yu that Mr. Long is talking about isn't you, Qin Yu. Sun Ying rolled her eyes. Mr. Long turned to Sun Ying and said, Sun Ying, who is this person? Sun Ying said somewhat reluctantly, my cousin's husband is also called Qin Yu. He's just a good-for-nothing son-in-law. When Mr. Long heard this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, I really don't know you. Mr. Long said with some amusement. I don't know a loser like you. At the end, Mr. Long added another sentence. Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. At least I'm better than someone like you, who only knows how to brag. Get your Avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. I'm bragging? Kid, do you want to get beaten? Mr. Long instantly flew into a rage and walked in front of Qingyu. Yao Qing immediately took a step forward and looked at Mr. Long coldly. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you, Yao Qing said coldly. Mr. Long sized up Yao Qing and couldn't help but sneer. Why is a cripple acting all high and mighty? I don't bully disabled people. Updates by Mr. Long, forget it. He's my brother-in-law after all. Stop fooling around. Sun Ying saw the situation and hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Long glanced at Sun Ying and said with a cold expression, after he dared to talk to me like that, how can I just let it go? Sun Ying's expression was a bit ugly. She quickly walked over and pulled Qingyu while saying, Qingyu, Mr. Long is from a powerful family. Quickly apologize to him. Apologize to him? Is he worthy of it? Qingyu couldn't help but sneer. Qingyu. Sun Ying's expression instantly turned ashen. Mr. Long's expression was dark as he said, Kid, you're really arrogant to the extreme. I have to teach you a lesson today. After saying that, Mr. Long clenched his fists and walked towards Qingyu. At this time, Sun Ying held Mr. Long back firmly. She said with some pleading, Mr. Long, just let it go for my sake, okay? Mr. Long looked at Sun Ying's figure, and a crafty look flashed across his face. Okay, I won't lower myself to his level for your sake, Mr. Long said indifferently. Sun Ying quickly said, Thank you, Mr. Long. Mr. Long snorted and didn't say anything else. Then, Sun Ying quickly walked to Qingyu and said with some anger, Qingyu, this isn't Jiangqing. It's South City. You'd better not cause trouble, or else I won't be able to explain to my sister. Your sister and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't need to account to anyone, Qingyu said indifferently. Sun Ying didn't know that Qingyu and Su Yan had divorced. She thought that Qingyu was just saying so in anger again, so she waved her hand and said, Forget it. I can't be bothered to care about your business. Just don't cause trouble for me. After saying that, Sun Ying turned her head and walked to the side. After she left, Yao Qing couldn't help but say, Mr. Qin, why don't you let me teach Jianlong a lesson? Qingyu smiled and said, There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Yao Qing could only nod his head. Qingyu looked at the water dragon cave. He tried to release his internal qi to feel the hot air coming out of the water dragon cave. As expected, a faint spiritual energy surged into Qingyu's body. Although it was very thin, it was enough to prove that there was definitely something in the water dragon cave. Just from the heat alone, I can feel the spiritual energy in it. I wonder what is in the water, Qingyu thought to himself. When the competition was over, he must go in and take a look. As time went by, more and more tourists came to this area. Although the water dragon cave was sealed off, there were still many people watching outside the quarantine line. Soon, it was past 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky gradually darkened, and lights were lit up near the water dragon cave. At this moment, commotion suddenly came from the crowd a short distance away. Young Master Lu is here. Someone shouted. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Sun Ying and the others beside them also looked in that direction. Mr. Long, young Master Lu is here. Chen Xian reminded from the side. Mr. Long said indifferently, I know. I'll greet him later and bring you in. Thank you, Mr. Long. Sun Ying and Chen Xian shouted. However, he can't go in. At this time, Mr. Long pointed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at him and sneered. I don't need you to bring me in. That's good. Mr. Long snorted. As he spoke, young Master Lu was already walking toward the direction of the water dragon cave while surrounded by the crowd. He was getting closer and closer to Qin Yu and the others. Mr. Long took this opportunity and walked forward quickly. Young Master Lu. Mr. Long walked quickly to young Master Lu and bowed. Lu Shihui looked at Jiang Long and frowned. You are? I'm Jiang Song's son, Jiang Long. We ate together. Jiang Long said quickly. Lu Shihui frowned and thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, I remember. There seemed to be such a person. Hearing this, Jiang Long suddenly looked at Sun Ying and the others with pride, as if he was showing off. Then, Jiang Long continued, Young Master Lu, the water dragon cave is already isolated. It's too far away. My friends can't see it. Can you let us go in to watch for my sake? Lu Shihui frowned slightly and immediately looked at Jiang Long coldly. For your sake? Lu Shihui narrowed his eyes and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shihui suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jiang Long's face. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for a favor from me? In my eyes, your father is just a nobody. Who do you think you are? Lu Shihui berated coldly. Jiang Long covered his face and stood there looking extremely embarrassed. Get lost! Lu Shihui's henchman shouted. Jiang Long looked at Lu Shihui awkwardly and ran back dejectedly. Sun Ying and the others were even more dumbfounded. There was a hint of disdain in their eyes. My father and the Lu family might have had a conflict, Jiang Long braced himself and explained. It's not a conflict, is it? I heard him clearly. He said that your father is a nobody, Qin Yu said indifferently from the side. When he heard this, Jiang Long's face flushed again. He was a little embarrassed and angry as he scolded, so what? He's still much more superior than a loser like you. Qin Yu snorted lightly and couldn't be bothered with him. At this moment, Lu Shihui walked towards Qin Yu. Young Master Lu is coming. Chen Xian hurriedly shouted. Jiang Long was stunned, and then he immediately felt lucky. Could it be that young Master Lu had changed his mind? See, young Master Lu must be here to invite us in. Jiang Long patted his chest and said. Lu Shihui got closer and closer to the crowd and soon arrived beside Jiang Long. Jiang Long eagerly walked forward. Just as he was about to greet him, Lu Shihui directly walked past Jiang Long and arrived in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you really dared to come, Lu Shihui said coldly. Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly and said, I'm still waiting for you to apologize to my friend. Ha 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 ha. Lu Shihui couldn't help but burst into laughter. I admire your courage to face death with resignation, Lu Shihui said with a sneer. I don't want to argue with you, Qin Yu said coldly. Lu Shihui nodded. He leaned towards Qin Yu's ear and whispered, you should feel honored to have such a big fuss made over a nobody like you. After saying that, Lu Shihui patted Qin Yu's shoulder and strode into the water dragon cave. At this moment, Sun Ying, Jiang Long, and the others were all dumbfounded. This Qin Yu was really the Qin Yu who was competing with Lu Shihui. How is this possible? Sun Ying swallowed hard, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Qin Yu a good-for-nothing who only knew how to do laundry and cook? How did he become someone who challenged Lu Shihui in the blink of an eye? Jiang Long, who was a short distance away, was even more embarrassed. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Updates by Sun Ying, your brother-in-law is quite amazing. Chen Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up as she said with some excitement. Sun Ying was still in shock and didn't come back to her senses for a while. Oh right, Lu Shihui, those are my friends. Let them come in together, Qin Yu, who had walked to the entrance of the water dragon cave, suddenly shouted. Lu Shihui turned around and glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, do whatever you want. As long as you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of your friends. Qin Yu turned his head to look at Sun Ying and said, come in. Chen Xian shouted excitedly, Sun Ying, did you hear that? Your brother-in-law wants us to go in. After saying that, Chen Xian pulled Sun Ying and walked into the water dragon cave. Oh right, except you. Qin Yu pointed at Jianglong and said. Jianglong's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse inside, arrogant *shoal, I looked forward to seeing young Master Lu kill you. Everyone strode into the water dragon cave, and the separation line was pulled up again. At this time, there was still nearly an hour before the official martial arts competition, so Qin Yu and Lu Shihui weren't in a hurry. Qin Yu, you. When did you become someone with a powerful background in Jingdu? Sun Ying couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, that was just Jianglong bragging. Big shots always keep a low profile. But at this moment, Sun Ying and Chen Xian already believed that Qin Yu had a powerful background. No matter what Qin Yu said, they wouldn't believe it. Qin Yu didn't bother to explain to them. Instead, he walked to the water dragon cave hot spring and squatted down. He reached out his hand to scoop a small handful of water from the hot spring and drank it. Then, he exclaimed, it's just as I guessed. The hot spring was filled with spiritual energy. Although it wasn't rich enough, it was enough to prove Qin Yu's idea. This is probably the reason why the water dragon cave is famous. Qin Yu stood up while feeling a little excited. There were more and more people at the scene. Yao Qing kept looking around. Most of the famous people in South City were invited in. Other than that, some big shots in the martial arts world of Chuzhou were also invited. I didn't expect him to come. At this moment, Yao Qing looked at a young man at the door and said. Qin Yu looked over and asked casually, who is he? Yao Qing quickly replied, Wei Ming, from the provincial capital. He is known as one of the top 3 young men in the martial arts world of the provincial capital. He was good friends with Shen Tian. Qin Yu sized up Wei Ming, rubbed his chin and muttered, top 3? How does he compare to Lu Shihui? This. I don't know either, but I think Wei Ming should be better, Yao Qing said. Qin Yu nodded and didn't say anything more. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel, bin.co/m. Other than these people, there were also people from all walks of life in South City. Among them were the gangsters in the underground world of South City, big shots in the business world, big shots in the literary and art world, and so on. Most of these people stood beside Lu Shihui and chatted enthusiastically with him. Young Master Lu, I'll leave this kid to you. Wei Ming sat beside Lu Shihui and said with a smile. Lu Shihui said with a smile, Wei Ming, treat it as revenge for you, haha. Then thank you very much, young Master Lu. Wei Ming said with a nonchalant smile. After saying that, Wei Ming looked coldly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, who was standing a short distance away, quickly felt a murderous aura approaching him. Qin Yu frowned slightly and immediately looked at Wei Ming. Mr. Qin, Wei Ming is very hostile towards you. You'd better be careful. Yao Qing also perceived this murderous aura. Qin Yu ignored Yao Qing's words and looked coldly at Wei Ming. In the next second, Qin Yu actually took the initiative to walk towards Wei Ming. Mr. Qin! Seeing this, Yao Qing hurriedly followed. Very soon, Qin Yu came to Wei Ming's side directly. Qin Yu's arrival immediately attracted countless gazes. All the celebrities present couldn't help but look over. He's Qin Yu? He looks ordinary. I heard that he's a gigolo taken care of by the heiress of the Yen family. No wonder. With the Yen family around, he does have the right to be arrogant. Wei Ming sized up Qin Yu from head to toe. Then, he suddenly looked at Yao Qing. Aren't you the lackey by Shen Tian's side? What? You betrayed him just like that? Wei Ming said with some amusement. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Wei, you misunderstood. There's no need to explain, Wei Ming interrupted Yao Qing. No one cares where a lapdog goes anyway, Wei Ming said indifferently. Yao Qing's expression changed, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He had been in the Shen family for many years and had never been treated as a human. This was the truth. You and Shen Tian are friends? At this moment, Qin Yu spoke. Wei Ming looked at Qin Yu coldly and said, Since you know, you still dared to come and find me? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, You want to kill me? Wei Ming was stunned. He never thought that Qin Yu would ask such a question. Do you want to kill me? Qin Yu repeated. Wei Ming snorted coldly and said, That's right. It's because of you that Shen Tian died. Oh. Qin Yu nodded. Then, Qin Yu pointed to Lu Shihui and said indifferently, In that case, the two of you can attack together. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Qin Yu was a bit too arrogant. One had to know that these two were both top-notch in the martial arts world of Chuzhou. No one dared to say such a thing. Lu Shihui even laughed out loud. Qin Yu, I can sense that your strength has increased, but you are only at the 9th stage of inner strength. Lu Shihui sneered. You're merely at the 9th stage of inner strength, but you dare to be so arrogant? I will kill you as easily as squashing an ant. Wei Ming said coldly. The two of them sneered and didn't take Qin Yu seriously at all. Qin Yu nodded and said, I gave you a chance. If you want to take revenge for Shen Tian, I'll wait for you at any time. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and left. Stop! At this time, Wei Ming shouted out loud. He looked at Qin Yu coldly and said, You came to provoke me and then want to leave just like that? Qin Yu smiled and said, Then what else do you want? Wei Ming snorted coldly and said, Stop masquerading as a hero when you're just hiding behind a woman. I want to know how capable you are. As soon as he said that, Qin Yu felt a strong sense of internal qi pressing toward him. In an instant, Qin Yu felt as if two mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Wei Ming looked at Qin Yu and sneered. The internal qi of his body became stronger and stronger. He wanted to show Qin Yu his might. Qin Yu, who was standing in front of him, frowned slightly. At this moment, his body suddenly shook slightly, and a terrifying force immediately rushed towards Wei Ming. Bang! Wei Ming immediately took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. Updates by. This shocked Wei Ming immensely. All of his internal qi was easily dissolved by Qin Yu. What's wrong? Lu Shihui frowned and asked. Wei Ming's expression became a bit solemn, but he didn't say anything for a long time. If you want to find trouble, I'll wait for you, Qin Yu looked at Wei Ming and said coldly. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and left. Yao Qing, who was watching from the side, was terrified. He followed behind Qin Yu with his forehead dripping with cold sweat. After walking a distance away, Yao Qing wiped his sweat and said, Mr. Qin, Lu Shihui alone is hard enough to deal with. Why do you still want to provoke Wei Ming? Qin Yu stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Yao Qing. He shook his head and said, I don't know why, but when I face these two people, I feel that they're no threat. This feeling was very strange. As inner strength master hands, they were supposed to be stronger than Qin Yu. But when Qin Yu stood in front of these two people, he felt that he could easily crush them to death. A short distance away, Wei Ming's expression was extremely unsightly. He suddenly had a bad premonition inside. Wei Ming, what's wrong? Lu Shihui asked in puzzlement. Wei Ming took a deep breath. He stared at Lu Shihui and said with a grave expression, Young Master Lu, you have to be careful later. I'm afraid Qin Yu isn't as simple as he seems. Lu Shihui was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Wei Ming, don't joke around. He's only at the 9th stage of inner strength. He's nothing compared to you and me. I can easily kill him. Lu Shihui didn't take Wei Ming's words to heart at all. Wei Ming wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Lu Shihui with a wave of his hand. Wei Ming, just wait and see how I will avenge you. Lu Shihui sneered. Wei Ming didn't say anything more. Maybe it's just an illusion, Wei Ming comforted himself inside. Time flew by quickly. Lu Shihui didn't treat Qin Yu as an opponent at all, so he just sat there eating, drinking, and having fun. Qin Yu also didn't take Lu Shihui seriously. All his thoughts were on the water dragon cave. In this short period of time, Qin Yu circled the water dragon cave several times. The martial arts competition is about to start. Why do you keep circling around? Sun Ying couldn't help but grumble. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to her. His eyes were still staring at the water dragon cave. Whose property is this water dragon cave? Qin Yu frowned and asked. Sun Ying froze, then muttered, How would I know? Besides, are you still in the mood to ask these questions in this life and death situation? Hurry up and think of a countermeasure. It seems to be the Lu families. At this time, Chen Xian suddenly muttered. The Lu families? Qin Yu looked at Chen Xian and continued, Are you sure? Chen Xian held her chin and pondered for a moment. Then, she clapped her hands and said, Yes, it's the Lu family's property. I've seen it on the news before. Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the water dragon cave and said in a low voice, We have to think of a way to get the water dragon cave from him. Okay, time's up. At this moment, Lu Shihui suddenly shouted from a short distance away. With his shout, the scene also quieted down. Almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Shihui. Qin Yu, you're dead meat. Lu Shihui grinned and said. Qin Yu didn't say anything and walked directly in Lu Shihui's direction. Mr. Qin, be careful. Yao Qing shouted with a worried look on his face. The two of them soon arrived at the center of the water dragon cave. In an instant, a strong light shone on the two of them. Lu Shihui looked down on them and said coldly, Kid, it's not too late for you to backtrack now. Qin Yu grinned and said, It's too late for you to regret. Lu Shihui narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're the most arrogant person I've ever seen. Young Master Lu, let's end this quickly. I've even prepared a celebration banquet for you. Someone shouted from the stands. Lu Shihui looked in that direction and then sneered. Qin Yu, you heard that, right? In order not to waste time, I've decided to end this quickly. After saying that, the internal qi on Lu Shihui's body suddenly soared. In an instant, it was raised to the limit. A terrifying qi force was pressing towards Qin Yu. This is the strength of an inner strength master hands. Lu Shihui looked at Qin Yu with a smug expression, as if he wanted to see fear and terror on Qin Yu's face. However, Qin Yu's expression was calm. Not only did he have no reaction, but he even wanted to laugh. It seems like what I predicted. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Inner strength and spiritual power. They are indeed not on the same level. The so-called inner strength master hands are pitifully weak. Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. I'll let you make the first move. Lu Shihui beckoned Qin Yu with his finger. Wait. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly said. Lu Shihui sneered. What, are you afraid? Qin Yu shook his head and said, No, I want to raise the stakes. Oh really? Lu Shihui seemed to be quite interested. Qin Yu said, If you win, I will return you a stalk of Chinese knotweed and give you a stalk of herbs with similar herbal properties. Oh really? Are you serious? Lu Shihui's eyes immediately lit up. In his opinion, Qin Yu's backer was the Yan family. He definitely didn't lack herbs. If he could get one more, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for Lu Shihui. If I win, you will kneel down and apologize to Yao Qing and give me 100-year-old herb king. Besides that, I also want something else, Qin Yu said in a sullen voice. Lu Shihui raised his eyebrows and said, Say it. I won't lose anyway. Qin Yu pointed at the water dragon cave and said, Give this place to me. Lu Shihui frowned. The water dragon cave provided a lot of income for the Lu family every year. He was really unwilling to give it away just like that. However, Lu Shihui thought about it again and couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Lu Shihui nodded. In his opinion, he wouldn't lose at all. Qin Yu was just giving him free herbs. Hearing Lu Shihui agree, Qin Yu smirked. Young Master Lu, you won't go back on your words in front of so many people, right? Qin Yu said with a smile. Lu Shihui sneered and said, I, Lu Shihui, am a man of my word. But you don't actually think you can win, do you? Qin Yu didn't say anything more. He stood there and beckoned Lu Shihui. Lu Shihui's expression turned cold as he said coldly, I'll teach you a good lesson right now, you insolent B*****. With that said, Lu Shihui clenched his fist and instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu. How fast! The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of young Master Lu. I didn't even see this punch clearly. He's too fast. He's really too fast. Sun Ying, Yao Qing, and the others' expressions also changed. This was because the strength that Lu Shihui displayed was beyond their understanding. Everyone was shocked, but only Qin Yu's expression was calm. He didn't dodge. He clenched his fist and faced it head-on. You dare to exchange punches with me? You're courting death. An unhinged look flashed in Lu Shihui's eyes. He roared again and again, and their two fists collided with each other. Updates by. In an instant, a huge force rippled between the two fists. With a loud bang, Lu Shihui actually took 3 steps back. On the other hand, Qin Yu stood where he was without moving at all. Just as I guessed. Qin Yu thought inside. The so-called inner strength master hand wasn't worth mentioning at all. How is that possible? Lu Shihui's expression was a bit ugly. Although he didn't use his full strength in this punch, it was impossible for it to be repelled by someone at his level. The venue was even more silent. No one dared to believe this scene. Young Master Lu is actually at a disadvantage? That guy called Qin Yu is quite capable. The crowd discussed animatedly. This undoubtedly made Lu Shihui furious. Looks like I underestimated you. Lu Shihui looked at Qin Yu coldly and said. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He only looked at Lu Shihui with amusement. Lu Shihui shouted angrily, "It's a pity that I only used 50% of my strength just now. And now, I want to kill you quickly." After saying that, Lu Shihui charged towards Qin Yu once again. His speed was practically unrivaled. His punches were unbelievably quick and powerful. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had his hands behind his back. His agile figure easily dodged every punch from Lu Shihui. After more than 10 punches, Lu Shihui still couldn't touch Qin Yu. How is this possible? Lu Shihui couldn't help but feel a little anxious inside. He clearly saw with his own eyes that Qin Yu was easily beaten up by the old servant. How could he improve so much in just 3 days? That's all you've got? Qin Yu sneered. Lu Shihui panted heavily. He gritted his teeth and said, "You only know how to hide. All you do is hide behind a woman, and now you want to continue hiding, right?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and sneered. "If I fight back, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to attack again. You're too arrogant." Lu Shihui roared again and again. He had never suffered such humiliation. With a roar, he immediately launched a second round of attacks. Under the support of his inner strength, his physical strength was practically boundless. Even after dozens of punches, he still didn't feel tired. Qin Yu stepped back while sizing up the inner strength displayed by Lu Shihui. Unlike ordinary punches, Lu Shihui's entire body was enveloped by the inner strength. This not only reduced the consumption of his physical strength, but also ensured that his body wouldn't be easily injured. So this is how inner strength is used. Qin Yu seemed to have understood something. He roared angrily and instantly released the spiritual power in his body. The surging spiritual power quickly wrapped around Qin Yu, and in an instant, Qin Yu felt his body become even lighter. So this is how you use it. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little pleasantly surprised. You're courting death. Lu Shihui, who wasn't far away, roared loudly and fiercely threw a punch towards Qin Yu's face. This time, Qin Yu didn't dodge, and allowed his fist to punch him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The fist smashed onto Qin Yu's face. "Mr. Qin!" Yao Qin couldn't help but roar. He stared at Qin Yu with worry. Lu Shihui, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Qin Yu, do you see this? This is the power of an inner strength master hand." Lu Shihui said proudly. "Inner strength master hand, is this all you have? I'm a little disappointed." At this moment, Qin Yu's voice came from behind. Lu Shihui's expression changed. He hurriedly turned around and saw Qin Yu standing unharmed on the spot. A calm smile was on his face. How is this possible?" This time, Lu Shihui wasn't the only one who was shocked. Wei Ming and the others on the spectator stand were also dumbfounded. Lu Shihui's fist couldn't hurt Qin Yu? Qin Yu wiped the dust off his face and sneered. "It's my turn now. UW evils up Tez on nov/l/bi.com." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu arrived in front of Lu Shihui. Before Lu Shihui could even react, his lower abdomen was punched by Qin Yu's fist. The intense pain made him instantly cower into fetal position, and a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Qin Yu didn't stop there. He hit Lu Shihui's back with his elbow. Ah! It was extremely painful. Lu Shihui only felt extreme pain. The inner strength wrapped around him seemed to have been directly smashed through. His body fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone couldn't help but gape at the scene. He was completely on a different level. Lu Shihui was basically being beaten up. Qin Yu looked at Lu Shihui coldly and said, "Lu Shihui, it's over. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and looked at Yao Qing, who wasn't far away. "I haven't lost yet." Lu Shihui shouted and actually stood up from the ground again. He opened his palm, and a faint light actually appeared in his palm. This light was like a dagger, and traces of a dangerous internal qi spread out instantly. What's going on? Why is young Master Lu's hand flashing? Is it a special effect? D*MN, this is the first time I've seen a special effect on the spot. He looks so cool. Young Master Lu, you can do it. The crowd clamored. They didn't understand the situation, and thought that Lu Shihui had used some special effect. Yet the many martial arts experts on the guest stand were all shocked. Young Master Lu is really a genius. He can actually release inner strength. Someone exclaimed. Yeah, even I didn't realize that young Master Lu had mastered it so skillfully at such a young age. I'm afraid Qin Yu is going to be in trouble. However, it's already very impressive for him to hold his own against young Master Lu. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Lu Shihui's skills. Wei Ming was silent. It was very difficult for an inner strength master hand to release his inner strength. It was indeed shocking that Lu Shihui was able to do it. Lu Shihui has actually reached such a level. The worry on Yao Qing's face became even more intense. Everyone looked at Lu Shihui with astonished expressions, while Lu Shihui's face was full of madness. I really didn't expect that you could actually force me to this extent. Lu Shihui clenched his teeth and said, I don't care what you have experienced in the past 3 days, but with this move, you will definitely die. Lu Shihui raised his head and laughed loudly. Qin Yu looked at the knife in Lu Shihui's hand and was a little surprised. He asked in surprise, what is this thing? Lu Shihui sneered. This is called inner strength release. I condensed my inner strength into the palm of my hand and turned it into the shape of a knife to use as my weapon. It's very rare to be able to do this at the level of an inner strength master hands. This is condensed from pure inner strength, and its power is beyond your imagination. Hearing Lu Shihui's words, Qin Yu couldn't help but come to a realization. Condensing inner strength in the palm of your hand? So that's a thing, Qin Yu murmured in a low voice. Lu Shihui sneered. I know it's hard for you to understand, but it's okay. For a nobody like you, this is indeed beyond your imagination. After all. Before Lu Shihui could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. It was because in Qin Yu's hand, a jade-green broadsword actually condensed. This broadsword flickered with light, and was several times bigger than the knife in Lu Shihui's hand. Is that so? Qin Yu shook the broadsword in his hand and muttered. Updates by this, how the F***ck is this possible? Lu Shihui was filled with frustration. He had been learning this move for several years before he successfully comprehended it. He didn't expect Qin Yu to condense a broadsword that was far better than him in the blink of an eye. What kind of freak was Qin Yu? The mouths of the audience on the spectator stand were agape. They couldn't believe that such a freak had been in Jiangqing all this time. This is quite simple, Qin Yu muttered. But speaking of which, I really have to thank you, Lu Shihui. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't know that spiritual power could be used in this way. Qin Yu looked at Lu Shihui and sneered. Mr. Qin is indeed a genius. Below the stage, Yao Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Wei Ming also had a solemn expression. He shook his head and said in a low voice, as someone highly regarded by the Yen family, he indeed isn't that simple. Lu Shihui said angrily, impossible, this is absolutely fake, absolutely fake. Qin Yu sneered and said, whether it's real or fake, you'll know after you try it. After saying that, Qin Yu walked towards Lu Shihui step by step. Lu Shihui was filled with mixed feelings. Anger, unwillingness, and doubt interweaved with each other, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Impossible, Qin Yu, this is fake. Lu Shihui seemed to have gone mad as he rushed towards Qin Yu. He waved the small knife in his hand and fiercely stabbed it towards Qin Yu. However, in front of Qin Yu's big spiritual knife, this knife was pitifully small. Qin Yu only waved his hand lightly, and Lu Shihui's body was sent flying before fiercely slamming into the wall. Phew! A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and the inner strength knife in his hand also disappeared. How can there be such a person in the world? Lu Shihui's eyes were widened. He really wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. Young Master Lu, actually lost, the astonished onlookers murmured in a low voice of disbelief. Sunning, your brother-in-law is so powerful, yet you say he's a gigolo. You're lying. Chen Xian also shook Sun Ying's arm excitedly. Sun Ying didn't know what to say. The Qin Yu today wasn't the same person as the Qin Yu in her memory. Qin Yu walked towards Lu Shihui step by step. He looked at the struggling Lu Shihui, and there was no pity in his heart at all. Those who bullied others would eventually get payback. Moreover, currently, Qin Yu was no longer the wishy-washy and indecisive Qin Yu. Lu Shihui, you lost, Qin Yu said coldly. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Lu Shihui gritted his teeth and said angrily, Qin Yu, you deserve to die. Qin Yu said coldly, according to the agreement, you should kneel down and apologize to my friend. After saying that, Qin Yu looked in the direction of Yao Qing and shouted, Yao Qing. Yao Qing walked in front of Qin Yu with some embarrassment and said in a low voice, Mr. Qin, why don't we forget about it? Forget about it? Anger flashed across Qin Yu's face. What? Are you afraid of people with a higher status than you? If that's the case, don't stay by my side. I don't need people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Qin Yu shouted. Yao Qing's expression immediately turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and bowed. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Lu Shihui struggled to get up from the ground. He grinned and said, he's just a lap dog. How dare he ask me to apologize? Ask him if he deserves it. Slap. Just as Lu Shihui finished speaking, Qin Yu directly slapped him on the face. Kneel down, Qin Yu said coldly. Lu Shihui couldn't help but be stunned, and then he said angrily, you dared to slap my face? Qin Yu, are you King crazy? Slap. Qin Yu didn't say anything and slapped his face again. Kneel down for me. Qin Yu shouted angrily. CKU. Lu Shihui shouted angrily. Qin Yu didn't say anything and slapped his face again. If you don't kneel, I will beat you until you kneel today. Qin Yu said coldly. 1 slap, 2 slaps, 3 slaps. A series of slap sounds came from the scene, and Lu Shihui's face was swollen. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was somewhat surreal. Lu Shihui, who had always been high and mighty, was actually slapped in front of everyone? Brat, let go of young Master Lu quickly. At this moment, Lu Shihui's henchman suddenly shouted angrily. He leaped up from the spectator stand and charged directly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't even look at him and slapped him casually. Before the henchman even landed, he was sent flying out again. Lu Shihui, no one can save you today. Qin Yu continued to slap Lu Shihui's face. Finally, Lu Shihui couldn't take it anymore. If he continued to get slapped, he might really die here today. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Lu Shihui shouted in pain. Qin Yu sneered and walked to the side to wait for Lu Shihui to kneel. Under everyone's eyes, Lu Shihui knelt in front of Yao Qing with a plop. This was definitely a historic scene. The news of Lu Shihui kneeling down would probably spread throughout the entire South City and even the entire Chuzhou. And this young man called Qin Yu would probably be infamous in an instant. Looking at Lu Shihui kneeling on the ground, Qin Yu nodded his head. Lu Shihui, according to the agreement, you must give me 100-year-old herb king as well as this water dragon cave, Qin Yu reminded. Lu Shihui grinned and laughed maniacally. The herb king is at my house. Do you dare to take it? Qin Yu sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to take what belongs to me? Good, good. Lu Shihui nodded frantically. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I'll wait for you at home. If you don't come, you're a coward. Lu Shihui sneered. Qin Yu nodded and said, Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, all the spotlight shone on Qin Yu's body. And this time, the light was on Qin Yu himself, not on Yan Ruoxue. After taking a few steps forward, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked in Wei Ming's direction. Wei Ming's expression suddenly changed, and his heart thumped. But Qin Yu didn't say anything and walked out with Yao Qing, Sun Ying, and the others. Wei Ming looked at Qin Yu's back and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, I was actually scared just now. As they walked out of the water dragon cave, everyone made way for Qin Yu. On this day, Qin Yu was destined to be the center of attention. Mr. Qin, you can't go tomorrow. You've embarrassed the Lu family. The Lu family definitely won't let you off the hook. Yao Qing said anxiously. Updates by Qin Yu sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Yao Qing said with a trembling voice, Mr. Qin, I know that your current strength has already exceeded my imagination, but the Lu family isn't that simple to deal with. Guess how much strength I used just now? Qin Yu interrupted Yao Qing. Yao Qing was stunned and hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, you didn't use your full strength just now? Qin Yu snorted lightly. I only used 30% of my strength. This time, Yao Qing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't figure out how a 9th stage inner strength master could beat an inner strength master hands with 30% of his strength. Brother-in-law, you're too cool. You're my idol. On the way, Sun Ying kept chattering. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He didn't want to pay any attention to Sun Ying. Brother-in-law, why don't we go out to eat? Sun Ying said with a smile. Qin Yu touched his belly. He had to admit that he was a little hungry after exercising for so long. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and agreed. How about we go for hot pot? It's my treat. Sun Ying patted her chest and said. Qin Yu nodded and said, anything is fine. The car soon arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Sun Ying had long settled down in South City. Her family was quite rich, so she had quite a lot of pocket money. As soon as she entered the door, she shouted, What do you want to eat today? It's my treat. Order whatever you want. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. During this period of time, his appetite was unusually large, so he ordered a table full of meat. Speaking of which, brother-in-law, you're so outstanding now. My sister must be very happy, right? Sun Ying said with a smile. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, "Your sister and I have already divorced." Divorced? Sun Ying was stunned. She immediately slammed the table and stood up. What's going on? Why did you guys get divorced? Sun Ying looked a little nervous. She didn't want to lose such an outstanding brother-in-law. Qin Yu didn't explain, but said, "You should go ask your sister." Sun Ying didn't say anything, but Chen Xian, who was beside her, was a little excited. Young girls liked gallant men, and Chen Xian was no exception. Ever since she saw Qin Yu's gallantry, she couldn't help but fall for him. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. After dinner, Sun Ying proposed to go out for more fun, but was turned down by Qin Yu. He and Yao Qing found a hotel and temporarily stayed there. "Mr. Qin, it's better to be careful tomorrow," lying next to Qin Yu, Yao Qing reminded him again. "Okay, go to sleep quickly. I know what to do." Qin Yu yawned and then fell asleep. Seeing this, Yao Qing sighed and didn't say anything more. Qin Yu slept very soundly, but at this moment, the Liu family was in chaos. Liu Shihui's father, Liu Yi, looked grim and his eyes were filled with anger. "You trash, you've thoroughly humiliated the Liu family," Liu Yi said angrily. Liu Shihui didn't say anything and didn't dare to say anything. This time, the Liu family had indeed suffered humiliation. "Old master, let's think about what to do," the secretary said softly. Liu Yi said with a cold expression, "Of course. If we let him walk out of South City like this, the Liu family won't have a place in South City anymore. Moreover, the hangers-on that our family supports aren't for show," Liu Yi said with a gloomy expression. The Liu family supported countless hangers-on, and among them, there was no lack of martial artists. They spent a lot of money to support this group of people, with the purpose of them being able to help at a critical time. "Go and call Tao Shan over for me," Liu Yi said coldly. The secretary hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes." After the secretary left, Liu Shihui couldn't help but remind Liu Yi, "Dad, Qin Yu and the Yan family have a special relationship. If anything happens to him and the Liu family, the Yan family definitely won't let us off the hook." Liu Yi's expression changed again. He hurriedly scolded, "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Liu Shihui opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Yan family, Liu Yi's expression was a little ugly. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yi sighed and said, "We'll act according to the circumstances tomorrow." Other than the Liu family, many other families in South City were secretly watching. Qin Yu's abilities naturally made them want to recruit him, but no one was in a hurry to make a move. It was because they were waiting to see if Qin Yu could walk out of the Liu family safely. If he died in the Liu family, then there was no need to recruit him. The next day, Qin Yu slept until dawn. He slept very soundly. How comfortable. Qin Yu stretched and then looked at Yao Qing, who was sleeping soundly. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu finally decided not to disturb Yao Qing's sleep. He tidied himself up and rushed to the Liu family's home. At this time, the Liu family's huge villa was already filled with people. These people were all hangers-on of the Liu family. Liu Yi made a cup of tea and quietly waited for Qin Yu's arrival. "Dad, Tao Shan is here." At this moment, Liu Shihui walked forward and whispered. They saw a 2-meter-tall extremely burly man walking in. The moment he entered, everyone felt a little awed and intimidated. It was because Tao Shan had an extremely powerful presence. "Mr. Liu." Tao Shan nodded to Liu Yi. Liu Yi waved his hand and said, "Tao Shan, follow my instructions later." "Okay, Mr. Liu." Tao Shan nodded and retreated to the side. Maybe Qin Yu wouldn't dare to come at all. Someone beside joked. Louis couldn't help but think that would be the best. If Qingyu didn't come, the Liu family would still have some dignity left, and they wouldn't have to risk offending the Yan family. However, at this moment, Qingyu had already swaggered in. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness or uneasiness. Qingyu's arrival had undoubtedly ruined the tranquil atmosphere. Liu Shihui couldn't help but clench his fists with an aggressive look in his eyes. Qinyu swept his gaze over and quickly fixed it on Louis. Then, Qinyu walked to the opposite side of Louis leisurely and sat down. Louis frowned slightly, but it was fleeting. "You're Qinyu?" Louis asked with a smile. Qinyu nodded and said, "Mr. Liu, have you prepared the herbs and the contract?" Louis burst into laughter and said, "Young man, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Have some tea first." After saying that, Louis waved his hand in motion for the person beside him to pour a cup of tea for Qinyu. "Please go ahead," Louis said with a nonchalant smile. Qinyu lowered his head to take a look, then picked up the teacup and emptied it in one go. After drinking it, Qinyu couldn't help but frown slightly. "Pour another cup for Mr. Qin," Louis said with a nonchalant smile. The person beside him hurriedly picked up the teacup again and poured a cup of water for Qinyu. Updates by Qinyu narrowed his eyes. He put down the teacup and said, "Let's talk about business." Mr. Qin, there's no need to be anxious. The Liu family never reneges on a debt. Moreover, you and Shihui are friends. The Liu family is willing to befriend you. Louis waved his hand dismissively again. Hearing this, Qinyu sneered inside. Qinyu wouldn't believe an old fox like him no matter what. Louis poured a cup of water for Qinyu again and said in a casual manner, "Mr. Qin, you came from a small town like Jiangqing, yet you have such outstanding achievements. It's really admirable." Qinyu glanced at him and said, "Mr. Liu, you're too courteous." "I'm just lucky." Louis continued with an impassive expression, "I heard that you're an orphan?" Qinyu frowned slightly. He was a little displeased, but he still nodded and said, "Yes." Louis touched his chin and lamented, "Sigh, nowadays, many rich kids like to leave their families and go out into the real world to gain experience while hiding their identity." "I understand." Hearing Louis's words, Qinyu had a rough idea of what Louis wanted to ask. He didn't say anything and waited for Louis to continue. Seeing that Qinyu seemed unfazed, Louis continued to ask, "Not long ago, the eldest daughter of the Yan family suddenly went to Jiangqing to invest. This matter has caused a storm in the city." Qinyu smiled and said, "That's right. Jiangqing is just a small place. Not to mention the Yan family, but even the Liu family isn't willing to invest. Jiangqing indeed doesn't have much investment value." Louis smiled and nodded. Qinyu fell into silence again, which made Louis a little unhappy. He probed, "Rumor has it that you are the illegitimate child of the Yan family, and this time, the Yan family came to invest for your sake." Qinyu smiled. He picked up the teacup in his hand and took a sip of tea, then said, "Mr. Liu, I have no relationship with the Yan family, and the Yan family won't help me in any way." Louis's eyes lit up, but cautious by nature, he was still a little worried. Therefore, Louis pretended to be surprised and said, "That's not possible. Miss Yan destroyed the Shen family in a rage because of you. This matter has spread throughout the entire Chuzhou. That's because the Shen family kidnapped Miss Yan." "It has nothing to do with me," said Qinyu. "As for the relationship between me and Miss Yan, the Yan family doesn't approve of it." Qinyu didn't hide anything. After hearing Qinyu's words, Louis finally felt relieved. Since the Yan family didn't approve of this relationship, then Louis had nothing to worry about. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. What replaced it was derision. Qin Yu, you're still too young. You don't have a sense of measure when doing things, and you don't know the ways of the world. You revealed the truth too easily. Lu Yi shook his head with some regret. If I were you, I would deliberately obscure my relationship with the Yin family so that others wouldn't be able to guess it. That way, no one would take the risk to deal with you. It's a pity that you're too stupid. You were deceived by my kind appearance and revealed the truth easily. Lu Yi sneered. Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "Do you really think that I don't know what trick you have up your sleeve? You seem polite on the surface, but in fact, every word you say is an attempt to probe my relationship with the Yin family." That's right. Lu Yi nodded with a nonchalant smile. As long as you're sure that the Yin family won't help me, you won't have any scruples anymore. Qin Yu said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're right. Unfortunately, you realized it too late. Lu Yi shook his head with some regret. Qin Yu sneered and said, "No, Lu Yi, I've long seen through your thoughts." Oh. Then why did you still dare to say these things to me? Lu Yi suddenly felt a bit worried. He said that the Yin family wouldn't help, but could it be a lie? Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Qin Yu said indifferently, "It's because I don't take the Lu family seriously at all. Even without the Yin family as support, the Lu family still isn't worth mentioning in my eyes." Hearing this, Lu Yi immediately showed anger. You're really stubborn. No one dares to look down on the Lu family. Lu Yi said coldly. Dad, don't talk nonsense with him. I must kill him. Lu Shihui stood up angrily at the side and glared at Qin Yu. Lu Yi ignored him. He took out a box of herbs and a contract from the cabinet and placed them in front of Qin Yu. Everything is ready. If you have the guts, just take it, Lu Yi said indifferently. Qin Yu looked at Lu Yi with slight amusement and couldn't help but laugh. Without thinking, he took the contract and the herbs. Thank you for the gift from the Lu family. I will remember it, Qin Yu said with a smile. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and was about to leave. However, Qin Yu was stopped by 3 men after he took 2 steps. Ha ha ha, you are indeed hot-headed. Do you think it's that easy to take something from the Lu family? Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Yu looked at the 3 men in front of him and sneered. You want to stop me with just these 3 losers? Qin Yu. You're too arrogant. Lu Shihui roared crazily. These 3 are all hangers-on of the Lu family. Their strength far surpasses mine. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or dog for them. Lu Shihui said coldly. Really? I don't think so. Qin Yu shook his head. Lu Yi, who wasn't far away, said with a nonchalant smile, if you didn't take the contract and medicine just now, I might have considered letting you leave the Lu family. Unfortunately, you missed this opportunity. After saying that, Lu Yi leaned on the sofa and casually waved his hand. The 3 people immediately stretched out their hands to grab Qin Yu. Just as Lu Shihui had said, the strength of these 3 people was above Lu Shihui's. It seemed to be just a grab, but it was filled with ferocity. Qin Yu looked at these 3 people coldly, and the spiritual power in his body instantly reached its peak. He suddenly waved his large hand, and a huge force instantly surged out. This huge force instantly caused the 3 hangers-on's expressions to change drastically. However, it was already too late to retreat. They could only brace themselves and charge forward. Boom! With this swing, the huge force actually directly sent the 3 people flying. The few people fell to the ground with their faces pale, and some even vomited blood on the spot. Lu Shihui suddenly stood up as he watched the scene in astonishment. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? It had only been a night. How could Qin Yu's strength have improved by leaps and bounds?" Qin Yu looked at Lu Yi coldly and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Lu Yi shouted angrily, "Stop right there." Qin Yu stopped and sneered. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yi ignored Qin Yu and shouted, "Tao Shan, cripple him for me." After the loud roar, it fell silent. No one spoke. "Tao Shan?" Lu Yi frowned and turned around to look. He found Tao Shan lying on the sofa while snoring. This made Lu Yi's expression turn ashen. Updates by. He had agreed to act according to the signal, but Tao Shan actually fell asleep at this critical moment. "Wake him up," Lu Yi said through gritted teeth. The two people beside Tao Shan hurriedly walked over. However, no matter how much they shouted, Tao Shan didn't have the slightest reaction. He slept like a dead pig. "Mr. Lu, Tao Shan was tired last night. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for a while," the two people standing beside Tao Shan said with slight awkwardness. Lu Yi was instantly furious, but there was nothing he could do. This was Tao Shan's shortcoming. Once he fell asleep, it was as if he was dead. He couldn't be awoken at all. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Since that's the case, then I'll be leaving first." Qin Yu glanced at Lu Yi before swaggering out of the Lu family's residence. The moment he stepped out of the Lu family's residence, Qin Yu saw a Land Rover parked at the entrance. After seeing Qin Yu, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran towards Qin Yu from the car. "Mr. Qin!" The middle-aged man ran in front of Qin Yu and warmly shook hands with Qin Yu. Qin Yu seemed to have expected this scene, and there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise on his face. "You are?" Qin Yu asked with a calm expression. The middle-aged man took out his business card and said with a smile, "My name is Lu Shuming. I want to befriend you, Mr. Qin. I wonder if Mr. Qin will give me the honor to do so?" Lu Shuming? Qin Yu thought about it carefully. He seemed to have some impression of this name, and he was quite famous in South City. "Mr. Qin, I have prepared a banquet. I would like to treat you to lunch," Lu Shuming continued. It was a good time for Qin Yu to expand his network, so he nodded and agreed. After they got in the car drove to the restaurant. In fact, Qin Yu knew very well that the Lu family definitely weren't the only ones who wanted to establish ties with him, but there were many others as well. And their motive definitely wasn't pure. Most likely, they wanted to use Qin Yu, or use the Yin family, who supported him. Fortunately, Qin Yu wasn't worried. In any case, in the end, there was no telling who would end up using who. After a short conversation, he learned that Lu Shuming's identity was similar to Lei Hu's in Jiangqing. The difference was that Lu Shuming's status far exceeded Lei Hu's, and his business had expanded to the entire country. In South City, Lu Shuming also supported a group of hangers-on. Not only were they not afraid of the Lu family, but they had also even been secretly competing with the Lu family for many years. To Qin Yu, Lu Shuming was a good candidate for an ally. "Mr. Qin, you were actually able to walk out of the Lu family unscathed. You really surprised us," Lu Shuming said with a smile. "That old fox Louis must be afraid of the Yin family, who are backing you, right?" The person next to him also said. Qin Yu glanced at them and answered truthfully, "The Yin family won't interfere, and they don't care about me. The reason I was able to walk out of the Lu family was that the people working under him are incompetent." "Haha, Mr. Qin, you're right," Lu Shuming laughed and echoed. Even though he said so, he didn't believe what he said. In Lu Shuming's opinion, Qin Yu was just trying to boast. Qin Yu understood their thoughts, but he didn't say anything. In the entire Lu family, the strongest person was Tao Shan. Although they didn't fight, Qin Yu didn't think that Tao Shan could win against him. The car soon arrived at a restaurant. When they pushed the door open and entered, they saw that there were already a few people waiting at the table. Qin Yu glanced at them. There were a total of 6 people. Among them, there were 3 inner strength masters who weren't weak. One of the elders was probably as strong as Tao Shan. The other 2 people were probably evenly matched with Lu Yi. After sitting down, Lu Shuming said with a smile, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Mr. Qin Yu. Mr. Qin just defeated Lu Shihui last night." "He, Mr. Lu, there's no need for you to introduce him. Mr. Qin is a very famous person now," someone beside him said. "You humiliated the Lu family in front of so many people. You're the first person in South City to do so." Hearing everyone's praise, Qin Yu smiled and thanked them one by one. At this moment, the old man spoke up. He looked at Qin Yu and said indifferently, "Indeed, since you dared to challenge Lu Shihui in public." Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone immediately fell silent and looked at him in unison. LL news to rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. From everyone's reactions, it could be seen that this old man had a high status in the Lu family. "Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is Wu Hongchang, one of the hanger-on shareholders of the Lu family," Lu Shuming said with a smile. "Mr. Wu is a legend in South City. Other than that to idiot Tao Shan, Mr. Wu has never lost to anyone, right?" Someone beside him said with a smile. Even Lu Shuming nodded slightly and said, "That's right. In order to keep Mr. Wu, I offered 10% of my shares." "Greetings, Mr. Wu." Qin Yu nodded politely to him. Wu Hongchang looked at Qin Yu indifferently and said, "I've seen the video of you and Lu Shihui fighting. Although you're not bad, your moves are full of loopholes. If I were Lu Shihui, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to last even one move." Upon hearing Wu Hongchang's arrogant words, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little displeased. However, due to his identity, Qin Yu didn't show it. Wu Hongchang continued, "At the age of 30, you are only at the 9th stage of inner strength. You are indeed very mediocre. However, for Mr. Lu's sake, I can take you as my disciple and let you advance to the level of an inner strength master hands," Wu Hongchang said indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many of the guests asked excitedly, "Mr. Wu, is what you said true?" "Of course, I, Wu Hongchang, am a man of my word," Wu Hongchang said with a nonchalant smile. "Gee, an inner strength master hands? This is a great opportunity. As expected of Mr. Wu. If there is a chance, please help me too." These people looked extremely excited. To them, becoming an inner strength master hands seemed very difficult. Even Lu Shuming whispered to Qin Yu, "Qin Yu, if you become an inner strength master hands, then Lu Shihui definitely won't be your match. You should know that Mr. Wu hasn't accepted any disciples in a long time. Why don't you thank Mr. Wu quickly?" The crowd seemed to have decided that this was a golden opportunity for Qin Yu, but Qin Yu just sat there and sneered. To them, an inner strength master hands was an unreachable level, but to Qin Yu, this wasn't even a start. Moreover, Wu Hongchang seemed very full of himself, which was annoying. "I don't think it's necessary." Qin Yu tried his best to be polite and said. Wu Hongchang was stunned. He scratched his ears, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Qin Yu, are you out of your mind? Becoming Mr. Wu's disciple is definitely a great opportunity for you," Lu Shuming said with some excitement. Updates by Qin Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, "An inner strength master hands is nothing to me." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone instantly fell into silence. Wu Hongchang said with a bit of displeasure, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Do you know how many people are stuck at the peak of inner strength and unable to advance at all?" Qin Yu glanced at Wu Hongchang and said, "I am indeed 30 years old, but I have only stepped into the path of cultivation for less than a month. As for an inner strength master hands, that's beneath mentioning to me." Although Qin Yu's voice wasn't loud, it was as deafening as a bolt from the blue. "Keep bragging." Wu Hongchang couldn't help but laugh. "I have been practicing martial arts for half of my life, but I am only at the peak of the inner strength master hands level. It will take you at least a month to advance to that level." Wu Hongchang obviously didn't believe Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu didn't bother to explain to Wu Hongchang. He stood up and said, "Mr. Liu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Liu Shuming hurriedly followed behind him and said politely, "Qin Yu, please don't take offense. Mr. Wu is older after all. Everyone respects him very much. Moreover, he's very capable." "I know. There's no need to say anything more." Qin Yu nodded. After that, Qin Yu ignored Liu Shuming and turned around to leave. As for Qin Yu, he didn't want to waste his breath on these people. The most important thing now was the Water Dragon Cave. If there was really something under the Water Dragon Cave, Qin Yu was confident that he could advance to the Foundation establishment stage. After Qin Yu left, Liu Shuming also returned to the dining table. Everyone in the room was lambasting and cursing Qin Yu. "Mr. Liu, Qin Yu is a bit too arrogant," someone said. Liu Shuming waved his hand and said, "Qin Yu has the backing of the Yan family. He does have the right to be arrogant. He, how many rich kids failed halfway through? With his personality, he'll be screwed sooner or later. Just wait and see," Wu Hongchang snorted coldly. Liu Shuming smiled and didn't say anything else. However, Liu Shuming didn't expect things to come to this point. After thinking for a moment, Liu Shuming called a subordinate over. "Go to my office and give that watch to Qin Yu. Also, apologize on my behalf," Liu Shuming instructed. "Yes." The subordinate nodded and left quickly. After Qin Yu left, he returned to the hotel first. In the hotel, Yao Qing had already woken up. He looked out of the window with worry. It wasn't until Qin Yu returned that Yao Qing heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. Qin, is everything all right?" Yao Qing asked anxiously. Qin Yu waved the herbs and contract in his hand and said, "What do you think?" "Gee, Mr. Qin, you're so awesome." Yao Qing couldn't help but give Qin Yu a thumbs up. "You're probably the first person in South City to defeat the Liu family by yourself." Qin Yu felt a little smug inside. He couldn't help but think that if Yan Ruoxue knew, she would definitely be happy for him. "Pack up. Let's go," Qin Yu said to Yao Qing. Yao Qing hurriedly asked, "Where are we going?" "The Water Dragon Cave," Qin Yu said. The mysteries of the Water Dragon Cave filled Qin Yu with curiosity. He couldn't wait to figure it out. Follow U Stories at n/VELB/in.com. The two pushed the door open and were about to leave. At this time, they found a young man in a suit standing at the door. "Mr. Qin, President Liu asked me to come," the young man said politely. "Liu Shuming?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" The young man hurriedly handed a gift box to Qin Yu and said, "President Liu asked me to give this to you. He has something important to do, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf." Qin Yu opened the gift box and took out the watch inside. This watch was very exquisite and was obviously expensive. Okay, please thank Mr. Liu on my behalf. Qin Yu nodded. After sending the young man away, Qin Yu and Yao Qing left the place together. Soon, Qin Yu and Yao Qing arrived at the Water Dragon Cave. At this time, the Water Dragon Cave was full of tourists. They were soaking in the hot spring while looking extremely content. Mr. Qin, do you want to inform Qing Ren? Yao Qing asked. Qin Yu glanced around and said, no need. I'm not a spoiled brat like Liu Shihui is. Many tourists came all the way from other places. It was a bit cruel to chase them away just like that. Then, Qin Yu walked to the vicinity of the Water Dragon Cave. After taking a deep breath, he jumped into the Water Dragon Cave. The hot spring here was very shallow, but if one swam forward, the water was extremely deep. Qin Yu dived into the deep water area. He released his internal qi in an attempt to find something in the Water Dragon Cave. However, after spending an entire hour searching the entire Water Dragon Cave, Qin Yu found nothing. What surprised him even more was that the density of spiritual energy in every part of the Water Dragon Cave was almost the same. This baffled Qin Yu. If there was something hidden under the water, the density of the internal qi would definitely be different. Weird. Qin Yu rose out of the water. He sat by the water's edge and fell into deep thought. Looking at the people bathing in the water, Qin Yu suddenly patted his head and his eyes instantly lit up. I see now. Qin Yu stood up with some surprise. Almost all the spiritual energy in the Water Dragon Cave was the same, and everyone who was soaking in the water enjoyed it immensely. Even when Qin Yu had just entered the water, he felt immense warmth. This is probably a qi gathering formation. Qin Yu thought to himself. A natural qi gathering formation gathered all the surrounding spiritual energy here, which was one of the reasons the Water Dragon Cave was everlasting. Thinking of this, Qin Yu jumped into the water. He closed his eyes, opened the pores of his body, and tried to absorb the spiritual energy in the water. Soon, Qin Yu felt the surrounding water start to spread toward him bit by bit, but after the water touched Qin Yu's body, it quickly spread out in all directions. As expected, Qin Yu was instantly overjoyed. This was actually a natural spiritual energy formation. If he could absorb all the spiritual energy in the water, it wouldn't be difficult for him to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Qin Yu didn't waste any more time. He immediately closed his eyes and opened all the pores in his body to absorb the spiritual energy from his surroundings. In an instant, all the water flowed towards Qin Yu. After touching Qin Yu, it quickly dispersed. As long as it touched Qin Yu, the spiritual energy in the water would disappear completely and enter Qin Yu's body. Soon, a small whirlpool formed around Qin Yu. Updates by. The crowd, their faces filled with shock, couldn't help but look over. However, Qin Yu was completely isolated from the world while ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As time passed, the flow of water in the entire Water Dragon Cave became much faster. The density of the spiritual energy in the Water Dragon Cave far exceeded Qin Yu's imagination. The accumulated spiritual energy in the Water Dragon Cave had been accumulated for countless years, but now, it was all absorbed into Qin Yu's body in one breath. As time passed from noon to the evening, the tourists in the Water Dragon Cave gradually dispersed. In the darkness, a faint light appeared on Qin Yu's body. Buzz! At 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu's body suddenly emitted waves of light. In an instant, Qin Yu's cells seemed to have undergone a transformation. Even his skin became smooth and clear at this moment. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Yao Qing, who was standing by the side, was dumbstruck. This process lasted for an entire half an hour. During this period of time, Qin Yu didn't have any reaction. Boom! Half an hour later, Qin Yu's body suddenly emanated a burst of black qi. Find the new st ovals on n/velben.com. Qin Yu also opened his mouth in an instant and spat out bursts of black internal qi. The internal qi gradually dissipated, and in the water dragon cave, a well-proportioned young man stood there quietly. The look on his face was calm, and there was no sadness or joy on it. The muscles on his body were perfectly chiseled. Mr. Qin? Yao Qing called out tentatively. Qin Yu slowly looked at Yao Qing. I have finally advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Yu clenched his fist, and he felt as if the spiritual power in his body was about to burst. Compared to the qi refining stage, his spiritual power had increased by several times during the foundation establishment stage. And Qin Yu's state of mind was also drastically different at this moment. It was as if he was a god who was overlooking the world. Mr. Qin, are you all right? Yao Qing said with some worry. Qin Yu walked out of the water. With a slight shake, the water on his body was instantly evaporated. I'm fine, and I'm very well. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. This power was beyond Qin Yu's imagination. If he met Lu Shihui again now, Qin Yu could easily defeat him. Wu Hongchang? Tao Shan? They aren't even worth mentioning, Qin Yu said quietly. Qin Yu didn't even take them seriously when he was at the peak of the qi refining stage. Now that he had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, they were nothing to him. Qin Yu picked up a water bead and then gently flicked it forward. Bang! The water bead was wrapped by spiritual power and shot out like a bullet. The nearby mountain rock was instantly smashed into a big pit. Let's go. Qin Yu looked at the dumbfounded Yao Qing and said with a smile. Yao Qing nodded blankly and followed Qin Yu out of the water dragon cave. Qin Yu slept very soundly that night. This steady and peaceful feeling was extremely enjoyable for Qin Yu. He slept until the next afternoon. When Qin Yu woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as he woke up, Qin Yu saw several calls on his phone. They were all from Lu Shuming. Qin Yu called him back and asked, Mr. Lu, what's the matter? Lu Shuming said politely on the phone, Mr. Qin, I wonder if you have time tonight. I have to trouble you with something. Okay. Qin Yu didn't even ask what it was and agreed. The first reason for this was that he was short-handed. Secondly, it was because of Qin Yu's strong self-confidence from the inside out. Lu Shuming, who was on the other end, couldn't help but freeze, then he smiled and said, Okay, I'll pick you up tonight. In the evening, Lu Shuming's Land Rover parked downstairs. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Lu Shuming said warmly, Mr. Qin, we meet again. Qin Yu nodded. After getting into the car, Qin Yu casually asked, Mr. Lu, what do you need my help with? Lu Shuming smiled and said, Mr. Qin, you also know how I started my career. I've offended many people during these years. I have an enemy who was chased out of South City by me. I heard that he's back recently, so I'm going to meet him tonight. Qin Yu immediately understood. Perhaps this was the reason Lu Shuming spent so much money on his hangers-on. I heard that he trained under someone overseas these past few years and learned a lot of skills. To be on the safe side, I called you over, Lu Shuming said. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. Qin Yu had just advanced to the foundation establishment stage, so it was time for him to find someone to practice with. You'd better not disappoint me, Qin Yu said nonchalantly. Lu Shuming didn't say anything when he heard this. In fact, he didn't ask Qin Yu to come here because of Qin Yu's skills. Instead, he wanted the help of the Yin family, who were backing Qin Yu, just in case. If he really just wanted someone with superb combat skills, Wu Hongchang alone would be enough. Soon, the group arrived at a relatively remote restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Qin Yu saw that everyone from that day were there, but Wu Hongchang was still as cocky as before. Why is he here too? Wu Hongchang was a little displeased when he saw Qin Yu. Lu Shuming quickly explained, there is strength in numbers. Wu Hongchang snorted lightly and said, I alone will be enough. There's no need for others to help at all. Ever since the last time they met, Wu Hongchang had been displeased with Qin Yu. Now that they met again, Wu Hongchang was naturally unhappy. Fortunately, Qin Yu's state of mind had already undergone a huge change. In his eyes, Wu Hongchang was beneath mentioning, and he couldn't care less. Mr. Qin, I hope you don't mind, Lu Shuming explained. Qin Yu nodded and said, I don't mind. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was quite tiring for these rich people to provide for their hangers-on. Because once a person had some abilities, they wouldn't be willing to submit to other people, making it difficult for them to obey orders. Just like how Wu Hongchang currently was. It's better if you have the ability yourself. Qin Yu thought inside. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Perhaps nothing will happen today. Lu Shuming waved his hand and comforted everyone. Wu Hongchang laughed out loud and said, nervous? Mr. Lu, apart from being excited, I don't feel anything else. That's true. With Mr. Wu here, we won't be nervous, the other people said with a smile. The flattery of the other people made Wu Hongchang even more proud. Wanting to show off to Qin Yu, he even glanced at Qin Yu deliberately. Unfortunately, Qin Yu sat there with his eyes closed while looking out of place. Humph, pretentious show-off. Wu Hongchang couldn't help but snort. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened. Updates by. The moment it was opened, two men who were about the same age as Wu Hongchang walked in. The moment they stepped into the room, Qin Yu opened his eyes immediately. Because he could clearly feel that these two people's internal qi was extremely powerful, and they were definitely above Wu Hongchang's level. Lu Shuming, long time no see. One of the men with a scar on his face looked at Lu Shuming coldly and said. When facing this man, Lu Shuming looked awkward and somewhat fearful. The man with a scar on his face sat in front of Lu Shuming. He glanced at the crowd and sneered. Are these people all sent by you to deal with me? They are all my friends. When they heard that I had something to attend to, they came to help me. Lu Shuming seemed to be deliberately showing off his current connections. The man with a scar on his face sneered. Lu Shuming, you are still the same as before. You're still in the habit of making sarcastic jabs at people. Lu Shuming frowned slightly. He went straight to the point and said, what is it that you came back for this time? Just say it. Ha 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 ha. The man with the scarred face couldn't help but burst into laughter. I came back to South City for two things. First, to take back what belongs to me. Second, to kill you. His few words instantly made the atmosphere tense up. Lu Shuming's expression was also slightly unsightly. He took a deep breath and said, it's no longer the era of dealing with things with violence. How about this, I'll give you a sum of money and let bygones be bygones between us from now on. Let bygones be bygones? The muscles on the face of the man with a scar instantly twitched. He angrily shouted, from the moment you left a scar on my face, I swore I would kill you. Do you know what kind of life I've led abroad all these years? I want you to suffer thousands of times the pain I've suffered these 5 years. Lu Shuming's expression was a little ugly. He looked at the man with a scar on his face coldly and said, "So there's no peaceful way of dealing with it? You want a peaceful way of dealing with it? Sure." The man with the scarred face sneered. "Let me slash your face first, then kneel on the ground and beg me. Maybe I can show mercy and let you get out of South City then," the man with the scarred face said derisively. At this point, the man with the scarred face paused and then continued, "Just like how you treated me back then." Hee hee. At this time, Wu Hongchang spoke up. He looked at the man with the scarred face and said with a nonchalant smile, "From the conversation between the two of you, I seem to have understood something. Back then, Mr. Liu showed mercy and kindly spared your life. You should remember this favor and not come back to bite people like a vicious dog," Wu Hongchang said indifferently. The man with the scarred face looked at Wu Hongchang coldly and said, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" "This is Wu Hongchang. He is also Mr. Liu's top hanger-on," someone beside him shouted loudly. Wu Hongchang stroked his beard and smiled nonchalantly with a proud expression on his face. *T, Mr. Wu? I've never heard of him. The man with the scarred face sneered. "Liu Shuming, do you have no one else working under you? You found such an old fart to stand up for you?" The man with the scarred face had a mocking expression. Before Liu Shuming could say anything, Wu Hongchang flew into a rage and slammed the table. "You maniac, you're too big for your britches. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Wu Hongchang scolded angrily. "I'm a 9th stage inner strength master hands, and I'm only a step away from the inner strength past master realm." "You ignorant maniac!" Wu Hongchang put his hands behind his back and acted like a big shot. Hearing this, the man with the scarred face couldn't help but burst into laughter. A 9th stage inner strength master hands dares to boast about himself? "When the cat's away, the mice will play," the man with the scarred face said coldly. Wu Hongchang couldn't hold it in anymore. He mobilized the inner strength in his body and instantly rushed toward the man with the scarred face. "Today, I will let this lunatic know how powerful I am." Wu Hongchang raised his head and shouted. Although Wu Hongchang was quite old, his speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even more shocking. Before his fist even punched him, there was a gust of wind from the momentum of the fist. As expected of Mr. Wu, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This punch will definitely decide the outcome." Everyone shouted one after another, and their faces were filled with shock from Wu Hongchang's strength. However, before Wu Hongchang's fist touched the man with the scarred face, his body was sent flying. Before the crowd could even see what had happened, Wu Hongchang had already fallen to the ground and spat out blood. "I can't believe the release of inner strength could reach such a level." Qin Yu couldn't help but think inside. The scene was completely silent. The crowd held their breaths. "He is indeed an expert. I, Wu Hongchang, am willing to admit defeat." Seeing that the situation was bad, Wu Hongchang immediately fell to the ground and didn't even have the intention to stand up. "Old people like you should just retire," the man with the scarred face mocked. Liu Shuming, on the other hand, was filled with fear. He shouted anxiously, Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu?" However, Wu Hongchang had already been scared out of his wits. When he heard Liu Shuming's shouts, not only did he ignore him, but he even laid on the ground and played dead. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. This made Liu Shuming feel despair. He hurriedly looked at the other hangers-on around him and shouted, "Everyone, please join hands and restrain him together. I, Liu Shuming, will definitely reward you guys handsomely." However, everyone shook their heads and whispered, "Mr. Liu, it's not that we don't want to help. Even Mr. Wu isn't his match. What can we do?" That's right. If we go up now, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Mr. Liu, why don't you follow this gentleman's instructions and kneel on the ground to apologize and draw a knife across your face? When he heard everyone's words, Liu Shuming's expression turned livid with anger. He had spent a lot of money to support this group of hangers-on, yet they actually said such words at the critical moment. The scar-faced man was laughing maniacally at the side. Liu Shuming, this is the person you've taken in? How useless! The scar-faced man sneered. Liu Shuming was already panicking, but since things had already come to this, he had no other choice. There is no grudge between us. Back then, I spared your life. Liu Shuming roared maniacally. The man with the scarred face sneered. Yes, I will remember your kindness, so I won't let you die today, as long as you kneel down and beg me, then get out of South City. How about that? Impossible, don't even think about it. Liu Shuming said through gritted teeth. The man with the scarred face said coldly, then don't blame me for being merciless. None of you can leave today. After saying this, the man with the scarred face slowly stood up. Hearing this, the hangers-on under Liu Shuming immediately panicked. They anxiously said, Mr. Liu, beg him for mercy quickly. Yeah, you can't implicate us. We don't want to die. Liu Shuming, don't be too selfish. Hearing their shouts, Liu Shuming became even more enraged. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, let me tell you, Mr. Qin is from the Yan family. If you dare to touch him, the Yan family won't forgive you. Updates by the Yan family? The man with the scarred face frowned slightly. He glanced at Qin Yu and then sneered. You want to scare me? As if the people of the Yan family would have relations with someone like you? Liu Shuming roared, believe it or not, he is the true love of the Yan family's eldest daughter. The man with the scarred face immediately became even more incredulous. The eldest daughter of the Yan family would like someone like him? That was impossible. Even though that was the case, the scarred face still didn't want to take that risk. He sized up Qin Yu and said, you can go. What happened today has nothing to do with you. Liu Shuming's expression changed. If that was the case, then Qin Yu would be useless this time. He, afraid that Qin Yu would agree, looked at Qin Yu nervously. The scene fell silent for a moment. All eyes were on Qin Yu. I'm sorry. Finally, Qin Yu spoke up. He stood up slowly and shook his head. I promised to help Mr. Liu, so I can't leave. Mr. Qin! Liu Shuming was so excited that he was about to cry. He didn't expect that the person who would defend him at the critical moment would be Qin Yu. The man with the scarred face's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Kid, don't be so shameless. Even if you are a member of the Yan family, I can kill you and flee abroad. Qin Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I have nothing to do with the Yan family. Mr. Qin, Liu Shuming was speechless. Why didn't he bring out the Yan family at this time? Was he crazy? Qin Yu, is there something wrong with you? If you weren't from the Yan family, why are you sitting here? Would we need you? The people at the side also cursed at Qin Yu. The man with the scarred face asked with some amusement, really? Qin Yu sneered. What do you think? Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could the people of the Yan family have anything to do with Liu Shuming? The man with the scarred face was completely relieved. He looked at Liu Shuming and sneered. Do you have any last words? Hurry up and tell me. Liu Shuming was completely in despair. He originally wanted to rely on the Yan family to scare the man with the scarred face, but he didn't expect Qin Yu to say this at the critical moment. I'm unlucky to have fallen into your hands. Lu Shuming took a deep breath. If you want to make a move, just do it. Lu Shuming pretended to be calm and said. The man with the scarred face sneered and said, then I won't show mercy. After saying that, the man with the scarred face rushed toward Lu Shuming. Mr. Lu, if you are willing to give me 10% of Wu Hongchang's shares, I can save your life. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was at the side, spoke again. Save me? Lu Shuming couldn't help but shake his head. How will you have to save me? Do you think anyone still believes in your relationship with the Yen family? Qin Yu said indifferently, I don't need to rely on the Yen family. I just need to beat him. Everyone felt stunned. Beat the man with the scarred face? How was this possible? Even Wu Hongchang wasn't his match, let alone Qin Yu? Mr. Qin, you can go. Lu Shuming waved his hand helplessly. Lu Shuming, this is your last chance. It's up to you to believe it or not. Qin Yu poured a glass of water and said indifferently. Looking at Qin Yu's calm appearance, Lu Shuming couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Arrogant brat, I'll kill Lu Shuming first, then I'll deal with you. The man with the scarred face shouted coldly and reached out to grab Lu Shuming. Lu Shuming gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, he suddenly shouted, Mr. Qin, I promise you. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred-faced man's hand arrived in front of Lu Shuming. At such a close distance, even Qin Yu wouldn't be able to arrive in time. However, something shocking happened. Qin Yu's hand pinched the water bead and flicked it lightly. Bang! The scarred-faced man's hand was shaken away. A trace of blood flowed down the scarred-faced Ma's hand. Everyone was shocked by Qin Yu's move. What the F***ck? What kind of tactic was this? He used a drop of water to save Lu Shuming? Lu Shuming was ecstatic. He shouted frantically, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving me. Qin Yu stood up slowly. He glanced at Lu Shuming and said indifferently, Don't forget you owe me 10% of the shares. Of course, of course. Lu Shuming nodded crazily. Not far away, the scar-faced man wiped the blood off his hands. He narrowed his eyes and said, using inner strength to wrap the water droplets. Good move. I didn't expect there to be such an expert in South City. Qin Yu shook his head and said with a smile, You're wrong. This isn't inner strength at all. Not inner strength? Then what is it? The man with the scarred face frowned and asked. I don't want to tell you. Qin Yu grinned and said. The man with the scarred face's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, It's impossible for you to beat me with this tactic. I will let you see my true strength. After saying that, the man with the scarred face activated his internal qi and raised it to the maximum. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire area. An intense pressure caused everyone's expressions to change. Even the cup on the table was instantly shattered. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Inner Strength Past Master. He's actually an Inner Strength Past Master. Someone exclaimed loudly. Those below the level of Inner Strength Past Master are all ants. This is simply otherworldly. After they saw the strength of the scarred-faced man, everyone's newly risen hope was instantly extinguished once again. You're actually an Inner Strength Past Master. Lu Shuming felt even more despair. The number of Inner Strength Past Masters in the entire South City was extremely few. An Inner Strength Past Master would be able to make a name for himself wherever he went. To tell you the truth, I don't lack money anymore. The main reason I came back this time is to take revenge. the man with the scarred face said coldly. With such strength, there was no need for him to return to South City. This was because no matter where Inner Strength Past Master went, he would be highly sought after. He would either be supported by a prominent aristocratic family, or be a small leader in an overseas faction, or he would reign over an area. This made Lu Shuming feel extremely hopeless. He looked at Qin Yu with a pleading look in his eyes. If you can help me get through this crisis, I'm willing to give you 20% of the shares of the Lu family's business. Lu Shuming said through gritted teeth. Qin Yu smiled and said, Really? Absolutely. Lu Shuming said anxiously. Compared to his life, money was nothing. Qin Yu nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. The scar-faced man not far away couldn't help but snort coldly and said, You're really foolish. You know that I'm Inner Strength Past Master, yet you still dare to challenge me? Qin Yu laughed. There's nothing I can do. Mr. Lu is offering too much money. It's really hard to refuse. Moreover, I also really want to see the capabilities of an Inner Strength Past Master, Qin Yu said indifferently. All right, since that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. The scar-faced man roared angrily, and his body actually instantly lit up with rays of light. These rays of light firmly wrapped the scar-faced man within. Compared to Lu Shihui, his tactics were much more impressive. Updates by Qin Yu snorted coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards the scar-faced man. Bang! Qin Yu's fist landed firmly on the scar-faced man's body. However, what was shocking was that the scar-faced man didn't seem in pain at all. Ha ha ha. The scar-faced man raised his head and laughed loudly. With your mediocre abilities, you actually dare to speak so arrogantly? The scar-faced man said coldly. Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at his own fist. He muttered in a low voice, An Inner Strength Past Master is quite extraordinary, but you're just SOSO. Qin Yu wasn't impressed by a so-called Inner Strength Past Master. After all, Qin Yu had even fought with a great Inner Strength Past Master like Yan Jiang before. And Qin Yu was just testing him out with that punch just now. Make your move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance, Qin Yu said. The scar-faced man sneered. You're the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Although I just became Inner Strength Past Master not long ago, the gap between Inner Strength Master hands and Inner Strength Past Master is like a chasm. It's definitely not something you can surpass. Qin Yu frowned. You babble too much. The scar-faced man immediately shouted angrily, You're courting death. After saying that, the scar-faced man instantly rushed towards Qin Yu. His fist lit up with white light, as if all his inner strength was gathered at this point. When they saw this punch, everyone's expression changed drastically. Wu Hongchang, who was lying on the ground, even closed his eyes and shifted his body for fear that he would be implicated. However, Qin Yu didn't dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist and faced it head-on. Clang! A sound that sounded like steel colliding sounded in everyone's ears. With this punch, the scar-faced man actually took 3 steps back. On the other hand, Qin Yu was as calm as ever. That's it? Qin Yu sneered. The scar-faced man's expression gradually became serious. He clenched his fist and said coldly, What a strong force. I'm getting more and more interested in it. You've disappointed me a little. Qin Yu shook his head. The scar-faced man didn't mind his remark. He said coldly, I'll give you a choice. If you're willing, I can let you join us. Moreover, your position won't be low. At the same time, you'll get a huge sum of money. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed again. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. This scar-faced man was actually trying to recruit Chinyu. Apart from that, we'll also provide you with various resources, herbs, top-grade pills, and even inherited cultivation techniques. The scar-faced man continued to entice him. You should know that all these things are all rare and sacred. Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Your conditions are indeed very tempting." The scar-faced man was delighted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "How about it? Joining us gives you a much better future than staying in South City." Mr. Qin, Lu Shuming, who wasn't far away, suddenly became nervous. If Chinyu agreed, then Lu Shuming would definitely be doomed today. "May I ask, did you bring any treasures with you today?" Chinyu asked. The scar-faced man was even more excited. He laughed loudly and said, "You're indeed quite quick-witted. I have a 100-year-old herb here. As long as you're willing to join us, I can give it to you as a welcome gift." "A 100-year-old herb? It seems that your organization is very rich." Chinyu sighed. The scar-faced man said with some pride, "Of course. As long as you're willing to join us, this is nothing." Chinyu didn't say anything. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Lu Shuming stared at Chinyu. He was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. "How about it?" the scar-faced man continued to ask. Chinyu sighed. "Your offer is indeed very tempting, but, unfortunately, I have never been interested in overseas organizations, and I don't want to live like a fugitive like you, so I have to refuse." Hearing this, Lu Shuming immediately let out a sigh of relief. The scar-faced man was extremely angry. He looked at Chinyu coldly and said, "You're foolishly unappreciative. If you refuse me, you will be offending our entire organization. Do you think I will be afraid?" Chinyu sneered. This completely infuriated the scar-faced man. He shouted angrily, "Do you think you can beat me? Since you're so unappreciative, then don't blame me for being merciless." After saying that, the scar-faced man charged at Chinyu again. His speed was extremely fast, but Chinyu was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu had already punched him more than 10 times. And the scar-faced man didn't even get to touch Chinyu. "Your speed is really fast." The scar-faced man squinted his eyes and said, "Unfortunately, you can't hurt me at all. My body is wrapped by inner strength, and I can even resist ordinary bullets. You can't even hurt me, so how can you beat me?" The scar-faced man raised his head and laughed crazily. But very soon, his laughter stopped abruptly. His expression was full of fear. "Who said I can't hurt you? Do you really think that your inner strength can protect you from death?" Chinyu's voice sounded in the scar-faced man's ear. Chinyu punched the scar-faced man's chest. Crack! The inner strength wrapped around the scar-faced man's body emitted a crisp sound. In the next second, it shattered like an eggshell. How is this possible? How is this possible? The scar-faced man's pupils dilated, and his face was filled with terror. Chinyu sneered. "Don't be too full of yourself. Can't you just hide overseas?" After saying that, Chinyu threw another punch. This punch shattered the scar-faced man's chest. His entire chest caved in and his bones completely shattered. Boom! The scar-faced man fell to the ground and fresh blood covered his face. How is this possible?" the scar-faced man muttered in a low voice. Even until his death, he still couldn't figure out why Chinyu's fist had such great strength. The scar-faced man fell to the ground and was unable to open his eyes again. The bloody hole in his chest looked extremely horrifying. Qin Yu stood in front of the scar-faced man and didn't even feel a trace of pity. Qin Yu didn't know when it started, but he no longer felt fear. He bent down and rubbed the scar-faced man's body. Sure enough, there really was a 100-year-old herb king hidden on him. It seems that he didn't lie to me, Qin Yu whispered. Then, Qin Yu looked at the scarred man's follower and grinned. Do you want to avenge him? The follower was stunned, and then said in surprise, You plan to let me go? Mr. Qin, you must not let him go. Lu Shuming hurriedly shouted. If he leaves, he will definitely come for revenge in the future. Qin Yu sized up this follower, waved his hand, and said, I won't kill you. As for revenge, I'll wait for you guys. This organization had abundant herbs, so Qin Yu didn't want to miss out on them. This follower gritted his teeth, then quickly left by breaking the window and escaping. Updates by Cough Cough. At this moment, Wu Hongchang also got up from the ground. He still acted like a big shot and walked in front of Qin Yu in an imposing manner. Qin Yu, how can you let him go? If he leaves, what will happen if he comes to find trouble with us in the future? Wu Hongchang berated loudly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for me, you would have already died. So what? You're wrong to let him go. Wu Hongchang rebuked loudly. How about this? I'll keep this stalk of herb as an apology. Then, Wu Hongchang looked at the herb in Qin Yu's hand and said. Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. He had seen thick-skinned people, but he had never seen such thick-skinned people. You want it? Qin Yu shook the stalk of herbs and asked. Wu Hongchang coughed awkwardly and said, Seeing that you sincerely admitting your mistake, I will temporarily forgive you. After saying that, Wu Hongchang reached out his hand to grab Qin Yu's stalk of herb. But very soon, Wu Hongchang's expression changed. His hand hadn't even touched the herb when Qin Yu grabbed his wrist. You're actually going to take it? You're shameless and unappreciative even at your old age, Qin Yu said coldly. Panic flashed across Wu Hongchang's expression. He hurriedly said, Qin Yu, I'm an elder. What do you want to do? Elder? You think you're worthy of that title? After saying that, Qin Yu waved his hand and slapped Wu Hongchang's face. Wu Hongchang's entire body was sent flying, and he crashed into the wall. The wall was instantly covered with dense cracks, and Wu Hongchang couldn't stop spatting blood. You shameless thing. Qin Yu looked at Wu Hongchang coldly and said. The Yu was silent. No one dared to blame Qin Yu. Mr. Lu, this kid actually dared to attack me. Wu Hongchang looked at Lu Shuming with difficulty as he complained. Lu Shuming sneered and said, Wu Hongchang, you can scram. From today onwards, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Wu Hongchang's expression changed. He could barely believe that these words came from Lu Shuming's mouth. One had to know that before this, Lu Shuming was extremely respectful to Wu Hongchang. Mr. Wu has worked hard for the Lu family for so many years. Isn't it inappropriate for you to chase him away like this? Yes, Mr. Lu. If he leaves, we won't be willing to stay either. Hearing everyone's words, Lu Shuming couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, then all of you can scram. From today onwards, you have nothing to do with the Lu family anymore. This time, everyone was stunned. Mr. Lu, I was just joking. Some people gave in. However, Lu Shuming was already extremely disappointed in them and wouldn't give them another chance. Mr. Qin, let's go. Then, Lu Shuming looked at Qin Yu respectfully. Qin Yu nodded and the two of them walked out of the room together. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. After getting into the car, Lu Shuming sighed. Mr. Qin, I was wrong to underestimate you before. From today onward, the Lu family will treat you as a distinguished guest. Just give me the money. Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll send the contract to you tomorrow, Lu Shuming said quickly. The car quickly sent Qin Yu back to the hotel. After experiencing this, Qin Yu was more confident in his own strength. The foundation establishment stage really lives up to its reputation, Qin Yu thought to himself. In terms of martial arts, a foundation establishment stage practitioner could at most be considered at the level of an inner strength master hands. However, when faced with a so-called inner strength past master, Qin Yu was able to defeat him with ease. Spiritual power indeed wasn't something that inner strength could compare to. The next day, Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to return to Jiangqing because he still had to wait for Lu Shuming to deliver the contract. Therefore, Qin Yu looked at Yao Qing and said, "Go be me a car. It's more convenient to have a car." Yao Qing was stunned and quickly asked, "Okay, what kind of car do you want to buy?" "I don't know much about cars." "It's up to you," said Qin Yu. Yao Qing continued to ask, "Then do you have any requests?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "It should have high-speed performance and be low-key." As for the rest, Qin Yu didn't consider them. After all, Qin Yu was alone now. "Okay, I understand." Yao Qing nodded. He took Qin Yu's bank card and left the hotel. About an hour later, the roar of an engine came from downstairs. When Qin Yu went downstairs, he found a black Audi parked downstairs. "It's an Audi RS7, which is fast and low profile," Yao Qing said with a smile. Qin Yu looked at it carefully. The car indeed looked low profile. "How much did you spend?" Qin Yu asked casually. Yao Qing smiled and said, "A total of 2.1 million. Qin Yu didn't expect this because from the looks of it, it didn't seem expensive. After that, Qin Yu drove around for a test drive and felt that it wasn't bad. At night, Qin Yu and Yao Qing found a place to have dinner. During the meal, Qin Yu casually glanced at the news. A news headline appeared in front of his eyes. Overseas fugitive Hong Quan was killed in South City yesterday. After clicking on the link, he discovered that Hong Quan was the scarred man. The news was full of praises for Qin Yu, but it didn't reveal Qin Yu's identity. Instead, they called him a mysterious hero. How fast? Qin Yu shook his head. After eating, the two of them were ready to return to the hotel. At this moment, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Qin Yu picked up the phone. "I'm Chen Xian, Sun Ying's classmate. Do you still remember me?" A girl's voice came from the other end. Qin Yu frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Chen Xian hurriedly said, "Sun Ying just had a gathering with her classmates and was brought to the bar by her classmates. I'm afraid that something might happen to her. Can you come with us?" Qin Yu looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. "Why aren't you back at school when it's so late? Why are you going to the bar? Don't you know that you're in danger?" Qin Yu couldn't help but say with a somewhat reproachful tone. "Gee, it was them who dragged us here. We couldn't turn them down," Chen Xian said with some grievance. "Just come with us." "I beg you," Chen Xian said sweetly on the other end of the line. Although Qin Yu didn't have a good impression of the Su family, Sun Ying was too young. Qin Yu really couldn't just turn a blind eye to the fact that she was in a dangerous situation. "Give me the location." I'll go there in a while, Qin Yu said. Chen Xian was instantly delighted. She quickly said, "We're in private room number 888 at midnight KTV 888 now." "Got it," Qin Yu answered and hung up the phone. Then, Qin Yu looked at Yao Qing and said, "Let's go to midnight KTV." "What? Mr. Qin, you also want to have some fun?" Yao Qing said jokingly. Qin Yu gave him a kick and rolled his eyes. "I'm not interested in that. Let's go." The car sped along, and the roar of the engine resonated throughout the entire street. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the midnight KTV. Updates by. After going upstairs, Qin Yu learned that box 888 was a deluxe box, and those who came here to play were extremely affluent. The entire 8th floor was different from the other floors. The boxes here were very large and full of VIPs. Qin Yu and Yao Qing walked all the way to private room number 888. When they pushed open the door, they saw a group of young men and women dancing wildly in the private room. Qin Yu. After seeing Qin Yu, Chen Xian hurriedly ran over. Sunning, who was sitting there drinking, said unhappily, "Why did you call him here?" "How annoying." Chen Xian grinned and said, "Gee, he's your brother-in-law. Besides, it's not safe at night." At this time, Sunning was drinking with a boy. The boy had bleached hair and dressed in fancy clothes. His designer clothes bespoke his identity as a rich heir. Qin Yu glanced at him, then walked directly to Sun Ying's side and said, "It's late. Go back to your dorm and sleep." After saying that, Qin Yu pulled Sunning up and was about to leave. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Let go of me. I'm not leaving. Sunning was obviously drunk, and her words were a little slurred. Qin Yu frowned and said, "You're a young girl, so how can you not go home when it's in the middle of the night? Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving." Sunning struggled to break free of his grasp. At this time, the blondie beside Sunning got up and said, "Dude, who are you? Can't you see that she doesn't want to leave?" Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "I'm her brother-in-law. You've already divorced my sister. You're no longer my brother-in-law." Sunning shouted in a daze. The blonde immediately laughed. He sized up Qin Yu and said, "Dude, you heard her, right? Sunning said that you're no longer her brother-in-law. Do you understand?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. He couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the level of these brats. Therefore, Qin Yu looked at Sunning and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming?" "No." Sunning shouted without thinking. Qin Yu nodded and said, "I don't care if you're coming or not." After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Chen Xian hurriedly pulled Qin Yu back. She said in a low voice, "Don't go. If you leave, the two of us might be in trouble tonight. It's already good enough for me to come. It's her who doesn't want to leave. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Yu said with a cold expression. Chen Xian grabbed Qin Yu's arm and said pitifully, "She's just drunk. Don't lower yourself to her level. Also, if you leave, the two of us will really be dead meat." Qin Yu glanced at the private room. In the huge private room, there were a total of 7 to 8 boys, while Sunning and Chen Xian were the only girls. If they left at this time, there was no telling what would happen. Qin Yu thought about it for a moment. He looked at the time and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you guys for a while." Thank you, thank you." Chen Xian cried out in surprise. Then, Qin Yu and Yao Qing found a random seat and sat down. The commotion in the private room made Qin Yu a little annoyed. The young people who were dancing wildly formed a sharp contrast with Qin Yu and Yao Qing. Not far away, the yellow-haired man looked at Qin Yu with unhappiness. D***men, why are these two idiots here? They'll get in my way, the yellow-haired man said with a cold expression. The blonde was a frivolous rich heir who had screwed over a lot of young girls. Tonight, he had lured Sun Ying and Chen Xian out for S***X. As soon as Sun Ying and Chen Xian were drunk, these boys would drag them to the hotel. Dude, should we teach him a lesson? At this time, a boy with dyed blue hair walked to the blonde's ear and said. The yellow-haired boy frowned and said, how should we teach him a lesson? We can't just go up and beat them up right now. Dude, have you forgotten that my nickname is Wine God? Why don't we challenge them to a drinking game until they're drunk? The blue-haired boy said with a smile. The yellow-haired boy glanced at him, then patted his shoulder and said, okay, if you can drink they're drunk, you can bang these two girls first. Dude, leave it to me. The guy with blue hair patted his chest and said. At this moment, Qin Yu was looking at Sun Ying. Sun Ying was being forcefully fed alcohol by a few men. Her consciousness was already drifting away, but the wine was being poured down her throat one cup after another. Don't drink anymore. Qin Yu walked in front of Sun Ying with a cold expression and snatched the wine cup away. The guy with blue hair, who was beside him, was delighted when he saw this. Since you stirred things up, don't blame me. The guy with blue hair sneered. Then, he sat beside Qin Yu with a smile and said, I came out to drink so I could have a good time. Sun Ying didn't even say that she wanted to stop drinking. What are you so worked up for? Why don't you drink for her? That's right. Why don't you drink for her, or you shut up? The yellow-haired boy, who was beside him, also shouted. Yao Qing frowned slightly. He was just about to get up and berate him when he was stopped by Qin Yu. Qin Yu sized up the yellow-haired man and the blue-haired man, then sneered. I can drink with you, but you have to drink as much as I drink. Do you dare to? When the blue-haired man heard that, he was immediately overjoyed. Wasn't this just what he wanted? Hence, the blue-haired man immediately nodded and said, of course, there's no problem. Let's drink alone. If you can't outdrink me, then get lost immediately. How about that? Then what if you can't outdrink me? Qin Yu asked back. The guy with blue hair sneered and said, if I can't outdrink you, then I'll lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Okay, it's a deal. Qin Yu nodded. The blue-haired man immediately waved his hand and shouted, bring me all the wine. Soon, 10 bottles of foreign wine were placed in front of Qin Yu. These wines are all 43% alcohol. I won't bully you. Just drink as much as I do. The blue-haired man took 2 cups and placed them in front of Qin Yu. At this moment, Chen Xian hurriedly ran to Qin Yu's side and whispered, Qin Yu, he can drink a lot. You have to be careful. Qin Yu ignored her. He looked at the blue-haired man and said, don't use the cups. Let's use the bottles. The blue-haired man was stunned. Then, he sneered and said, are you kidding me? This isn't beer. Use the bottles? What, you don't have the guts to? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said. Why wouldn't I have the guts to? The blue-haired man snorted and opened 2 bottles of wine. He handed one bottle to Qin Yu and held the other bottle himself. Bring it on. I want to see how you use the bottle. The blue-haired man sized up Qin Yu and said. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He opened a bottle of wine and stuffed it into his mouth. In just a few seconds, he emptied this bottle of foreign wine. The people around were all stunned. Even the blue-haired man couldn't help but swallow hard. He had been frequenting nightclubs for so many years, this was the first time he had seen someone drink like this. Updates by. It's your turn. Chin-Yu looked at the blue-haired man and said with a nonchalant smile. The blue-haired man braced himself and opened the bottle of wine. Then, he imitated Chin-Yu and opened his mouth to drink it. After half a minute, the blue-haired man finally drank the entire bottle of wine. After he drank the bottle of wine, the blue-haired man's expression turned ugly. However, he had already boasted in front of Yellow Hair, so he couldn't lose. Bring it on. Let's continue drinking. The blue-haired man wiped his mouth and shouted. Chin-Yu didn't say anything. He opened the bottle of wine and drank another bottle. The blue-haired man looked troubled. Find EU chapters on nv/lbi.com. He thought that Chin-Yu was at his limit after drinking one bottle. He didn't expect him to drink another bottle. It seems that he has met his opponent, someone beside him said. Keep drinking. You can't lose to him. That's right. If you lose, we will be humiliated. The blue-haired man had no choice but to grab the wine and pour it into his mouth again. This time, it took the blue-haired man a full 5 minutes to finish the bottle of wine. After he drank this bottle of wine, the blue-haired man's face was completely flushed. Do you still want to continue? The blue-haired man seemed to be a little scared. Chin-Yu didn't say anything. He opened a bottle of wine and drank it all in one gulp. This time, the blue-haired man's face turned ashen. He drank 3 bottles of foreign wine in a row. After drinking it, he would probably have gastric lavage. If you don't dare to, then just admit defeat, Chin-Yu said with a smile. Who doesn't dare to? I've never lost a drinking game before. The blue-haired man gritted his teeth, grabbed the wine, and poured it into his mouth again. But this time, the blue-haired man held the table as he started to vomit like crazy halfway through. Chin-Yu sneered at the side. He took a step back and said, according to the agreement, you have to lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Do it. The blue-haired man vomited like crazy for a long time. He wiped his mouth, gritted his teeth, and said, You must have cheated. What? You can't afford to lose? Chin-Yu sneered. F***CKU. The blue-haired man cursed. F***CK off, or don't blame me for being rude. The blue-haired man grabbed the bottle and cursed. Chin-Yu didn't want to argue with these punks, so he didn't say anything. He grabbed Sun-Ing and was ready to leave. Who the F***CK told you to take Sun-Ing away? I told you to scram by yourself. The blue-haired man cursed. The yellow-haired man beside him waved his hand, and everyone in the room quickly stood up. Hurry up and scram. Don't ruin our fun. The yellow-haired man waved his hand and said. Chin-Yu couldn't help but sneer. I didn't ask you to bark like a dog, so shouldn't you be thanking me? What, it's bad enough that you're a sore loser, but now you're playing dirty with me? The yellow-haired guy smiled nonchalantly. I'm sorry, but this is how we do things. You actually expect me to bark like a dog? If you don't leave now, I'll make you bark like a dog. The blue-haired guy held a wine bottle and pointed at Chin-Yu's nose as he scolded. Chin-Yu narrowed his eyes. He suddenly smashed the wine bottle in the blue-haired guy's hand. Then, Chin-Yu stretched out his hand and pressed it on the blue-haired guy's shoulder. In an instant, the blue-haired man felt immense weight, as if he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Bark like a dog for me, Chin-Yu said as he looked at the blue-haired man coldly. The blue-haired man hadn't said anything yet when the blondie, who was at the side, flew into a rage. You actually dared to make a move? You're digging your own grave, the blondie snorted coldly. Then, the blondie shouted, "Get him for me." 7 to 8 young men instantly rushed towards Qingyu. "Yao Qing!" Qingyu shouted, and Yao Qing immediately rushed out as quickly as an arrow. In just a few minutes, these 7 to 8 young men were all lying on the ground while wailing non-stop. When he saw the scene, the yellow-haired guy's expression turned livid. "There's only you left. Do you want to lie down yourself, or do you want me to beat you down?" Yao Qing said while rubbing his fist. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to beat me up here, you're dead meat. My cousin is the manager here." "Yes, dude, go and call your cousin over quickly." The blue-haired man also shouted. Qingyu couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. He walked in front of Sun Ying, pulled her up, and prepared to leave. "What? Are you afraid?" The yellow-haired man hurriedly shouted. "Let me tell you, you can run, but Sun Ying can't run. Sun Ying, if you dare to leave, I'll screw you." The blondie pointed at Sun Ying and shouted. When he heard this, Qinyu's expression instantly turned cold. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the blondie coldly. "Go and call your cousin over. I'll wait here." "Okay, whoever leaves is a sucker," the blondie said and hurriedly ran out. After he left, Chen Xian hurriedly ran to Qinyu's side and said with a worried expression, "Qingyu, hurry up and leave. This KTV belongs to Liu Shuming. You just offended the Liu family. If you offend the Liu family again, you'll be in trouble." "Liu Shuming's?" Qingyu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. "What a coincidence. I'll wait for him here." Qingyu immediately sat down on the sofa. Chen Xian's face was pale, and she was extremely worried. She had never thought that things would come to this. Soon, the yellow-haired man returned to the private room. He kicked open the door of the private room and swaggered in. Behind him were 7 to 8 tattooed men. "Cousin, it's him," the blondie said as he pointed at Qinyu's nose. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a young man walking over. He rubbed the ring on his finger and slowly walked over to Qingyu. "It's you who beat up my cousin?" The young man sized up Qingyu and said. "Why don't you ask him why he was beaten up?" Qingyu sneered. "I don't care about that. Since you dared to beat up my cousin, I'll cripple you today." The young man snorted coldly. Qingyu guessed that he was also an unreasonable person, so he waved his hand and said, "You'd better call Liu Shuming over." The young man froze, and then he said angrily, "Mr. Liu has a lot of affairs to attend to every day. How can you call him over so casually?" "If you don't call him, I will." Qingyu took out his phone and called Liu Shuming. Soon, Liu Shuming picked up the phone. He said enthusiastically on the phone, "Mr. Qin, why are you calling me so late at night?" Qingyu said, "Mr. Liu, you own Midnight KTV?" Liu Shuming froze and quickly said, "Yes, I'm at Midnight KTV right now. Do you want to come to have some fun? I'll arrange it for you right away." "No, I'm at Midnight KTV right now. Your manager threatened to cripple me," Qingyu said with a cold smile. Updates by Liu Shuming's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Qin, where are you?" "I'll be there right away." "Room 888, Qingyu said. "Okay, I'll be there right away," Liu Shuming said anxiously. After hanging up the phone, Qingyu looked at the blonde's cousin. "Liu Shuming will be here right away," Qingyu said nonchalantly. "Hee, I think you've had too much to drink." "Who do you think you are?" Do you think you can call for President Liu just because you want to? The young man couldn't help but sneer. Qin Yu didn't want to waste time with him, so he didn't say anything more. The blonde's cousin snorted coldly. He waved his hand and said, "Let's cripple him. Break his legs." The blonde said fiercely from the side. "No problem." His cousin's expression was calm. These 7 to 8 strong men immediately walked towards Qin Yu. They looked fierce, and it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly opened. Then, they saw Lu Shuming standing at the door as he panted. When he saw Lu Shuming, the blonde's cousin froze. He hurriedly went up to him. He said obsequiously, "Mr. Liu, why are you here?" Lu Shuming ignored him and walked to Qin Yu quickly. "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" Lu Shuming said somewhat anxiously. Qin Yu smiled and said, "I'm fine, Mr. Liu. The manager of your KTV is so impressive." Lu Shuming's expression changed. Qin Yu had just saved his life, yet now, such an incident had happened. How could Lu Shuming not panic? "Mr. Qin, don't worry. I won't let him off easily," Lu Shuming said with a forced smile. Then, Lu Shuming turned to look at the manager. At this time, the manager was already scared sh*+. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. He said with a terrified look, "Mr. Liu, I didn't know he knew you. Please spare me." Lu Shuming said coldly, "Spare you? I think you're too arrogant. You even dare to offend Mr. Qin." The manager hurriedly knelt in front of Qin Yu and begged desperately, "Mr. Qin, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. All right, you guys can drag him out." Lu Shuming waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, Mr. Liu." The 7 to 8 strong men immediately changed their stances and dragged the manager out. Not far away, the yellow-haired man was trembling with fear. He didn't expect Qin Yu to have such powerful connections. "Sir, I was wrong," the yellow-haired man said with quivering lips. But the yellow-haired man didn't expect Qin Yu to completely ignore him. It was obvious that Qin Yu didn't take this yellow-haired man seriously at all. No matter how he pleaded, he was still ignored. This made the yellow-haired man feel extremely humiliated, but he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Shuming walked to Qin Yu's side and said, "Mr. Qin, let's go to the private room next door and chat." Qin Yu glanced at Sun Ying, who was barely conscious on the sofa, and shook his head. "Forget it. I still have something to do, so I won't chat anymore." Lu Shuming didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. Then, Qin Yu picked up Sun Ying and walked out of the KTV. "Do you know where her home is?" After getting into the car, Qin Yu looked at Chen Xin and asked. Chen Xin said with some surprise, "Aren't you her brother-in-law? You actually don't know where her home is?" "I've never been there," Qin Yu said expressionlessly. Chen Xin secretly stuck out her tongue, and then said, "Then I'll take you there." Qin Yu agreed, and then signaled Yao Qing to drive. In the Liu family's villa. "Dad, you absolutely can't let it go like this. You absolutely can't give the water dragon cave to Qin Yu," Lu Shihui said through gritted teeth. Lu Yi glanced at him and snickered. "Of course. During this period of time, I sent someone to Jingdu to investigate and confirmed that the Yan family won't interfere." When he heard this, Lu Shihui's eyes immediately lit up and said somewhat excitedly, "Really?" "Absolutely." A cold look flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. "Since the Yan family won't interfere, I definitely won't let him off the hook," Lu Yi said with a sinister expression. The reason the Liu family kept a low profile during this period of time was because they had sent people to Jingdu. After knowing that the Yan family wouldn't interfere, Liu Yi relaxed completely. "Mr. Liu, a person called Wu Hongchang requests to see you." At this moment, a subordinate suddenly walked in and said, "Wu Hongchang?" Upon hearing this name, Liu Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. Isn't he Liu Shuming's subordinate? Haha, that's all in the past. At this moment, Wu Hongchang walked in from outside the door. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Mr. Liu, how have you been?" Liu Yi sized up Wu Hongchang and was a little nervous for a moment. Because among all the hangers-on of the Liu family, only Tao Shan could deal with Wu Hongchang. Wu Hongchang noticed Liu Yi's worried look, so he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Mr. Liu, don't be nervous. I'm here to defect." Defect? Liu Yi was even more confused. Aren't you Liu Shuming's subordinate? As far as I know, Liu Shuming treats you quite well. Liu Yi asked suspiciously. Wu Hongchang snorted and said, "A talented person is free to choose his own boss. Moreover, Liu Shuming won't have any big developments. He's short-sighted and bad at discerning the real deal from wannabes. I've decided not to help him anymore." Wu Hongchang's shamelessness was indeed shocking. He was obviously chased away by the Liu family, but he acted like he had abandoned the Liu family. "Why should I believe you? Who knows if you were sent by Liu Shuming?" Liu Yi narrowed his eyes and said. Wu Hongchang laughed loudly and said, "What kind of person am I, Wu Hongchang? I have countless followers. Not to mention that I'm the one who abandoned Liu Shuming." At this point, Wu Hongchang paused for a moment and said with a nonchalant smile, "As far as I know, you have a grudge with Qin Yu, right?" Liu Yi nodded. This matter had already spread throughout South City and even Chuzhou. It wasn't strange for Wu Hongchang to know. Wu Hongchang said with a nonchalant smile, "To tell you the truth, I don't like him either. I've decided to seek justice and help the Liu family salvage its dignity." Upon hearing Wu Hongchang's words, Liu Yi couldn't help but show surprise on his face. In South City, Wu Hongchang was considered quite famous. Plus, barely anyone knew that he had been beaten by Qin Yu. "Mr. Wu, are you serious? Qin Yu isn't easy to deal with." Liu Shihui hurriedly asked before Liu Yi could speak. Wu Hongchang snorted and said, "In my opinion, Qin Yu isn't worth mentioning at all." That's right, that's right. Mr. Wu, you've been famous for many years, so it's a piece of cake for you to deal with Qin Yu," Liu Yi said with a smile. Wu Hongchang said with a nonchalant smile, "If Mr. Liu trusts me, give me 2 days. I'll bring Qin Yu's head to you." "Are you serious?" Liu Yi's expression was joyful as he hurriedly asked. Wu Hongchang nodded and said, "I'll do as I say. But after the matter is done, I want 10% of the Liu family's shares. Is that all right?" "No problem." Liu Yi hurriedly nodded and said. "All right, then we'll meet the day after tomorrow." Wu Hongchang stood up and walked out cockily. After Wu Hongchang left, Liu Shihui couldn't help but sneer and said, "With Mr. Wu's help, Qin Yu will definitely be dead meat." That's right. In all these years, Wu Shichang has never been defeated by anyone besides Tao Shan. Dealing with Qin Yu is a piece of cake. Liu Yi sneered. Updates by Yao Qing drove for a long time and finally sent Sun Ying home. Sun Ying's family lived in a high-end residential area in South City. Although this wasn't a single-family villa, each home was extremely large. Even the smallest home was at least 300 square meters. "This is Sun Ying's home," Chen Xian pointed and said. Qin Yu nodded. After the car was parked, Qin Yu carried Sun Ying into the residential area. They arrived at the door of Sun Ying's home. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, Sun Ying's father, Sun Fu, opened the door and walked out. The moment he saw Qin Yu, Sun Fu's expression immediately changed. When he saw Sun Ying in Qin Yu's arms, his entire face flushed quickly. "Qin Yu, how dare you touch my daughter? I won't forgive you," Sun Fu said aggressively and pounced towards Qin Yu. But before he could touch Qin Yu, he was kicked to the ground by Yao Qing. "Are you out of your mind?" Yao Qing couldn't help but say with a cold expression. Sun Fu got up from the ground, pointed at Qin Yu and scolded, "You good-for-nothing dared to touch my daughter. You beast!" Qin Yu said with a cold expression, "Sun Ying drank too much. I just sent her home. You forced my daughter to drink? She is only a teenager, yet you let her drink so much. What are your intentions?" Sun Fu was still unwilling to let it go. Chen Xian quickly explained, "Sir, it has nothing to do with Qin Yu. If it weren't for Qin Yu, Sun Ying would have been in danger tonight. You should thank him." "Bah! You guys are in cahoots and lying to me." Sun Fu snorted coldly. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh inside. As expected of Sun Yumei's younger brother, Sun Fu acted just the same. "Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me." Qin Yu put Sun Ying on the ground, then turned around and left. Sun Fu scolded from behind, "Just you wait. If anything happens to my daughter, I won't spare you, you piece of trash." Qin Yu didn't say anything and turned around to leave. After going downstairs, Chen Xian couldn't help but say, "Why is Sun Ying's father like this? He's so unreasonable. Their whole family is the same," Qin Yu snickered. Chen Xian stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. After that, Qin Yu sent Chen Xian to school and then returned to the hotel. The next day, after Qin Yu woke up, he went to the balcony. As he sat on the balcony, he couldn't help but think about the Chinese medicine conference. There's less than a week left until the Chinese medicine conference. It's time to prepare, Qin Yu thought to himself. According to Mr. Yang, as long as he got first place in the Chinese medicine conference, he would be able to obtain a 100-year-old herb stock. This was a rare opportunity for Qin Yu. He sat cross-legged on the balcony and whispered, "According to the records of the inheritance, producing spiritual fire is possible at the foundation establishment stage, and spiritual fire is extremely useful for refining medicine." Thinking of this, Qin Yu closed his eyes. He gathered all the spiritual power in his body in his palm and tried to conjure the spiritual fire according to the method recorded in his memory. Soon, Qin Yu's palm felt a trace of heat flow. This heat flow became more and more intense in Qin Yu's palm, and the burning sensation was somewhat unbearable for Qin Yu. Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. Phew! At this moment, a flame ignited in Qin Yu's palm out of thin air. Qin Yu hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the flame, a little dim under the sunlight, was light blue in color. So conjuring spiritual flames is that simple. Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter. If others heard this, they would definitely be extremely angered. There was no telling how many top alchemist masters had been unable to succeed despite studying it for a lifetime. After that, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and this wisp of spiritual flame floated out from Qin Yu's palm. The flame fell onto the ground and flickered for a long time. It was only a small spark, but it actually burned for more than half an hour. When the flame disappeared, a black hole actually appeared on the ground. Spiritual fire really lives up to its reputation. If it can be used to refine medicine, it will be twice the result with half the effort, Qin Yu thought to himself. Although that was the case, controlling it was very difficult. If it wasn't properly controlled, the wild flames might burn the herbs into ashes. Qin Yu stood up from the balcony. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, he found Wu Hongchang standing at the door. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu didn't have a good impression of Wu Hongchang at all. A trace of disgust flashed across his face. Wu Hongchang hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Qin, I'm here to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Qin Yu was a little surprised. "Yes. I didn't know how powerful you were before, so I hope you won't blame me for being rude to you," Wu Hongchang said respectfully. Yao Qing couldn't help but sneer. "Wu Hongchang, you were chased away by the Lu family, so you're anxious, aren't you?" Wu Hongchang glanced at Yao Qing and said with a smile, "My young friend, you're wrong. With my abilities, any aristocratic family would scramble to recruit me." It was true. Although Wu Hongchang liked to brag, he was still an inner strength master hands. Even without the Lu family, he could fend for himself. "Mr. Qin, in order to express the sincerity of my apology, I specially prepared a gift for you," Wu Hongchang continued. Then, Wu Hongchang took out a pill that was emitting a green light from his pocket. This pill looked crystal clear, and it was enveloped in a faint medicinal aroma. "This is a medicinal herb that I have treasured for many years. I hope that I can get Mr. Qin's forgiveness," Wu Hongchang said politely. As the saying went, one shouldn't slap someone with friendly intentions. Since Wu Hongchang's attitude was so humble, Qin Yu couldn't treat him coldly. "There's no need for that. Come in and have a seat," Qin Yu said. Seeing this, a crafty look flashed across Wu Hongchang's face. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin." Wu Hongchang bowed and then strode in. Wu Hongchang's attitude was extremely humble, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. He sat opposite Qin Yu and handed over the pill with both hands. "I hope that you and I can turn over a new leaf. I also hope that Mr. Qin can give me some pointers," Wu Hongchang said courteously. Qin Yu took a look at the pill and shook his head. "Mr. Wu, you don't have to be so polite. You can take this pill back. As for giving pointers, we can talk to each other." When he heard this, Wu Hongchang hurriedly stood up and said with slight fear, "Mr. Qin, please accept this pill. Otherwise, my conscience won't allow it." Qin Yu looked at the pill and contemplated it for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, then I can only accept it." This pill looked quite attractive. Although it couldn't be compared to those 100-year-old herbs, it would definitely be helpful in increasing one's strength. After Qin Yu accepted the pill, the two of them began to chat. Wu Hongchang talked about his past and how he had come this far from nothing. This made Qin Yu empathize with him somewhat, because Wu Hongchang's past hardships were too similar to his own. "Mr. Qin, your future is full of potential. Yet at my age, there's no hope anymore." Wu Hongchang sighed. When he heard this, Qin Yu smiled and comforted him, "Mr. Wu, you don't have to underestimate yourself. There are very few people who can reach your level." Wu Hongchang forced a smile and said, "That being said, I have been stuck at the inner strength master hands level for more than 10 years. I just can't pass that level." When he heard this, Qin Yu contemplated it for a moment. Updates by. He walked to Wu Hongchang and said, "You might as well try to use your inner strength to break through the major acupoints. Maybe it will work." Martial arts training and spiritual cultivation were essentially the same. The only difference was that one relied on inner strength, while the other relied on spiritual energy. Therefore, Qin Yu's experience could also be used in martial arts training. When he heard this, Wu Hongchang hurriedly closed his eyes and tried to break through the acupoints according to Qin Yu's method. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin. C0m. A few minutes later, Wu Hongchang opened his eyes in surprise and said excitedly, "It really works. Mr. Qin, you're really a genius. I have never heard of such a method before. Maybe you have never seen it before." Qin Yu said with a smile. Wu Hongchang was extremely excited. He had been stuck at this level for many years and had never made any progress. Now that he knew of Qin Yu's method, he was suddenly filled with hope. "Mr. Qin, then I won't stay any longer. I want to try to break through to the inner strength past master level. I will never forget your kindness." Wu Hongchang stood up and said respectfully, "You're too courteous, Mr. Wu." Qin Yu nodded slightly. After sending Wu Hongchang away, Yao Qing couldn't help but say, "Wu Hongchang is a cunning villain. You helping him is pointless and it'll never be reciprocated." Qin Yu smiled and didn't explain. After taking something from him, he naturally couldn't take it for free. Then, Qin Yu took out the pill that Wu Hongchang sent over. He rubbed it in his hand for a moment and said, "This pill might benefit me substantially." Thinking of this, Qin Yu swallowed the pill. After the pill entered his stomach, Qin Yu closed his eyes slightly. Yao Qing, afraid of disturbing Qin Yu, stood at the side and didn't say a word. A few minutes later, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed, then he clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. "It hurts, my stomach hurts so much." It's like a bomb exploded, drops of sweat dripped down from Qin Yu's forehead. He let out a miserable roar. Yao Qing, who was at the side, panicked. He said anxiously, "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" I'll send you to the hospital right now." As soon as he said that, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open. Then, he saw Wu Hongchang standing at the door proudly. "Ha ha ha, Qin Yu, you finally fell into my hands." Wu Hongchang couldn't help but laugh. "It was you!" Yao Qing was immediately enraged. He clenched his fist and rushed towards Wu Hongchang. However, Wu Hongchang was an inner strength master hands after all. His strength definitely far surpassed Yao Qing's. Wu Hongchang waved his hand, and Yao Qing was instantly sent flying. "Humph, a mere ant dares to make a ruckus in front of me?" Wu Hongchang said indifferently. Yao Qing couldn't help but feel angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Qin was kind enough to help you break through, but you backstabbed him. What sort of person are you?" Wu Hongchang didn't care at all. Instead, he said proudly, "This is called all is fair in war." "Qin Yu, you're still too naive." Qin Yu held his stomach and said with difficulty, What exactly is this thing?" Wu Hongchang laughed and said, "This is a poison that I bought from an expert in the southwest when I was traveling a few years ago. As long as you take this medicine, your body will be powerless and your inner strength will dissipate. Qin Yu, currently, you're no different from an ordinary person." Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Hongchang, you're really despicable." Wu Hongchang sneered and said, "You deserve it. How dare a youngster try to steal my limelight? You deserve to die." Qin Yu held his stomach and squinted his eyes as he said, "You want to kill me because of this reason? There are many reasons to kill you. I don't like you. Does this count?" Wu Hongchang snickered. Qin Yu couldn't help but show anger. In the eyes of these people, were human lives that trivial? He looked at Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground and wailing. He couldn't help but mutter, "The seller didn't say that this medicine would cause stomach pain. I didn't expect it to have an unexpected effect." "Huh? It won't cause stomach pain?" Qin Yu was stunned. "But, doesn't poison usually cause stomach pain?" Qin Yu muttered. When he heard this, Wu Hongchang said impatiently, how would I know? Maybe I'm wrong. In short, you're going to die today. Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. He took his hand away from his stomach and said with a smile, you didn't remember wrong. I guessed wrong. What do you mean? Wu Hongchang couldn't help but be puzzled. Nothing. Qin Yu didn't explain anything. Instead, he stood up from the ground. He dusted his body and grinned. Wu Hongchang, an ungrateful person like you really makes people feel disgusted. I should have beaten you to death back then. Wu Hongchang wasn't fazed. He snickered and said, so what? You're already powerless now. What's the point of saying all this? Yeah. Qin Yu sighed. I'm already crippled now. Hurry up and do it. Wu Hongchang snorted coldly and said, you don't need to remind me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hongchang rushed towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't dodge. He simply let his fist land on his body. Clang! A loud sound was heard. Wu Hongchang felt that his fist seemed to have hit a piece of steel and his wrist was in extreme pain. How is that possible? Wu Hongchang's expression suddenly changed. You weren't poisoned at all? Wu Hongchang couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Qin Yu grinned and said, I was poisoned, but not completely. Wu Hongchang's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Fear had already occupied his entire mind. No. Impossible. Wu Hongchang roared angrily and clenched his fist once again. This time, Qin Yu raised his hand and met it with a punch. Gotcha! A terrifying force traveled from Wu Hongchang's fist to his entire arm. With this punch, Wu Hongchang's entire arm actually shattered. Ah! Wu Hongchang couldn't help but shout out in pain. Qin Yu sneered and said, it seems that I was too soft-hearted. But speaking of which, I have to thank you. In the future, I will remember to never show mercy to people like you. Wu Hongchang was already panicking. He retreated and said in horror, Qin Yu, it was Lu Yi who sent me here. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to settle the account, go look for him. Lu Yi? Qin Yu frowned slightly. That's true. It's time for the enmity with the Lu family to be ended, Qin Yu said coldly. Wu Hongchang hurriedly nodded and said, yes. You should go look for the Lu family. Go look for them. Qin Yu sneered and said, okay, but I will bring you with me. After saying that, Qin Yu took a step forward and punched Wu Hongchang's lower abdomen fiercely. Updates by. With a loud bam, Wu Hongchang was sent flying. His internal organs were instantly blown apart, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Wu Hongchang fell to the ground. He tried to get up, but Qin Yu raised his foot and stomped on his chest. With this stomp, Wu Hongchang's chest instantly sank several degrees. His bones were shattered. And Wu Hongchang didn't even have time to repent before he died. Qin Yu, his face emotionless, looked at his corpse. He turned around and walked in front of Yao Qing while saying, are you okay? Yao Qing shook his head, then said with some surprise and joy, Mr. Qin, you already knew? Qin Yu shook his head and said, I didn't know, but I was wary toward Wu Hongchang. What a joke! Qin Yu wouldn't even completely believe in Lei Hu, let alone Wu Hongchang. The moment Qin Yu swallowed the pill, he isolated it with spiritual energy. The moment the spiritual energy touched the pill, it turned black, so Qin Yu knew that there was something wrong with the pill. Sigh, looks like I have to go to the bathroom to poop it out, Qin Yu muttered. After saying that, Qin Yu went straight to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Qin Yu took Wu Hongchang's corpse and left the hotel to head straight for the Liu family's home. Mr. Liu, it's my great honor to be able to work with you. I will remember your great kindness. Sun Fu was holding a glass of wine with an obsequious look on his face. Liu Yi glanced at him, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. If it wasn't because of the incident with Qin Yu that caused the Liu family's business to dwindle, Liu Yi wouldn't even consider Sun Fu. I never dreamed that I, Sun Fu, would have the qualifications to work with you. Mr. Liu, I'll drink all of this. Sun Fu held his wine cup and said excitedly. Liu Yi just nodded casually and didn't even say anything. Sun Fu was the only one at the dining table who was chatting non-stop, but the Liu family's father and son didn't say a word. Enough. Don't you find it annoying to be chattering non-stop? Liu Shihui said impatiently. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sun Fu's face. He said with a sheepish smile, I'm sorry, young Master Liu. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. If you like to drink so much, take the bottle and drink it all. Liu Shihui grabbed the bottle and placed it on the table with a clang. Sun Fu knew that Liu Shihui was making things difficult for him, but he had no choice but to submit to them. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the bottle of wine, and said, Okay, I'll drink the entire bottle. What an idiot, Liu Shihui couldn't help but mutter. His voice wasn't loud, but Sun Fu heard it clearly. Although he was angry inside, he didn't dare to flare up. At this moment, the door of the living room was suddenly kicked open. Then, they saw Qin Yu walk in from outside the door. The moment they saw Qin Yu, the 3 people in the living room stood up at the same time. Before the Liu family's father and son could say anything, Sun Fu pointed at Qin Yu and scolded, What are you doing here? Is this a place where someone like you can come? If there's anything, wait for me to go home. After saying this, Sun Fu hurriedly apologized to the Liu family's father and son, Mr. Liu, young Master Liu, I'm sorry. I'll let him go now. Then, Sun Fu pulled Qin Yu to the side and said with a dark expression, Get out of here. Do you hear me? If you ruin my business, I'll kill you. Qin Yu sneered. Do you think I'm here to find you? What else could you be here for? Don't think I don't know about your ulterior motives. Sun Fu said impatiently. He took out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and threw them to Qin Yu while saying with a cold expression, Get out of here quickly. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel baffled. Sun Fu was too full of himself. Sun Fu was about to say something when Liu Shihui shouted, Qin Yu, you actually dare to come to my house? How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare to come? Qin Yu said with a cold expression. Sun Fu was stunned. He looked at Liu Shihui in a daze and said in shock, Young Master Liu, you know him? Liu Shihui ignored Sun Fu and said through gritted teeth, Qin Yu, you won't be able to stay arrogant for long. To tell you the truth, we have already sent someone to take your life. Take my life? With that trash Wu Hongchang? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and pointed at the door. The Liu family's father and son turned their heads to look and saw Wu Hongchang's body hanging on the door. It looked extremely horrifying. Their expressions changed dramatically. Wu Hongchang was actually dead? Qin Yu sat on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of water and said coldly, Even if you want to find someone to kill me, you should find someone decent. You found this kind of trash to send himself to his death? The Liu family's father and son couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Liu Yi even took 2 steps back. Qin Yu, what do you want to do? Liu Yi said with a cold expression. Qin Yu glanced at him and said coldly, What do I want to do? What do you think? When you sent people to kill me, you should have considered the consequences. Louis gritted his teeth and tried his best to remain calm as he said, Qin Yu, tell me. What do you want to do? Qin Yu sneered. How about this? Both of you kneel down and apologize to me sincerely. Then, I can consider sparing you guys. In your dreams. Louis immediately flew into a rage. Qin Yu, who do you think you are? How dare you make us kneel down and apologize? For the Liu family, killing you is like. Ah. Before Liu Shihui could finish his words, Qin Yu had already slapped him. Liu Shihui's body was sent flying and he crashed into the wall. Qin Yu slowly stood up from the sofa. He emitted a terrifying murderous aura. I was too merciful to you guys in the past. You guys really thought I was a pushover, didn't you? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes menacingly. Even the atmosphere in the room tensed up. Visit no, v3lb/n.cm. When they sensed Qin Yu's killing intent, the Liu family's father and son instantly looked extremely apprehensive. In the depths of their hearts, an intense sense of fear even surfaced. Qin Yu, I don't think there is any grudge between us. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Louis actually gave in. After hearing his words, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. Sure. Kneel down and apologize to me first. Then we can talk. Louis gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yu, is this your attitude? Don't you think it's out of line to ask us to kneel down? Out of line? Qin Yu's expression instantly turned cold. He looked at Louis coldly and said, when you asked someone to kill me, did you think it was out of line? Now, I just want you to kneel down and apologize. Do you think that's unfair? Louis was instantly speechless. He had nothing to say. Qin Yu. Louis took a deep breath. I really want to talk to you. Do you have to be so ruthless? Louis roared. When he heard this, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Louis, don't you think it's funny to say this? If Wu Hongqiang killed me, would I still be standing here? Or rather, I'm just an unarmed ordinary person, would you still try to talk things out with me? Qin Yu's voice was sonorous. Louis immediately fell into silence. After a moment of silence, he said, I've already given you the water dragon cave. You can raise other conditions. I only want you two to kneel down and admit your mistakes. Qin Yu pointed to the ground and said. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Updates by. Louis sighed and slowly said, I'm already so old. Do you think it's appropriate for me to kneel down? Let's sit down and have a chat first. Is that okay? Louis looked sincere, but a hint of craftiness flashed in his eyes. Although it was only a flash, it still couldn't avoid Qin Yu's eyes. Mr. Liu, the same move will lose its effect after being used twice. Qin Yu sneered repeatedly. Liu Yi's expression changed. He pretended to be puzzled and said, What do you mean? You're stalling for time and waiting for Tao Shan, right? Qin Yu said coldly. Liu Yi's expression changed again. He never expected that his thoughts would be seen through by Qin Yu. All right, I will give you this opportunity. Coincidentally, I also want to see what abilities Tao Shan has, Qin Yu said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an extremely burly man walking from the door. The burly man was more than 2 meters tall, like a small mountain. Tao Shan, you're finally here. Liu Yi was immediately overjoyed. Without saying anything, he ran in Tao Shan's direction. Tao Shan swayed his huge body and bowed slightly. Mr. Liu, sorry for my tardiness. No. You came just at the right time. Louis couldn't help but look smug. He looked at Qin Yu with a crafty expression and said with a wicked smile, "You're still too naive. You want me to apologize to you? Are you even worthy of it?" When he heard Lu Yi's words, Qin Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Lu Yi was really sly. Tao Shan, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him immediately. Lu Yi pointed at Qin Yu and ordered. Tao Shan didn't say anything. He rubbed his huge fist and walked towards Qin Yu. The two of them looked at each other. One was tall while the other was short, forming a sharp contrast. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of panic on Qin Yu's face. On the contrary, he was extremely calm. Qin Yu, you're very courageous. To be honest, I admire you a little. At this moment, Tao Shan suddenly said. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Oh really? Tao Shan sighed. To go against a prominent family on my own is something that I have thought of but never dared to do. That is why I admire you. Cut the crap. D***mn it, kill him immediately. Louis couldn't help but roar. Tao Shan continued, unfortunately, I am indebted to the Liu family, so I have to work for the Liu family. Let's do it. Tao Shan was quite high-minded. He took 2 steps back, as if waiting for Qin Yu to make a move. Then I will have to make the first move. Qin Yu immediately conjured his spiritual power and rushed towards Tao Shan. Tao Shan wasn't in a hurry. He raised his fist that was the size of a casserole and smashed it down. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Tao Shan's huge body was actually pushed back 3 to 4 steps. On the other hand, Qin Yu was also pushed back a few steps. His wrist was even in pain from the impact. What a tough body! Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Tao Shan also exclaimed, as expected of the person who killed Wu Hongchang. Tao Shan, are you trying to mess with me? Kill him quickly! Louis couldn't help but curse. Tao Shan ignored Louis. He fixed his eyes on Qin Yu and said slowly, Qin Yu, I am indebted to them and work for them, so I can only kill you today. After saying this, Tao Shan took off his clothes to reveal his strong muscles. Tao Shan's muscles appeared like pieces of hard stones attached to his body. Under the light, they were even glistening. What a strong body! Qin Yu was even more surprised. Unlike ordinary muscular men, Tao Shan's muscles really looked like a suit of armor. I don't have any other hobbies and I'm obsessed with martial arts. Although I'm only an inner strength master hands, I'm also a cross-training master, Tao Shan said as he shook his huge body. Cross-training master? Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Qin Yu had heard of cross-training masters. They specialized in body training and they polished the body to be as hard as a stone. Rumor had it that even a bullet couldn't penetrate a top-notch cross-training master. Qin Yu said with some anticipation, I heard that the body of the cross-training master is like steel. I wonder if it's true or not. Compared to Tao Shan, Wu Hongchang simply wasn't worth mentioning. Tao Shan said in a deep voice, you'll know when you try. After saying that, Tao Shan roared angrily, and the muscles on his body actually expanded a few times. Not only that, but his body seemed to have a golden hue that looked extremely dazzling. I combined my inner strength with cross-training. My body has already reached an indestructible level. I'm not even afraid of an inner strength past master, Tao Shan said coldly. How powerful! Qin Yu thought to himself. I have to say, with Tao Shan around, Liu Shuming is really no match for the Liu family, Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. Not far away, Louis sneered and said, "Of course. If it weren't for Tao Shan's principle of not killing the old and the young, Wu Hongchang would have died long ago." Qin Yu nodded slightly. At this time, he suddenly changed the topic and said coldly, "It's a pity that the Liu family offended someone they shouldn't have offended." "Ha ha ha, Qin Yu, you really think highly of yourself. Ever since I met Tao Shan, he has never lost." Louis couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. He took large strides forward. His punches were powerful, and with a bang, he swung them towards Tao Shan. Tao Shan's muscles instantly tensed up. His body was like steel, and this punch actually didn't injure him in the slightest. "What a tough body!" Qin Yu frowned slightly. A cross-training master indeed lived up to his reputation. Tao Shan's face was expressionless. He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Besides having a tough body, my strength has also increased greatly." Qin Yu gave Tao Shan a heartfelt thumbs up. This body of his had indeed exceeded Qin Yu's imagination. "Tao Shan! Kill him immediately!" Louis, afraid that something unexpected would happen, was impatient. Tao Shan nodded. He looked at Qin Yu and said, "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Shan took the initiative to attack. He took heavy steps and forcefully rushed towards Qin Yu. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. His burly figure didn't affect his speed at all. A fist the size of a casserole arrived in front of Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. Updates by. Good timing. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with a strong desire to fight. He clenched his fist and met the attack head-on. There was another collision of two fists. However, the result this time was very different. Under this punch, Qin Yu's body was sent flying and he crashed into the wall behind him. The wall collapsed with a bang, and countless pieces of rubble pressed down on Qin Yu's body. Dust flew up, momentarily blocking everyone's line of sight. "Good, good. Ha ha ha." Louis couldn't help but shout out in excitement. "Tao Shan, I really didn't raise you in vain." Tao Shan, his eyes staring straight at the ruins, didn't make a sound. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light flashed. All the rubble was sent flying. It shot out in all directions. Then, Qin Yu stood up from the ruins. The clothes on his body had been torn, revealing his glistening muscles. However, Qin Yu's internal qi didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger. "You're stronger than I thought." Qin Yu's expression darkened. Tao Shan's talent wasn't that impressive. Just like Wu Hongchang, he had been stuck at the peak of the inner strength master hands level for countless years. The difference was that Wu Hongchang stopped there, while Tao Shan took a different path and developed a strong body. He didn't die. Louis grimaced in anger. He ordered Tao Shan anxiously, "Kill him now." Tao Shan looked at Qin Yu coldly and said, "Since you know, why don't you turn around and leave now? Don't come to the Liu family's home ever again." "Tao Shan, what are you talking about?" "I want you to kill him." Not far away, Louis grimaced in anxiety. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He looked at Tao Shan and said, "Thank you for your kindness. In order to repay you, I will spare your life." Tao Shan frowned slightly. The light on his huge body grew even brighter. "Qin Yu, since this is the case, don't blame me for being impolite." After Tao Shan said this, the muscles on his body bulged, and his blood vessels looked like dragons. Qin Yu was extremely calm and unfazed. "Qin Yu, you're dead meat." After Tao Shan shouted angrily, the faint light on his body actually condensed on his fist. In an instant, that huge fist became incomparably resplendent. "It's over!" Accompanied by Tao Shan's loud roar, he thrust his fist forward. Before the fist arrived, there was a gust of wind from the momentum. In an instant, things were sent flying in the living room. The tables and chairs were directly shattered. "How strong!" Lu Shihui, who wasn't far away, widened his eyes. If he were to receive this punch, he would definitely be dead. "Good timing." Qin Yu didn't panic. He roared loudly, and a layer of light blue light appeared on his body. This light seemed to have fused with Qin Yu, and his fist was wrapped in this blue light. "If you can break it, then I'll admit defeat." Qin Yu roared angrily, and for the third time, he faced Tao Shan head-on. Boom! With this punch, the entire room was instantly struck by the force, and the wall collapsed. Not far away, the Lu family's father and son, as well as Sun Fu, were instantly sent flying. Along with this loud bang, dust covered everyone's line of sight. Lu Yi climbed up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, and said anxiously, "How is it? Is Qin Yu dead?" As soon as he said that, the dust in front of him suddenly stirred. Then, a figure flew out. This figure crashed into the wall and was crushed under countless stones. At such a fast speed, no one could even see who it was. "Is Qin Yu dead?" Lu Yi asked anxiously. However, at this moment, a figure crawled out from under the ruins. Tao Shan's entire body was covered in wounds, and his face was filled with shock. "How is this possible? How can your physical body be stronger than mine?" Tao Shan shouted in shock as his pupils dilated. A faint layer of light lingered around Qin Yu's body. The light on Tao Shan's body began to disappear, and his muscles slowly returned to normal. Qin Yu slowly walked in front of Tao Shan. He looked at Tao Shan coldly and said, "You train in both inner strength and cross-training, but what I train in is different from you. What I train in is spiritual power." Spiritual power? Tao Shan seemed to have heard this term for the first time. Qin Yu said slowly, "Don't ask anymore. You should rest." After saying that, Qin Yu patted Tao Shan's body gently. His huge body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. "Get the F*CK up." Lu Yi, who wasn't far away, roared furiously. "You must be faking it. You must be faking it." Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He was obviously anxious. Lu Shihui, who was beside him, had an extremely ugly expression and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. All along, he had considered himself a genius, but in just a few short days, he realized that Qin Yu's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Even Tao Shan was defeated. How is this possible? Lu Shihui's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out how Qin Yu's strength had suddenly increased so much in just a few days. Qin Yu didn't kill Tao Shan because he knew very clearly that this matter had nothing to do with Tao Shan. Following that, Qin Yu slowly walked in front of Lu Yi. Updates by Kneel down and apologize. Qin Yu's tone was unyielding. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He glared at Qin Yu and shouted, "Qin Yu, so what if you win against Tao Shan? This is a society ruled by law. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, you will also be sentenced to death." Ha ha ha. Just as Lu Yi said, no one in this era could go against the authorities. However, Qin Yu was unfazed. He sneered and said, "Do you think there is only one way to kill people?" After saying that, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and a wisp of spiritual fire instantly landed on Wu Hongqiang's body. Poof! The moment the spiritual fire touched Wu Hongqiang's body, it turned into ashes. Not even a trace was left behind. If I kill you, who will be able to find out? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said. Lu Yi's face instantly turned ashen, and he was extremely terrified. He couldn't figure out how Qin Yu, who came from Jiangqing, could force the entire Lu family to bow down to him. A wisp of spiritual fire shot out from Qin Yu's finger again. He sat on the sofa and said indifferently, I'm only going to count to 3. If you haven't knelt down and apologized, I won't show mercy. After saying that, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to count. Lu Yi's expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the flames dancing on Qin Yu's fingers, he became even more terrified. 2. At this time, Qin Yu had already counted to the last number. Just as Qin Yu was about to shout 3, Lu Yi suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. He gritted his teeth and said in misery, Qin Yu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I hope you can spare my life. Dad! Lu Shihui clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with defiance. A few days ago, Qin Yu was just a nobody. However, in just a few days, Qin Yu had the ability to go against the entire Lu family. At this moment, Lu Yi also began to understand why so many large families insisted on hiring top-notch martial artists even if they had to spend a huge sum of money. What about you? Qin Yu glanced at Lu Shihui. Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Lu Shihui gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yu, don't even think about it. Oh really? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He looked at Lu Yi coldly and suddenly shouted, kneel down. These 2 words seemed to have the force of 1,000 tons. Lu Shihui instantly felt his legs go soft, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. He wanted to struggle, but he found that he couldn't break free at all. How is this possible? Lu Shihui's ego was completely bruised. Just 2 words from Qin Yu were enough to suppress him. This meant that Qin Yu's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Qin Yu snorted coldly. He slowly stood up, looked coldly at Lu Yi, and said, this is the last time. If you guys provoke me again, I guarantee that the entire Lu family will disappear. Lu Yi lowered his head and didn't say a word. Lu Shihui looked completely dejected. Qin Yu. At this moment, Sun Fu, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly spoke. He said with an embarrassed smile, Qin Yu, I have offended you just now. You must not lower yourself to my level. Sun Fu had already been scared to death. He was just an ordinary person, so how could he have ever seen such a scene before? Everything that happened in front of him had completely overturned his worldview. More importantly, in his heart, the Lu family had always been out of his league, but now, they were kneeling in front of Qin Yu and admitting their mistakes. Qin Yu glanced at him and sneered. Do you think I would stoop to your level? Sun Fu was stunned. He couldn't care about anything else anymore and hurriedly nodded. Yes, you're right. Just treat me as an old fart. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but bemoan it inside. Sun Fu and Sun Yumei were indeed blood-related siblings. They were really alike. Qin Yu didn't stay any longer and quickly left the Lu family's home. The next day, Qin Yu and Yao Qing prepared to return to Jiangqing. The 2 of them packed their luggage and prepared to leave. At this time, Lu Shuming's car suddenly entered. He said with some surprise, Mr. Qin, I really didn't expect the Lu family to actually admit defeat. After saying that, Lu Shuming gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. Qin Yu frowned slightly and said with some surprise, how did you know? Lu Shuming said with an embarrassed smile, since I'm an opponent of the Lu family, I naturally have to pay attention to their every move. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win. Qin Yu nodded and didn't say anything more. The Liu family has fallen. No one in South City can stop you now. As long as I spread the word, you will definitely be known by everyone in South City. By that time, you can rule over an area. Liu Shuming said excitedly. Qin Yu glanced at him and shook his head. There's no need. Liu Shuming was stunned and said somewhat confusedly, Mr. Qin, this is a good opportunity to establish your authority. Qin Yu shook his head and slowly said, my ambitions don't lie here. Your ambitions don't lie here? Liu Shuming was even more confused. Qin Yu looked to the north and slowly said, my goal is to establish myself in Jingdu. To Qin Yu, everything he had done was so that he could venture into Jingdu as soon as possible and go to the Yan family to marry Yan Ruoxue. Liu Shuming was speechless and didn't know what to say. In a huge garden in Jingdu. This place was 2,000 square meters, and the manor alone was over 1,000 square meters. In Jingdu, where every inch of land was extremely expensive, to occupy such a large area was enough to show that the owner was extremely affluent. And this place belonged to the Yan family. At this moment, in the huge villa, a young girl was holding a brush and drawing when the door suddenly opened. The young girl heard the sound and hurriedly closed the notebook. Ruoxue, what are you hiding? The person who spoke was a kind-looking old man. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. The gaze he showed Yan Ruoxue was filled with doting love. Grandpa, why did you come in without knocking? Yan Ruoxue pouted and said unhappily. The old man glanced at Yan Ruoxue's notebook and laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you must be writing his name, right? Yan Ruoxue blushed and said petulantly, Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Ha ha ha. I watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're thinking? Old Mr. Yan couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Yan Ruoxue instantly blushed to the root of her neck. She covered the notebook and changed the topic. Grandpa, is there something wrong? Old Mr. Yan sat on the sofa in the bedroom and slowly said, I'm here to tell you about Qin Yu. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxue immediately stood up. She quickly sat beside old Mr. Yan and said with a somewhat anxious tone, Grandpa, how is Qin Yu now? Old Mr. Yan didn't answer, but kept her guessing. What do you think? Yan Ruoxue thought for a moment and said, when I left, Qin Yu happened to have a feud with the Liu family. Now, Qin Yu should be thinking of a way to deal with the Liu family. Yep. Old Mr. Yan nodded slightly to indicate for Yan Ruoxue to continue. Yan Ruoxue thought for a moment and said, the Liu family has Liu Shihui and Tao Shan. According to what I know, Tao Shan isn't simple to deal with. If I were Qin Yu, I would use the Yan family's reputation to protect myself. At least my life won't be in danger and I will be able to slowly develop. Old Mr. Yan seemed to have guessed what Yan Ruoxue would say. He shook his head and said, it's a pity that I have sent people to say that the Yan family will never interfere in Qin Yu's matters, let alone care about his life or death. Yan Ruoxue's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. She stood up in a flash and said somewhat angrily, Grandfather, aren't you harming Qin Yu? Updates by. Ha ha ha. Old Mr. Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Qin Yu always has the Yan family's protection, does he still have the chance to grow? Old Mr. Yan shook his head. How could Yan Ruoxue still listen to him? She said anxiously, tell me how Qin Yu is now. The Liu family has lost, and they have lost thoroughly. Old Mr. Yan said with a nonchalant smile. Yan Ruoxue was stunned. She hurriedly asked, Grandfather, is what you said true? Of course. Old Mr. Yan said with a nonchalant smile. Not only that, but not long ago, Qin Yu personally killed an inner strength past master from overseas. This time, Yan Ruoxue was even more shocked. Before she left, Qin Yu was only at stage 5 of inner strength. How could he develop to such a level in such a short time? I have already said that the son of that man isn't an ordinary person, old Mr. Yan said with a nonchalant smile. A hint of relief appeared on Yan Ruoxue's face. She said in a low voice, I knew that Qin Yu wouldn't let me down. Even old Mr. Yan sighed and said, yes, in fact, my prediction is similar to yours, but Qin Yu has exceeded my imagination. Of course! Yan Ruoxue's tone sounded a little proud. Old Mr. Yan couldn't help but force a laugh. Back then, he was afraid that Yan Ruoxue would look down on Qin Yu, but he didn't expect Yan Ruoxue to fall for him herself. Don't be happy too early. Although Chuzhou is only a small place, there are still a few big families who reign over it, old Mr. Yan said slowly. Of course, Yan Ruoxue already knew. Because of Qin Yu, Yan Ruoxue had a clear understanding of Chuzhou. In Chuzhou, the truly top-tier families were still in the provincial capital. And among them, the Jiang family was the most respected. Rumor had it that the Jiang family kept a low profile, but their assets were distributed throughout the entire Chuzhou province, and their liquid capital amounted to 10 billion. Not only that, but the Jiang family was also a martial arts blue-blood family. They had nearly 10 inner strength past masters, and it was rumored that the head of the Jiang family was even a peak inner strength past master. This might not be considered impressive in the eyes of the Yan family, but in Chuzhou, it was enough to run amok. Qin Yu isn't stupid. Why would he take the initiative to provoke them? Yan Ruoxue said softly. Old Mr. Yan had a different opinion. He shook his head and said, people cut down the tall poppy. There are some things that can't be avoided as you wish. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but bite her rosy lips. She knew very well that with Qin Yu's current abilities, it was absolutely impossible for him to go against the Jiang family, a top-notch family in Chuzhou. Grandfather, thinking of this, Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but look at old Mr. Yan affectionately. Old Mr. Yan couldn't help but force a smile. He had been in Jingdu for decades and had always been known for his decisive and ruthless tactics. But when it came to his granddaughter, he could never keep a straight face. Every time Yan Ruoxue showed affection, old Mr. Yan wouldn't even know how to reject her. Don't worry, I'll keep him alive, old Mr. Yan said with a forced smile. Really? Yan Ruoxue's eyes lit up. Old Mr. Yan rolled his eyes. If he really dies, won't you hold a grudge against me for the rest of your life? Yan Ruoxue's pretty face blushed again, and she whispered, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. Yao Qing sped all the way back to Jiangqing's territory. Mr. Qin, did something happen in Jiangqing? Why are there people from the military district everywhere? Yao Qing looked out of the car window and couldn't help but frown slightly. The entire Jiangqing seemed to be in a state of martial law. There were armed soldiers patrolling and guarding everywhere. Qin Yu also felt that it was a little strange, but this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't think too much about it. The car soon returned to Dragon Paradise. After Qin Yu arrived at Dragon Paradise, the first thing Qin Yu planned to do was to go to the factory to look for Mr. Yang and ask about the Chinese medicine conference. However, just as Qin Yu took out his phone, it rang. The caller was actually Su Yan. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Seeing her phone number, Qin Yu frowned. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu hung up the phone. However, not long after, the phone rang again. Qin Yu frowned. He picked up the phone and said with some annoyance, "What's the matter?" On the other end, Su Yan was immediately furious, but when she thought of Zhao Gang's death last time, she felt a little intimidated. Do you think I actually want to call you? Let me tell you, it's my grandpa who wants to see you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. Su Yan braced herself and said. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately fell into silence. A moment later, Qin Yu said, I have already made it clear to Grandpa last time. I have already severed all ties with the Su family. There's no need to see me. On the other end, Su Yan sneered. He's about to die. It's up to you whether you want to see him or not. After saying this, Su Yan hung up the phone. Qin Yu's expression instantly became a little ugly, and he stood up. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Seeing this, Yao Qing hurriedly walked forward and asked. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, Give me the car keys. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? I'll go with you, Yao Qing hurriedly said. No need. Qin Yu shook his head. After taking the car keys, Qin Yu quickly rushed to the Su family's home. He sped all the way, and soon, Qin Yu arrived at the door of the Su family's home. At this moment, there were many cars parked at the door. Obviously, the relatives of the Su family had come. Qin Yu found a random place to park his car and then hurriedly walked towards the Su family's house. The moment he stepped into the Su family's gate, he saw many relatives of the Su family sitting together. However, there wasn't a trace of sadness on their faces. Instead, everyone was beaming with joy, as if it was a family gathering. What are you doing here? The moment he saw Qin Yu, Suwon stood up and shouted angrily. Get the H*LL out of here. You are no longer a member of the Su family. Updates by. Qin Yu ignored him and asked in a cold voice, Where is Grandpa? What has it got to do with you? This is our family's business and has nothing to do with you. Suwon said in a cold voice. I am asking where your grandpa is? Qin Yu immediately shouted. This angry roar contained Qin Yu's spiritual power, and it actually deafened everyone's ears until they hurt. Suwon was so scared that he trembled. For a moment, he didn't dare to vent his anger. He's in the room. Why are you shouting? Suwon mumbled timidly. Hearing this, Qin Yu hurriedly walked into the room. In the room, old Mr. Su was lying on the bed alone. No one from the Su family came to take care of him. Qin Yu quickly walked over. He squatted in front of old Mr. Su and said with some sadness, Grandpa, you. Before he could finish, old Mr. Su waved his hand. He said with a trembling voice, Qin Yu, I don't have much longer to live. Before I die, I wanted to see you again. Qin Yu suddenly felt sad from the bottom of his heart. In the entire Su family, only old Mr. Su treated Qin Yu as a human. T from N0/V/LB/co/M. After they lived together for so many years, it was impossible to say that they didn't have affection for each other. Old Mr. Su was surrounded by a deathly aura. The density of the death aura had already exceeded Qin Yu's imagination. This was clearly a sign of death. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. He raised his hand and placed it in front of old Mr. Su. He poured the spiritual energy in his body into old Mr. Su's body. Unfortunately, old Mr. Su's illness was already beyond cure. He was on the brink of death. Even Qin Yu had no way to save him. Old Mr. Su said with difficulty, Don't waste your energy. Qin Yu, I know that the Su family has let you down. Can you give the Su family a way out on account of me? Qin Yu couldn't help but feel stunned. In fact, Qin Yu had thought of wiping out the Su family. Promise me, old Mr. Su, his tone imploring, grabbed Qin Yu's wrist tightly. Qin Yu couldn't bear to let him down. He took a deep breath and nodded. Grandfather, I promise you. As long as the Su family doesn't provoke me, I can give the Su family a way out. Hearing this, old Mr. Su slowly said, then I'm relieved. As he spoke, old Mr. Su's internal qi became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. He laid on the bed and didn't move anymore. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little sorrowful. There were so many people in the Su family, but the one who guarded the dying old Mr. Su was actually an outsider. These people are really disgusting. Qin Yu heard the commotion in the living room, and his expression couldn't help but turn cold. He turned his head and walked out of old Mr. Su's room all the way to the living room. After they saw Qin Yu, the room immediately became quiet. Finished seeing him? You can go now. Sun Yumei snorted lightly. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, Old Mr. Su has died. I will leave after he is buried. D***men, he finally left. He dragged it out for so long. Su Wen's brother, Su Wu, couldn't help but grumble. All right. It wasn't easy for us to gather together. After Dad is buried, we should have a good drink. Su Wen said with a smile. That's for sure. How long has it been since the two of us last saw each other? It's been more than 10 years since I went to the provincial capital, right? The whole family began to chat. No one cared about old Mr. Su's death at all. Qin Yu sat silently at the side. He closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked in from the door. The young man was about the same age as Qin Yu, and there was a gallant look to him. Ji, Xiaobo, you're finally back. Upon seeing this young man, everyone in the room quickly stood up to welcome him. The young man called Xiaobo nodded slightly and said indifferently, Yep, I had a mission, so I came back a little late. Gee, it's okay. You should attend to your business first. Su Wen said eagerly. Then, Su Wen asked tentatively, Xiaobo, your position in the military district shouldn't be low right now, right? Su Bo glanced at him and said indifferently, Yep, I have a 3-stroke armband. 3. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Gee, Xiaobo is really promising. We have to count on Xiaobo in the future. At this time, Su Bo's father, Su Wu, deliberately asked, Xiaobo, why are there so many soldiers coming to Jiangqing recently? Is there some big shot coming? Su Bo nodded slightly and said, Yes, the deputy chief of the Chuzhou region will come to Jiangqing in the next few days. Deputy chief? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. That was a big shot with a high position and power. Why would such a big shot come to Jiangqing? Su Wen asked in surprise. Su Bo said, I heard that it's to recruit someone skilled in medicine and martial arts, but I don't know who exactly he is. D***men, who is so capable to even have the vice chief come and invite him. The people in the room immediately buzzed with discussion. While everyone was discussing, Su Bo suddenly noticed Qin Yu, whose sitting wasn't far away. He frowned slightly and then casually asked, Who is that person? Everyone immediately looked at Qin Yu, who wasn't far away. He is your sister's ex-husband and had married into the Su family. Now that he has been chased out, he is just a loser. There is no need to pay attention to him, Su Wen snorted and said. Su Bo's expression immediately became a little unhappy. Someone like that was actually putting on airs? Why was he still sitting there when he saw him? Thinking of this, Su Bo immediately walked towards Qin Yu. Don't you know to get up and welcome me when you see me coming? Why, is your butt exceptionally heavy? Su Bo said with a cold expression. Hearing this, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Su Bo and frowned. Welcome you? Who do you think you are to let me welcome you? Anger flashed across Su Bo's face. He looked coldly at Qin Yu and said, Why? Because I'm a big shot in the Chuzhou region. Because my status is higher than yours. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. In the eyes of people like you, a high status means superiority, but in my eyes, everyone is the same, regardless of whether their status is high or low. As for you, from the way you speak, I already know that you aren't worthy of me welcoming you, Qin Yu said coldly. The corner of Su Bo's mouth twitched slightly. It was obvious that he was somewhat annoyed by Qin Yu's words. Young man, you must be mindful of what you say. Su Bo raised his hand and pressed it on Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu immediately felt a force on his shoulder, and the corner of Su Bo's mouth curled up into a smile. Qin Yu didn't say anything. His arm shook, and a huge force was immediately returned to him. Su Bo's wrist was immediately hurt from the force, and he even took a few steps back. You're also a martial artist. Su Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Yan, who was beside him, hurriedly warned him, Cousin, he's quite good. Don't fight with him. Su Bo shook his wrist and sneered. How good can an ordinary person's skills be? Moreover, if I want to deal with him, there are many ways. Since I have a mission, I won't lower myself to your level for the time being. After I'm done with this matter, see how I'll deal with you. Su Bo pointed at Qin Yu's nose and said. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with him at all. The reason he stayed here was only for old Mr. Su. Updates by. After that, Su Bo went to the sofa and sat down. The members of the Su family surrounded him and kept flattering him. Xiao Bo, who is your senior officer coming to Jiangqing this time? Can you tell us about it? Su Wen asked while pouring tea. Su Bo said indifferently, I don't know. Moreover, this is a secret. We can't reveal it at will. Xiao Bo, there's nothing you can't tell your family. Su Wu said from the side. Hearing this, Su Bo immediately smiled nonchalantly and said, There's no harm in telling you guys. When they heard this, everyone immediately pricked up their ears with excitement. Su Bo slowly said, According to our commander, this person knows Chief Wu. However, there's a small misunderstanding between the two of them. Otherwise, the person who came to invite him would be Chief Wu. When everyone heard this, they immediately asked in surprise, who actually needs Chief Wu to personally invite him? Su Bo smiled nonchalantly and said, In short, he is a very outstanding person. Although I have never seen him before, to be able to get so many important people to invite him, he is definitely an extraordinary person. At this point, Su Bo paused for a moment and continued, Of course, our deputy chief subordinates are also the elites of the military district. He was obviously boasting about his position in the military district. Of course. I knew that Xiao Bo would have a bright future. Su Wen quickly shouted. Gee, Xiao Bo finally came back, so we have to celebrate tonight. Sun Yumei said obsequiously. The rest of the relatives also shouted, That's right. We will all get drunk tonight. Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. Just when the atmosphere was getting merry, Qin Yu suddenly said coldly, The old man's body isn't cold yet, and he is still lying on the bed. As his descendants, it's bad enough that you guys aren't sad at all, but you guys are actually celebrating instead. You guys are really king inhuman. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone in the living room immediately became quiet, and the atmosphere became a little tense. TSK, you are an outsider, so why are you pretending to be filial? That's right. If you were really so filial, why didn't you come back earlier? It's already good enough that we didn't ask you to get out. Subo snorted coldly and said, a son-in-law who married into the family really thinks highly of himself. Don't you know what it means to live in the present? Chinyu glanced at Subo and said, filial piety is the first priority. You don't even know filial piety, yet you actually dare to say that you're an elite. I think you're not far from being fired. Hee, sorry, but I'm steadily rising in the military district. The higher-ups praise me a lot and might promote me at any time. Subo smiled nonchalantly. But you, a piece of trash who married into the family, have been kicked out. I think it'll be hard for you to even survive. Chinyu glanced at him and didn't say anything else. Soon, the car of the crematorium arrived at the door of the house. Chinyu personally carried old Mr. Su's body into the car and accompanied everyone to the cremation and burial. It took the entire day, and when he was done, the sky was already dark. We're finally done. Let's go back and drink, Suwon said with a smile. We have to get drunk tonight and have a good time. Suwoo and Suwon put their arms around each other's shoulders, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Chinyu glanced at them and felt that it wasn't worth it for old Mr. Su to care so much about them. Maybe old Mr. Su already expected this scene, so he told him not to harm the Su family, Chinyu thought to himself. What a pity. Then, Chinyu drove to Dragon Paradise. At this moment, two people stood at the gate of Dragon Paradise. These two people were tall and had a dignified bearing. They had bold features and gave off a gallant air. Commander Gua, how come I've never heard of Chinyu? Why did Commander Wu insist on recruiting him into the war zone? One of the slightly younger people said. The man called Commander Gua smiled and said, Xiaoyu, don't make wild guesses. Chief Wu naturally has his own plans. Xiaoyu said somewhat defiantly, he actually let the deputy chief personally come to recruit him. I've never seen something so high profile. Anyway, I don't think it's worth it. Commander Guo was silent for a moment, then said, not long ago, Lu Shihui of the Lu family was defeated by him. He's just a kid from a rich family. I can do it too, Xiaoyu said defiantly. Officer Guo was instantly speechless. It was true. Although he was quite capable, it wasn't worth Chuzhou spending so much manpower to invite him. Officer Guo, you actually don't know much about it, right? I suspect that there's something shady going on, Xiaoyu muttered. Officer Guo immediately reprimanded, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyu said defiantly, it's true. I've heard rumors that Chinyu has treated Commander Wu's illness before. There's even some aristocratic family backing him. Maybe he's a rich kid who wants to go to the military district to squander money. Commander Guo didn't comment on this, but he still waved his hand and said, don't doubt my decision. Xiaoyu didn't say anything. He was Commander Guo's favorite soldier, so he disobeyed orders very often. Time passed by minute, and the two of them stood there waiting. Finally, an Audi drove over slowly. As soon as the car stopped, a young man walked out. Seeing this, the two of them quickly walked in Chinyu's direction. Chinyu looked at the two unfamiliar faces in surprise and couldn't help but be a little vigilant. You two are? Chinyu asked tentatively. Before Commander Guo said anything, Xiaoyu took a step forward and said, you are Chinyu. We are from the Chuzhou region. Chuzhou region? Chinyu was even more confused. I don't seem to have anything to do with you guys. Xiaoyu was about to say something when Commander Guo smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't misunderstand. We are here to specially invite you to attend the banquet under the orders of our superiors. Banquet? Chin Yu suddenly remembered the banquet that Su Bo mentioned. Rumor had it that this banquet was specially designed to invite a young man, and that young man was actually himself? Updates by. Is there no one at home? Why don't you guys go in? Chin Yu said in surprise. Xiao Yu said with some displeasure, you actually have the nerve to say that? We've been waiting here for several hours. Not to mention people, but there's not even a bird. Chin Yu hurriedly walked to the door, and sure enough, the door was locked. Yao Qing isn't home? Chin Yu muttered as he opened the door. Officers, please come in, Chin Yu said politely. Commander Guo nodded and immediately followed behind Chin Yu. Looking at the huge yard and the magnificent villa, Xiao Yu couldn't help but say enviously, to live in such a good place, you must be from a rich family. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Commander Guo scolded. Xiao Yu immediately kept quiet, but his expression showed that he still felt defiant. Chin Yu went to make a pot of tea and poured it for the two of them. Then, he asked, if you have something to say, just say it. Commander Guo smiled and said, it's like this. Under the orders of the deputy chief, we would like to invite you to take up a post in the Chuzhou region. Take up a post? Chin Yu spat out a mouthful of water. He shook his head and smiled. Don't joke around. What kind of capabilities do I have to be able to take up a post in the Chuzhou region? Yeah, I think so too. You even made our deputy chief personally invite you, Xiao Yu snorted. Chin Yu glanced at him and didn't argue. We aren't sure about that either. In short, it was an order from the higher-ups, Commander Guo said politely. Chin Yu thought for a moment and then said, could it be Chief Wu's idea? Commander Guo was stunned and couldn't help but forced a smile. It seems that you know about it. Of course he knows. It's obviously nepotism. Xiao Yu snorted lightly. Chin Yu frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand Xiao Yu's hostility towards him. I don't think we know each other. Chin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and frowned. I don't know you. I've never heard of you. Xiao Yu said in an unfriendly tone. Chin Yu smiled and said, then why do you keep going against me? Just as Xiao Yu was about to speak, Commander Guo scolded him, Xiao Yu, don't be rude. Humph, Xiao Yu scowled and was obviously very unhappy. Chin Yu smiled and said, if you have something to say, just say it. I won't fuss over it. With Chin Yu's words, Xiao Yu suddenly had confidence. He stood up and said, although I, Eugene, am not a person of high status, I look down on you rich kids who came to our military district just to have some fun. Do you know what the military district is? It's a place for national defense, not a place for you rich kids to go and have fun. Chin Yu nodded slightly. He approved of Eugene's words. I agree with what you said, but unfortunately, I come from a humble family and have been poor since childhood. I'm not some rich kid. Chin Yu shook his head and said. Eugene snorted coldly and said, if you weren't a son of a rich family, would you live in such a lavish place? If you weren't a son of a rich family, would Chief Wu have sent a deputy chief to invite you? How can a nobody enjoy such treatment? Commander Guo remained silent. Obviously, he was also puzzled. Chin Yu put down the teacup in his hand and said, that's not my fault. You should go back and ask Mr. Wu. As for the treatment you mentioned, I'm actually not too sure either. I have the same doubts as you. Chin Yu shook his head. Eugene sneered and said, stop pretending. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't have any real talent, don't go to the Chuzhou region to defile us. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Okay, I won't go." "Humph, he is indeed a useless piece of trash." "Commander Gua, we can go now." Eugene snorted coldly. New tirais at n/vel/b/i/n.co. When he heard Eugene's words, Qin Yu's expression finally turned cold. He looked at Eugene and said coldly, "Stop." Eugene paused, turned around, and said, "What? Do you have something else?" Qin Yu said with a cold expression, "I don't know you, but you have insulted me many times." "Why? Is this the privilege of people of the Chuzhou region?" "Mr. Qin, Eugene has a bad temper. You must not lower yourself to his level," Commander Guo explained. Qin Yu looked at Eugene and said coldly, "If you have a big temper, you have to change it. Otherwise, you will suffer because of it sooner or later." "Suffer? I dare you to let me suffer." Eugene suddenly stood up, and the internal qi on his body instantly reached its peak. Inner strength master hands? Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. "Come on, let me, a good-for-nothing, change your temper." "That's exactly what I want." Eugene roared and quickly clenched his fist as he rushed toward Qin Yu. He pushed his internal qi to the maximum. It was obvious that he wanted to show Qin Yu his might. However, Qin Yu didn't move at all. He didn't even look at Eugene and simply waved his hand. A terrifying force surged towards him like a landslide. When he felt this force, Eugene's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late. This huge force was so terrifying that Eugene felt as if he had been hit by a train. His entire body was sent flying. With just a wave of Qin Yu's hand, Eugene's fierce attack was neutralized. He was even knocked to the ground. Lying on the ground, Eugene couldn't stop vomiting blood. He felt bursts of pain in his chest. "Xiao Yu!" Commander Gua, his expression full of anxiety, hurriedly stood up. "Don't worry, he just has a broken rib." Qin Yu drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently. Commander Guo's expression didn't look pleasant and he said unhappily, "Qin Yu, even if you want to prove yourself, you don't have to be so ruthless." Qin Yu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Eugene, who wasn't far away, suddenly shouted, "Commander Guo. This has nothing to do with Mr. Qin. I admit defeat." After saying that, Eugene climbed up from the ground with difficulty and cupped his hands toward Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin, I was rude earlier. I hope you can forgive me." This surprised Qin Yu a little. The contrast in his attitude made him seem like a different person. He sized up Eugene and said with a smile, "Aren't you angry that I hurt you?" Eugene shook his head and said, "I was the one who provoked you first. Moreover, I think you have already shown mercy." Qin Yu nodded and said, "I only used 30% of my strength." When he heard this, Eugene forced a smile. "I was too arrogant and ignorant," Eugene said with a forced smile. Qin Yu admired Eugene's attitude. Updates by. Although Eugene was arrogant, he acknowledged his mistake and admitted his loss. He was at least high-minded. Commander Guo also shook his head and said, "This is how his character is. He only admires the strong." Qin Yu bowed and said, "Please wait a moment, Officer Yu." Then, Qin Yu turned around and returned to his room. He took out a few herbs from the warehouse and opened his palm. A wisp of spiritual fire flickered in his palm. Qin Yu flicked his finger and the flame fell into the tool. With the support of the spiritual fire, Qin Yu's pill refining speed was several times faster. Unfortunately, it was too unstable. After Qin Yu refined it many times, the herbs were all destroyed. Finally, on the 6th time, Qin Yu successfully refined the Dieda pill. It's really difficult to control the spiritual fire. Qin Yu wiped his sweat. Then, Qin Yu took the Dieda pill and walked out. He handed the Dieda pill to Eugene and said with a smile, "Take it, and the pain in your body will disappear." Eugene took the Dieda pill and swallowed it dubiously. A few minutes later, the pain in his chest disappeared without a trace. It actually worked. The admiration on Eugene's expression intensified. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Qin, Eugene, sincerely admit defeat to you. I was mistaken earlier, so I apologize to you sincerely." Qin Yu waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. Then, Qin Yu said, "Take this Dieda pill once a day. In 3 days at most, your ribs will be as good as new." "Thank you, Mr. Qin," Eugene said sincerely. Commander Guo sighed and said, "It seems that Commander Wu is right. He really has both medicine and martial arts skills. Qin Yu, our trip wasn't in vain." However, Qin Yu fell into silence. After a while, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Commander Guo, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in joining the military district. Please go back and tell Chief Wu that I thank him for his kind intentions." Commander Guo felt stunned. Then, he said jokingly, "Qin Yu, you can put on airs, but you can't keep playing hard to get." Eugene, who was at the side, said anxiously, "Mr. Qin, are you blaming me? If that's the case, I'm willing to be punished by you." Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you. It's just that I'm used to enjoying freedom, so I don't like to be restrained." "I'm sorry." Commander Guo was silent for a moment and then said, "Qin Yu, you have to consider it carefully. Joining the military district will bring you no harm. Thank you for your kind intentions. I won't consider joining the military district for the time being." "I'm sorry." Qin Yu refused repeatedly. Commander Guo could only sigh and say, "It seems that I won't be able to fulfill the task." Qin Yu didn't say anything. Whether or not Commander Guo fulfilled his task had nothing to do with him. It was not suitable for Qin Yu to join the military district. Although there were more resources in the military district, there were also many restrictions. The most important reason was that Qin Yu felt that even if he went to the military district now, he might not be taken seriously. Commander Guo didn't say anything more. After drinking the last cup of tea, Commander Guo left in a hurry with Eugene. After returning, Commander Guo quickly told the deputy chief about Qin Yu's attitude. The deputy chief was a little shocked by Qin Yu's rejection. After all, many people strive to join the military district. "I'll invite him personally," said the deputy chief on the other end. When he heard this, Commander Guo said in surprise, "Deputy Chief, Qin Yu is capable, but he isn't worthy of us making such a big fuss, is he?" The deputy chief smiled nonchalantly and said, "You don't understand. Qin Yu is far more than just capable." Find the new ST-ovals on n//velbin.com. According to what we know, that inner strength past master from overseas died at Qin Yu's hands not long ago. Inner strength past master? Commander Guo's expression suddenly changed. "Are you kidding me? Judging from his aura, Qin Yu is only an inner strength master hands. How could he win against an inner strength past master?" Commander Guo said awkwardly. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he understood the gap between the two. The deputy chief laughed and said, "This is why we value him. We won't value an inner strength master hands that much. However, there are very few inner strength master hands who can defeat an inner strength past master. As far as I know, other than Yi Qing back then, no one else has been able to achieve this," the deputy chief said. "Yi Qing?" Commander was swallowed hard. Deputy Chief, isn't your evaluation a little too high? Yi Qing is a legend in the military district, Commander Guo said with some incredulity. The deputy chief laughed and said, he isn't as capable as Yi Qing now, but his future is full of potential. Moreover, Qing Yu even knows how to refine medicine. The soul nourishment pill that he made is now all the rage in the province. The Ministry of Commerce is planning to focus on supporting the business. At this point, the deputy chief paused for a moment before continuing, oh right, it just so happens that you will accompany me to his factory tomorrow to observe. Okay. Commander Guo didn't say anything more and simply agreed. At night, Qing Yu sat alone in the courtyard. Wisps of flames were flickering in his palms, and in front of him were many ordinary herbs. These herbs were all meticulously prepared by Lei Hu. Although they weren't considered exquisite, they were very suitable for practice. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and the herbs in front of Qing Yu were burned into dregs by the spiritual fire. I failed again. Looking at the ashes in front of him, Qing Yu forced a smile. Qing Yu had just produced the spiritual fire, so he wasn't familiar with how to control the fire. He had only succeeded once in more than 10 times of refining medicine. With such instability, it's very likely that an accident will occur at the Chinese medical conference. Qing Yu thought to himself. It was less than a week before the Chinese medical conference. It was almost impossible to improve his control in such a short time. It seems that I should use ordinary flames for the time being. Qing Yu forced a smile. Although the speed was a little slower, at least it was safe. Qing Yu didn't sleep the whole night, and Yao Qing didn't come back. The next morning, Qing Yu set off for the factory. The Chinese medicine conference was getting closer and closer. Qing Yu wanted to find Mr. Yang to find out about some details of it. During this period of time, Mr. Yang spent almost all his time in the factory. With Qing Yu's pill formula, Mr. Yang was able to obtain the soul nourishment pill with ease. Soon, Qing Yu's car arrived at the factory's entrance. However, just as he arrived at the entrance, Qing Yu saw that there were many people standing at the entrance. The one leading them was none other than Su Bo. Seeing Su Bo, Qing Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was he doing here? Without much time to dwell on it, Qing Yu quickly drove to the front of the crowd. As soon as he saw Qing Yu, Mr. Yang hurriedly walked over. Mr. Qing, I was just about to call you. Mr. Yang's face was full of anxiety and worry. Qing Yu quickly asked, Mr. Yang, what happened? Mr. Yang pointed at Su Bo and the others a short distance away and said, they said that our herbs are not up to standard and that they have to destroy all of them. They also have to investigate our factory. Mr. Qing, with this investigation, we will have to stop all of our work. I don't know when we will be able to resume our business. After hearing Mr. Yang's words, Qing Yu couldn't help but squint and look at Su Bo coldly. It was very obvious that Su Bo was trying to cause trouble. The factory had been open for so long, and it had always received good reviews. As for the herbs, it was even less likely that there would be problems because the requirements for herbs for the soul nourishment pill was extremely low. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached the stage of mass production. Mr. Yang, don't be anxious. Leave this matter to me to handle. Qing Yu consoled him considerately. Mr. Yang quickly nodded and said, okay. We will give gifts when we should. Don't be too stubborn. Qing Yu smiled and said, I understand, Mr. Yang. Updates by. After saying that, Qing Yu walked towards Su Bo. Su Bo seemed to have expected it. He sized up Qing Yu and said with some amusement, I didn't expect you, a good-for-nothing, to open your own factory. It's quite impressive. Chin-yu looked at Su-bo coldly and said, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Su-bo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What else can I do? I'm here to investigate your factory." Su-bo sneered. "Investigate the factory?" Chin-yu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "You don't seem to have the right to do that, right?" Su-bo sneered and said, "Is there a problem with the joint inspection of our military district and the quality inspection department?" "There's no problem." Chin-yu nodded. He moved aside and said, "You can investigate however you want. If there is a problem, you don't have to tell me. I will shut it down myself." Hearing this, Su-bo laughed again. "Chin-yu, you are really childish. Isn't it up to me to decide whether there is a problem or not?" Su-bo sneered. After saying this, Su-bo immediately waved his hand and said, "Go and check his warehouse. As long as there are any problems, burn it on the spot." The relevant personnel of the Quality Inspection Department immediately walked towards Chin-yu's warehouse. As for Su-bo and Chin-yu, they just stood at the door and waited. Not long after, two people ran out and shouted, "Found it! These few herbs are all products that don't meet standards." Su-bo couldn't help but sneer. He coughed and said indifferently, "Okay, burn them immediately." This is a false accusation." Mr. Young immediately became anxious. He ran to Chin-yu and explained anxiously, "Mr. Chin, I personally selected these herbs. There is absolutely no problem. You have to believe me." Chin-yu smiled and comforted him, "Mr. Young, of course I believe you. This matter has nothing to do with you. He is here to target me." "Kid, don't slander me," Su-bo said with a nonchalant smile. "I'm following the procedure." "What do you mean by I'm here to target you?" Su-bo sneered. Chin-yu took a deep breath and walked to Su-bo. He said, "Su-bo, I don't think I've offended you, right?" "You haven't offended me?" Su-bo couldn't help but sneer. A certain someone didn't have this attitude yesterday. Why? Aren't you quite arrogant? Why aren't you showing off? Su-bo snickered. Anger flashed across Chin-yu's face. He looked at Su-bo coldly and said, "Just because of a verbal conflict, you want to use your power for personal gain and retaliate. Su-bo, you really don't deserve to stay in the military district." "Hee, whether I deserve it or not, it's not up to you to decide." Su-bo snickered. "Let me tell you the truth. Not only do I want to burn your herbs, but I also want your factory to be renovated. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you resume production in 1 or 2 years. If I'm in a bad mood, I might have to change it for 10 or 20 years. At this point, Su-bo paused for a moment. He leaned towards Chin-yu's ear and whispered, "If you don't want your factory to close down, beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and let you resume production as soon as possible." Ha ha ha. Looking at Su-bo's face, Chin-yu couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. He looked at Su-bo coldly and said, "I will definitely tell YMY Superior about this matter." "Tell my superior? Who do you think you are to have the right to see my superior?" "What a joke!" Su-bo sneered. After saying that, Su-bo waved his hand and shouted, "Burn these herbs that don't meet standard on the spot." Yes. A few people from the relevant departments immediately walked towards the direction of Chin-yu's warehouse. "Let's see who dares to." At this moment, Chin-yu suddenly shouted and swiftly arrived at the door of the warehouse. With this shout, everyone couldn't help but freeze in their footsteps. The terrifying pressure made them cautious for a moment. Su Bo's expression turned cold and he immediately walked towards Qin Yu. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. As he walked, he shouted, Qin Yu, do you want to go against the law? If you dare to go against the law, I will kill you on the spot. I dare you. Qin Yu said coldly. See if I dare to. Su Bo quickly walked in front of Qin Yu. Without saying anything, he took out his gun and pointed it at Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu quickly reached out and grabbed the gun in his hand. In the next second, the gun was crushed by Qin Yu. Su Bo's expression suddenly changed. He took 2 steps back and then said angrily, Qin Yu, if you want to snatch the gun, I have the right to kill you on the spot. If you dare to take another step forward, I guarantee that you will die here first, Qin Yu said coldly. When he heard Qin Yu's words, a wave of fear suddenly rose in Su Bo's heart. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Well. You actually dare to threaten a soldier? Su Bo gritted his teeth. He pointed at Qin Yu and said, just you wait. I will report this to my superior right now. After saying this, Su Bo took out his phone and was about to make a call. I will wait for your superiors to come. Coincidentally, I have some ties with them, Qin Yu said coldly. Hearing this, Su Bo immediately burst into laughter. You have ties with my boss? Who do you think you are? Get a reality check. Su Bo laughed crazily. Qin Yu sneered. I'm sorry, but your commander personally invited me to the military district. Do you think I have a good relationship with him or not? As soon as he said that, Su Bo laughed even crazier. He held his stomach and said, invited you to the military district? To wash clothes and cook? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He just waved his hand, indicating for him to make the phone call. At this moment, a car with a government license plate suddenly drove over from a short distance away. This is Qin Yu's factory? The deputy chief looked outside and asked with a smile. Yes, Deputy Chief, Commander Guo hurriedly replied. The deputy chief nodded slightly and said, I talked to the Provincial Department of Commerce a few days ago. This is a key factory in the province. You must take good care of it. Commander Guo forced a smile and said, Qin Yu is very famous in Jiangqing. Who would make things difficult for his factory? That's true. The deputy chief couldn't help but laugh. Outside the factory, Su Bo was instantly delighted when he saw this car. He pointed at Qin Yu and said, You're dead meat. Our chief has arrived. The car quickly drove in. As soon as it stopped, Commander Guo, Eugene, and a square-faced man walk in. Su Bo hurriedly walked forward, saluted, and shouted, Hello, Chief. The square-faced man frowned. He glanced around and said, What's going on? Su Bo hurriedly said, We investigated this factory with relevant departments. After inspection, we found that this factory is full of herbs not up to standards. The deputy chief, Commander Guo, and the others looked at each other with their eyes full of doubt. Su Bo continued, reporting to the deputy chief, other than the herbs not up to standards, the boss of this factory, Qin Yu, should be punished. When he heard this, the deputy chief said in a deep voice, Tell me the reason. Su Bo glanced at Qin Yu with a wicked smile, and then said coldly, Not only did he produce health products not up to standards, but he even resisted with violence. He even claimed to be acquainted with the higher-ups of our military district. Please give the order to punish him. Before the deputy chief said anything, Eugene, who was at the side, stepped forward and shouted, Su Bo, you have to take responsibility for what you said. Su Bo was stunned. He looked at Eugene with a puzzled expression, then nodded and said, "What I said is the truth." "Please investigate it, sir." Commander Guo frowned and said, "Su Bo, do you know who he is?" Su Bo glanced at Qin Yu and said, "Yes, he is the son-in-law of the Su family, a man who only knows how to wash clothes and cook." Updates by How dare you! Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of our military district, and also the purpose of this trip. Eugene immediately shouted angrily. When he heard this, Su Bo's expression suddenly changed. Qin Yu was actually the person that Chief Wu invited by name? How was this possible? Didn't Su Wen say that he was just a good-for-nothing? Eugene glanced at Su Bo coldly, then quickly walked in front of Qin Yu and said apologetically, "Mr. Qin, what exactly is going on?" "Yes, Qin Yu. Is there a misunderstanding?" Commander Guo also asked. Qin Yu said coldly, "Commander Guo, I'm very disappointed with your military district." Commander Guo frowned and said, "Qin Yu, why do you say that?" Qin Yu looked at Su Bo coldly and said, "Su Bo claims to be an elite of your military district, but he has no moral integrity. Just because I didn't salute him, he joined hands with the Quality Inspection Department to frame me." Su Bo's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Sir, don't listen to his nonsense." Qin Yu sneered. "I have a surveillance camera here. Do you want to take a look at it?" When he heard this, Su Bo sneered. "Sorry, the surveillance camera is broken." "How do you know?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Su Bo's heart suddenly thumped. "Oh no, it slipped out." I guessed it." Su Bo braced himself and said. Eugene looked at Su Bo coldly and said, "Su Bo, if we find out that you're the one who caused trouble, I won't let you off easily." Su Bo complained inside, how could he have known that Qin Yu had such powerful connections? But since things had come to this point, he could only brace himself and take it one step at a time. Su Bo took a deep breath and said with some timidity, "Even if Qin Yu is an honored guest of our military district, he should still abide by the law. The products produced by this factory are all not up to standards. He should be punished accordingly." The deputy chief frowned. He glanced at Su Bo and asked in a cold voice, "Not up to standards? This factory is the focus of the commercial department. How can there be products not up to standards?" After listening to the deputy chief's words, Su Bo became more and more anxious. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Tell me quickly. What is going on?" Eugene shouted angrily at the people of the Quality Inspection Department. "I'm telling you, if you admit it now, we can give you a lighter sentence. If we find out, don't blame me for being rude." Eugene looked at the person in charge of the quality inspection coldly and said. The expression of the person in charge of the quality inspection became extremely ugly, and he stood there uneasily. But after thinking for a moment, he still braced himself and said, "There's no problem with what Mr. Su said." "Okay." The deputy chief nodded. He looked at Commander Guo and said, "Immediately call the people from the second team of the military district and have them investigate for me. If there's no problem, all of you will be fired and investigated." "Yes." Commander Guo saluted and immediately took out his phone to make a call. At this time, the person in charge of the Quality Inspection Department suddenly shouted, Don't call. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Eugene snorted lightly and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The person in charge pointed at Su Bo and said with a trembling voice, "He asked us to frame Qin Yu." You're talking nonsense." Su Bo's face paled, and he was sweating profusely. At this point, the person in charge couldn't care less about that. He pointed at Subo and said, "He's the one who asked us to do this." He even said that it would be best if we could find some, but if we can't find any, then he'll let us secretly put in bad herbs to frame Chinyu. You're slandering me." Subo's expression was ashen. He hurriedly looked at the deputy chief and said, "Deputy chief, you don't listen to his nonsense. It's all made up by him." The deputy chief looked at Subo coldly and said, "Are you still not going to admit it?" Subo gritted his teeth and said, "Deputy chief, this was all his own idea. I was just passing by. Think about it. I'm a martial artist. How can I have the right to investigate herbs? This matter has nothing to do with me." Subo pointed to the sky, as if he was swearing to the heavens. The person in charge gritted his teeth and said, "I have a recording here. Mr. Qin is a famous person in Jiangqing, so I was afraid that something would happen, and I specially recorded the conversation with Subo." "Take it out!" Eugene berated. The person in charge immediately took out his phone and began to search for the recording. Subo's expression was panicked, and bean-sized sweat covered his forehead. At this moment, Subo, wanting to snatch the phone, suddenly reached out his hand. However, with a flick of Chinyu's finger, Subo's body was sent flying. "You want to destroy the evidence?" Chinyu sneered. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Subo got up from the ground and stared at the cell phone in the person in charge's hand. He had completely panicked at this point. "You still won't admit it?" The deputy chief's expression was extremely cold. "You're really stubborn." Eugene snatched the cell phone and pressed the play button. A recording was played from the phone. "Chinyu is a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing actually dared to disobey me. How can I let him go just like that? Don't worry, I'm the elite of the military district. I have connections with powerful people. Who would dare to go against me? This time, I want Chinyu to kneel in front of me and beg me. Otherwise, I will shut his factory down." When they heard these recordings, everyone's expressions turned extremely gloomy. Meanwhile, anger appeared on the deputy chief's face. "Embarrassing, this is simply embarrassing," the deputy chief said furiously. "Chuzhou region actually has such a scum. I have been completely humiliated by you." Upon seeing the deputy chief's attitude, Subo fell to his knees with a plop. He begged miserably, "Deputy chief, I didn't know that Chinyu was our honored guest. I was wrong. Updates by. From what you said, if I was just an ordinary person, I deserve to be messed with by you, right?" Chinyu questioned coldly. No, I absolutely didn't mean that." Subo hurriedly waved his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all Su Yan's fault. It was Su Yan who asked me to do this. She said that she wanted me to take revenge for her. It has nothing to do with me. Someone without morals or a sense of responsibility doesn't deserve to stay in the military district," Chinyu said coldly. Commander Gua immediately took a step forward and said, "Chinyu, don't worry. I will immediately expel him from the military district and take legal action." "No. Don't. I know I'm wrong. Sir, please forgive me for once," Subo begged desperately. It wasn't easy for him to reach where he was today. He was naturally unwilling to return to his original state. But unfortunately, the deputy chief couldn't give him a chance. "Take him out quickly. He's a disgrace," the deputy chief said coldly. As soon as he said that, a few soldiers came forward and grabbed Su Bo's arm before bringing him to the car. Qin Yu, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect there to be such a scum in the military district. Sorry for the trouble. The deputy chief personally walked forward and shook hands with Qin Yu. Qin Yu said politely, Deputy Chief, you're too courteous. Please take a seat in the room. Okay. The deputy chief didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and followed Qin Yu into the office. After the deputy chief entered and sat down, Qin Yu personally brewed a cup of tea for them. Sai, I originally wanted to invite you to join the Chuzhou region of the military district. Now, I don't even have the nerve to say this. The deputy chief rubbed the teacup and shook his head. Find uptetevils on n/v/elben.co/m. Qin Yu smiled and said, Deputy Chief, that has nothing to do with this matter. I don't want to go to the military district for the time being. Thank you for your kind intentions. The deputy chief didn't insist any further. He nodded and then changed the topic. Qin Yu, your soul nourishment pill is a key project in the province. Rumor has it that the soul nourishment pill has been taken to the province to be a model for research. Hearing this, Qin Yu said with some surprise, Deputy Chief, is what you said true? Of course. The deputy chief laughed out loud. Mr. Young, who was beside him, also hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, this officer is right. Do you still remember the Chinese medical conference? Qin Yu nodded and said, to tell you the truth, I came to the factory this time for the Chinese medical conference. Mr. Young heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's good. That's good. I have submitted the information to you. The deputy chief asked in surprise, the Chinese medicine conference? Chief, you also know about the Chinese medicine conference? Qin Yu asked in surprise. The deputy chief laughed out loud and said, of course. Although the Chinese medicine world has declined over the years, the higher-ups still attach great importance to this Chinese medicine conference. At this point, the deputy chief looked at Commander Guo and said, if he submits the soul nourishment pill, Qin Yu should be able to get a guaranteed spot in the finals, right? Commander Guo shook his head and said, Deputy Chief, I don't know much about this. The deputy chief muttered, I'll ask around when I get back. Qin Yu, looking a little embarrassed, scratched his head. I really didn't expect that a mere soul nourishment pill would cause such a big impact, Qin Yu muttered inside. Qin Yu, you must have put in a lot of effort for this soul nourishment pill, right? The deputy chief asked casually. Qin Yu said somewhat awkwardly, to tell you the truth, this soul nourishment pill was only casually refined by me. This wasn't false. The soul nourishment pill was only the simplest pill in Qin Yu's inherited alchemy methods handbook. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. The deputy chief smiled. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. But he didn't say anything. In the deputy chief's opinion, it wasn't a bad thing for a young man to have some vanity. Half an hour later, the deputy chief and the others were ready to leave the factory. Before leaving, the deputy chief warned, Qin Yu, you have to work harder in the future. I have high hopes for you. Yes, our deputy chief said that you might become the second Yi Qing. Eugene said with a wink. Eugene. Commander Guo frowned slightly and glared at Eugene. Eugene stuck out his tongue and quickly covered his mouth. They didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye, they left the factory. Qin Yu touched his chin and whispered, Yi Qing, how come I've never heard of this name? After returning to the office, Qin Yu looked at Mr. Yang and asked, when will the Chinese medical conference begin? Mr. Yang quickly said, I took the initiative to submit your information half a month ago. About a week later, the Chinese medicine conference will officially begin. Qin Yu nodded silently, then stood up and said, "Mr. Yang, I'll have to trouble you to help guide me when the time comes." Mr. Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You must be joking. Your achievements are far above mine. You should be the one to guide me." These people who were obsessed with a certain academic field were like this. They didn't care about age, and only cared about achievements. For example, Mr. Yang and Eugene. Qin Yu didn't stay in the factory for long, and soon returned to Dragon Paradise Villa. When he returned home, Qin Yu found that Sun Yumei and the members of the Su family were actually standing at the door. "What are they doing here?" Qin Yu frowned slightly and then walked over quickly. "What are you doing at my house?" Qin Yu asked with a cold expression. When he saw Qin Yu, Suwu suddenly seemed to have gone crazy as he rushed towards Qin Yu. "You be **starred, you actually ruined my son's career. Do you know how much effort my son put into it?" Suwu gnashed his teeth and said. When he heard Suwu's words, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. "Your son didn't live up to expectations, but now, you blame it on me?" Qin Yu said coldly. **CKU, you have to take responsibility." Suwu gritted his teeth and said. Suwon also said fiercely, "Not only did you harm my daughter, but now, you also want to harm my nephew. Because of you, the Su family is in turmoil now. How are you going to take responsibility for it?" Looking at these people in front of him, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little angry. Ever since he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Qin Yu became more and more calm about killing people. However, Qin Yu had promised old Mr. Su to give them a way out, so Qin Yu still took a deep breath and endured it. "Then what do you want?" Qin Yu said coldly. Suwu snorted. "With my son's ability, he can at least earn 100 million. How about this? Give us 100 million and we'll leave immediately." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but snicker. 100 million? You actually dare to ask SP much, Qin Yu said coldly. Suwu snorted. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't give it, I won't leave today." After saying that, Suwu walked straight to the door and sat down. Qin Yu looked at Suwu coldly and didn't say anything for a while. "Are you also a member of the Su family?" After a long while, Qin Yu suddenly said. Suwu froze and said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you?" "You only need to answer yes or no," Qin Yu said coldly. Suwu didn't say anything for a moment, and his mind raced. Updates by. He knew that Qin Yu and the Su family didn't have a good relationship. If he was a member of the Su family, he probably wouldn't get anything today. Thinking of this, Suwu said proudly, "I haven't returned to the Su family's home for more than 10 years. Strictly speaking, I'm not a member of the Su family." "Okay." Qin Yu sneered. "Since you're not a member of the Su family, I'm relieved." After saying that, Qin Yu strode towards Suwu. Suwu was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. Thinking of this, Suwu immediately stood up from the ground. "It's only 100 million. I didn't even ask for more. At least you're sensible," Suwu said with a smile. Suwon and the others muttered, "I didn't expect this kid to actually have 100 million. **CK. However, in the next second, Suwon and the others' faces turned extremely pale. Qin Yu waved his hand and smashed Suwu's head. Then, Qin Yu grabbed his collar and threw him in front of Suwon. "Since you're not a member of the Su family, then you can go to **LL, Qin Yu sneered wickedly. Suwon and Sun Yumei were both stunned. Half a second later, a scream came out from Sun Yumei's mouth. Murder! Sun Yumei's whole body was trembling. Her legs went weak, and she wanted to run, but she couldn't move her legs. Suwon's lips were also trembling, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Chinyu looked at Suwon coldly and said, "If you don't want to die, you'd better not provoke me again." Suwon had already been scared to death, so how could he dare to talk back? He pulled Sun Yumei away and struggled to get into the car. As soon as they got in the car, the two of them sped away. Looking at their departing car, Chinyu took a deep breath. He flicked his finger and a wisp of spiritual fire landed on Suwoo's body. In less than a minute, Suwoo's body was burned clean. After returning home, Chinyu changed his clothes and prepared to go to the warehouse to find some herbs to familiarize himself with alchemy. However, when he arrived at the warehouse, Chinyu found that the warehouse was empty. There aren't any more herbs. Chinyu frowned. He wanted to call Lei Hu, but on second thought, since he had nothing to do, he might as well go out for a walk. Thus, Chinyu got into his car and drove towards the Chinese medicine hospital. Very soon, Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the Chinese medicine hospital. Today, there were especially many people at the entrance of the Chinese medicine hospital. There was even a large sign hanging at the entrance that had a line of words clearly written on it, Provincial Capital's Chinese Medicine Genius, Zhou Tong, giving free medical services. Chinese medicine genius? Chinyu frowned slightly. No wonder there are so many people today. After Chinyu parked the car, he walked into the hospital. He saw a long line in the hall of the hospital. An old man in his 60s was sitting in front of him. This old man looked like a sage, but there was arrogance in his eyes. This person should be Zhou Tong. Chinyu glanced over and murmured in a low voice. Since he was a Chinese medicine genius, he would definitely be present at this Chinese medicine conference. Thinking of this, Chinyu decided to line up to see the Chinese medicine genius's abilities. Thus, Chinyu stood at the back and waited quietly. The line was very long because many people came after hearing the news. Among them, there were those who actually needed to see a doctor, and there were also those who came to join in the fun. A woman holding a child was standing in front of Chinyu. This woman was dressed extremely shabbily, and one look was enough to tell that she was from a poor family. 2 hours later, Chinyu was finally getting closer and closer to Zhou Tong. The peasant in front of him hurriedly carried the child and walked forward. She said anxiously, "Doctor. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at my daughter. Her fever has not subsided. She has been taking a lot of medicine, but they don't work." Zhou Tong glanced at the peasant, but didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes. The farmer's wife was instantly stunned, and she hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhou, can you examine the child?" Zhou Tong still didn't say anything. He just placed his hand on the table. The farmer's wife had a puzzled look on her face. She asked tentatively, "Doctor. Dr. Zhou?" At this time, a young man beside Zhou Tong said impatiently, "What are you clamoring about? Why are you so insensible? Why did you come empty-handed?" The peasant said awkwardly, "Didn't it say free consultation on the sign?" Free consultation? Don't you know that you should bring something to show respect to Dr. Zhou? The young man said impatiently. Geht the Testfels on no/v/elben.c/om. How d*mn stupid. No wonder you're poor. The young man muttered in a low voice. The peasant immediately panicked. She searched all her pockets and gathered more than 100 yuan. Dr. Zhou, this is all the money I have on me." The farmer's wife's hands trembled as she handed over 100 yuan. "Oh right, these are eggs I brought from my hometown. I will give it to Dr. Zhou. The farmer's wife hurriedly picked up a basket of eggs from the ground. Zhou Tong glanced at it and couldn't help but snicker. Do you think I'm a beggar? With that, the basket of eggs was knocked to the ground. Qin Yu, who was standing behind, immediately showed a cold expression. Zhou Tong was actually quite pretentious. Since he wanted money, why did he say that he would give free consultations? Hey, move aside. At this moment, a man with golden chains walked over and squeezed to the front rudely. Sir, it's... I came first, the peasant said in a low voice. The man with the golden chains glared at the peasant and berated, so what if you came first? I'm going to cut the line. Even if you're not satisfied, suck it up. After saying this, the man with the golden chains took out a jade pendant from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhou Tong's hands. Dr. Zhou, can you help me take a look? The man with the golden chains winked and said. Zhou Tong silently accepted the jade pendant, and his attitude instantly changed drastically. What can I do for you? Zhou Tong asked kindly. The man with the golden chains smiled and said, It has been quite long now. Can you help me take a look? Zhou Tong laughed and said, No problem. When he saw Zhou Tong's attitude, Qin Yu's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. The peasant couldn't afford to offend these two people. She could only look at the child in her arms and cry silently. Qin Yu's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of the man with the golden chains. Then, he looked at Zhou Tong and said, Dr. Zhou, I have a better treasure here. Can you let me go first? Who are you? Don't you know how to queue? The man with the golden chains said angrily. Qin Yu glanced at him and said with a sneer, Are you queuing? I don't give a f*ck about that. Get out of my way. After saying that, the man with the golden chains reached out and grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder to pull Qin Yu to the side. However, he tried his best, but he couldn't move Qin Yu at all. Okay. Just you wait. The man with the golden chains pointed at Qin Yu's nose and scolded. You dare to provoke me in Jiangqing? I'll *king kill you. The man with the golden chains walked to the side and took out his phone to make a call. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with him at all. Instead, he looked at Zhou Tong and sneered. Dr. Zhou, can I? Dr. Zhou smiled nonchalantly and said, Of course you can, but you have to first show me what kind of treasure it is. If it is really valuable enough, I will naturally treat you first. Qin Yu nodded. He waved his hand and said, This is it. Zhou Tong frowned and said with some confusion, What do you mean? You clearly don't have anything in your hand. Updates by. No? It's in my hand. Can't you see it? Qin Yu asked. Zhou Tong frowned and said with some displeasure, You clearly don't have anything in your hand. Are you teasing me? Qin Yu waved his hand and sneered. Aren't I? After saying that, Qin Yu slapped him in the face. Zhou Tong immediately flew out of the chair. Do you want a slap? Qin Yu sneered. Zhou Tong was instantly furious. He got up from the ground and pointed at Qin Yu's nose as he scolded, You *king dared to hit me? Are you crazy? The crowd also whispered, He dared to hit Dr. Zhou. What's the background of this young man? Yeah, if he offended Dr. Zhou, would Dr. Zhou treat us? Young people are impulsive. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel sorrowful from the bottom of his heart. These people only cared about the benefits in front of them. If the persecution didn't happen to them, they wouldn't stand up or fight back. It was precisely because of this reason that those oppressors were unbridled. Qin Yu looked at Zhou Tong coldly and said, "Do you think you're qualified to claim to be a Chinese medicine genius? Do you even have the benevolence a doctor should have? The child in this woman's arms has a high fever, yet you didn't treat him. And that man with the golden chains just didn't have enough time, yet you want to treat him. Can you be considered a doctor? A person like you calls yourself a Chinese medicine genius? What a joke!" These words made Zhou Tong's face flushed. However, he didn't take Qin Yu's words to heart at all. Instead, he pointed at Qin Yu and said, "This is the way of society. Don't you understand? You don't have money, yet you want people to do things for you? Only a weakling follows bad rules," Qin Yu said coldly. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You hit me. Have you thought about the consequences?" Zhou Tong questioned loudly. Qin Yu sneered. "If you killed a maggot, would you think about the consequences?" Zhou Tong's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Qin Yu and cursed, "You dare to call me a maggot? Do you know what kind of status I have? Do you know how many high-ranking officials and nobles owe me favors? None of my business." Qin Yu sneered. Zhou Tong's expression changed. At this time, he suddenly looked at the door and said with pleasant surprise, "Kid, your retribution has come." He turned his head and saw a large group of tattooed burly men coming to the door. These strong men were all fierce and burlesque. "Kid, you dared to cut in front of me and even dared to hit Dr. Zhou. I will cripple you today," the man with the golden chains said arrogantly. Qin Yu didn't even think it was worth it to make a move on such a nobody. He took out his phone and immediately called Lei Hu. "Come to Jiangqing's Chinese medical hospital and bring people with you." Qin Yu's words were brief and concise. After he said that, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Lei Hu didn't understand the situation at all. However, Qin Yu was his financial backer. He didn't dare to go against Qin Yu's wishes. After thinking about it, Lei Hu said to Lance, "Go and call all your buddies. Go to the Chinese medical hospital immediately," he said. "Yes, Mr. Hu." Lance nodded. In the hospital, the man with the golden chains pointed at Qin Yu and cursed, "Kid, it's not too late for you to apologize to me now." Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "You're just a nobody. You're not worth my time. Just wait. Someone will come and negotiate with you later." F***CKU. Who are you trying to scare? You're just a nobody. Who do you think you are? The man with the golden chains cursed. Zhou Tong, who wasn't far away, also sat down and drank some tea. He looked like he was looking forward to the drama. "Thank you for your kindness, but you should leave quickly. Don't let anything happen to you because of me," the peasant woman beside him said anxiously. Qin Yu smiled and comforted, "Don't worry. I'll be fine." New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. After saying that, Qin Yu glanced at the girl in her arms and said, "I'll help you treat your daughter's illness." Hee, you really know how to brag." Zhou Tong couldn't help but sneer. "Who do you think you are? You can treat people's illnesses?" Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "No matter who I am, I'm much better than a villain like you." "Dr. Zhou, leave this matter to me," the man with the golden chains shouted, as if he was taking credit. Zhou Tong nodded and said indifferently, "As long as you help me deal with this kid, I can treat your illness 3 times for free." "Really?" "Thank you, Dr. Zhou." The man with the golden chains was instantly overjoyed. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of engines suddenly came from outside the door. They saw countless cars driving towards the hospital. These cars blocked the entrance of the Chinese medical hospital. Then, many burly men jumped out of the cars. When they saw the scene, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. The man with the golden chains was stunned and muttered, "Why is Mr. Hu here? Mr. Hu, why are you here?" Although the man with the golden chains couldn't figure it out, he quickly walked over with a cigarette in his hand. Lei Hu didn't even look at him. Instead, he rushed to Qin Yu. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Qin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Lei Hu's nervous attitude, the crowd couldn't help but feel stunned. And the golden-chained man's expression changed drastically. To people like them, Lei Hu was legendary. No one dared to provoke him. So these people were summoned by that young man. No wonder this young man dares to be so cocky. Looks like he has a powerful background. Everyone discussed animatedly and took a few steps back in unison. Qin Yu glanced at the man with the golden chains and said, "I'll leave this person to you." Lei Hu hurriedly nodded and said, "No problem." After saying that, Lei Hu waved his hand, and everyone immediately swarmed forward. In just a few moments, they pressed the man with the golden chains to the ground. "Mr. Hu, I didn't know that he was your man." I was wrong," the man with the golden chains said with a terrified expression. When Lei Hu heard this, he immediately berated, "One of my people? He is Mr. Qin Yu. If you dare to be disrespectful, I definitely won't forgive you." When they heard Qin Yu's name, there was once again an uproar. So he's Qin Yu. No wonder he's so confident. Not long ago, Qin Yu defeated the Liu family of South City. Updates by. I heard that his medical skills are also outstanding. Zhou Tong, who wasn't far away, narrowed his eyes. He sized up Qin Yu and sneered. "So you're Qin Yu. I've heard of your name. I heard that the soul nourishment pill came from you." Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "I'm very sorry, but I've never heard of your name." Zhou Tong's expression turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Qin Yu, speaking of which, you and I are also people of the same field. Why do you have to offend me for a peasant's sake?" Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. Of the same field? Qin Yu snickered. A person who is greedy for money and tramples on people of lower status while kissing up to people of higher status is worthy to be of the same field as me? Qin Yu spoke harshly, causing Zhou Tong to blush. Zhou Tong said with a cold expression, "Qin Yu, don't be too cocky. Sooner or later, you will need me." "I'm sorry. I won't need someone like you for the rest of my life," Qin Yu said coldly. Just as Zhou Tong was about to fly into a rage, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie ran over. This middle-aged man was none other than the dean of the Chinese medical hospital. He ran to the middle of the two people in a panic and asked awkwardly, What's going on?" Zhou Tong immediately snorted and said, "Mr. Ding, I traveled thousands of miles from the provincial capital to Jiangqing to treat patients for you. Is this how you treat me?" Mr. Ding hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhou, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows. He pointed at Qin Yu and berated, "I was kind enough to treat patients for you, but this person came to cause trouble. Mr. Ding, what sort of security measures does this hospital have?" Mr. Ding glanced at Qin Yu and immediately complained inside. Qin Yu had become famous recently, so Mr. Ding couldn't afford to offend either of these two people. Mr. Qin, what exactly is going on?" Mr. Ding braced himself and asked. Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "Aren't you afraid of affecting the reputation of your hospital by inviting this kind of person to give a consultation?" "Mr. Ding, you heard him, right? No matter what, I am his senior, yet he spoke to me so rudely." Zhou Tong snorted coldly. "I demand that you kick him out immediately, or else I will cancel today's consultations." Zhou Tong's tone carried a hint of threat. The crowd immediately panicked. They had already queued for so long. In order to see Zhou Tong, countless people had specially asked for leave. Mr. Ding was even more worried. In order to invite Zhou Tong, he had spent a large amount of money. If he left now, all his efforts would be in vain. Zhou Tong looked at Qin Yu smugly and said with a sneer, "Kid, don't you have a benevolent heart? Then hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, these people will have nowhere to go even if they want to see a doctor." "Nowhere to go?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Do you really think you're a big shot? Do you think that other than you, no one else can treat people?" Qin Yu sneered again and again. Zhou Tong sneered and said, "What do you mean?" Qin Yu didn't pay attention to Zhou Tong. Instead, he looked at Mr. Ding and said, "Mr. Ding, if you don't mind, I'm willing to take Zhou Tong's place. I'll give free consultations and treat patients for free." Ha 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 ha. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Zhou Tong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Qin Yu, do you think that just because you developed the soul nourishment pill, it means that your medical skills are extraordinary?" Zhou Tong questioned loudly. Zhou Tong, started to study medicine at the age of 8, became famous at the age of 19, and mastered Chinese and Western medicine at the age of 27. Now, I'm even called a medical genius. Who do you think you are?" Zhou Tong sneered. Mr. Ding was also somewhat conflicted. After all, he wasn't familiar with Qin Yu at all. Moreover, Qin Yu indeed didn't have much of a reputation in the medical world. "Mr. Qin, you have a noble status. How can you treat our patients?" the person beside him said even more softly. "That's right. Mr. Qin, why don't you leave first? We can spend some money. Mr. Qin, we know that you have good intentions, but..." Everyone stepped forward to advise him. It was obvious that they didn't believe in Qin Yu's abilities at all. Qin Yu looked at Mr. Ding and said, "Mr. Ding, what do you think?" Mr. Ding thought for a moment and mustered up his courage to say, "Mr. Qin, I know that you have a famous reputation. It's just that we have only heard of your medical skills and have never seen them before. I wonder if you can show them to us on the spot." "Yes, Mr. Qin. It's not that we don't believe you, but we don't want to take the risk," someone beside him said. Qin Yu nodded. He looked at the peasant beside him and said politely, "I just promised to treat your daughter's illness. Are you willing to believe me?" The peasant's expression was somewhat conflicted. She looked at the crying child in her arms and then at Qin Yu. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Qin, I believe you because you're willing to offend Zhou Tong for the sake of a peasant like me." "All right." Qin Yu immediately walked in front of the child. He slowly raised his hand and placed it on the little girl's forehead. Following that, traces of spiritual energy flowed along Qin Yu's palm and surged towards the little girl's forehead. In just 30 seconds, the little girl's crying stopped abruptly. The peasant was stunned. She hurriedly raised her hand and placed it on the little girl's forehead. She exclaimed, "The fever has really subsided. The fever has really subsided." Mr. Ding hurriedly went forward and examined the little girl. "The fever has indeed subsided," Mr. Ding said with a shocked expression. "Mr. Qin, thank you so much." The peasant wanted to bow to Qin Yu. Qin Yu gently waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted the peasant up. I will never go back on my promise. You don't have to bow to me, Qin Yu said indifferently. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Just by extending his hand, he was able to cure the child's illness? What kind of medical skill was this? Qin Yu placed his hands behind his back calmly. This was his prowess at the foundation establishment stage. Ordinary illnesses could be cured with just spiritual energy. Mr. Ding, who was at the side, walked to Qin Yu's side quickly. He cupped his hands and said, Mr. Qin, thank you for your help. After saying this, Mr. Ding turned to Zhou Tong and said, Dr. Zhou, I clearly saw what you have done through the surveillance cameras. I gave you a sum of money to invite you to give free consultations, but I didn't expect you to accept bribes in private, so I'm sorry, Mr. Ding said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Qin Yu was rather appreciative of Mr. Ding's behavior and couldn't help but nod slightly. Zhou Tong's expression was ice-cold. He looked at Mr. Ding and said, Mr. Ding, I hope you don't regret it. Of course I won't regret it, Mr. Ding said nonchalantly. Zhou Tong, you can get lost now, Qin Yu scolded coldly. Zhou Tong's expression was extremely displeased. He looked at the two people beside him. The two people immediately understood. They looked at each other and suddenly threw a punch at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had already discerned that these two were inner strength masters, so he was prepared. Updates by Qin Yu raised his hands calmly and met them head-on. With a crisp sound, these two were sent flying. The bones in their hands were broken, and they were in extreme pain. You guys actually dare to provoke me? Qin Yu said coldly. The two of them got up from the ground and stood beside Zhou Tong without daring to say anything. Qin Yu, you will pay for your actions. Don't underestimate the power of a famous doctor, Zhou Tong said coldly. Qin Yu sneered. No matter how good your medical skills are, it's not worth mentioning if you don't have medical ethics. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh loudly. My medical skills are just a means for me to get acquainted with high officials and nobles. As for you, I want to see how far your kindness can get you. Zhou Tong said fiercely. After saying this, Zhou Tong turned around and left. The crowd quickly erupted into thunderous applause. Countless people were praising Qin Yu. And Qin Yu also kept his promise. He immediately sat on Zhou Tong's seat and began to treat everyone. For the entire day, it was only until 9 o'clock in the evening that the hospital gradually quieted down. Qin Yu stretched his body and felt extremely exhausted. Such a huge consumption of spiritual energy was something that even Qin Yu couldn't tolerate. Mr. Qin, I have really troubled you. Mr. Ding brought a cup of water for Qin Yu and said politely. Qin Yu smiled and said, Mr. Ding, you don't have to be so polite. I'm not doing this for you. Although that was the case, Qin Yu's action brought great benefits to the Chinese medical hospital. Mr. Qin, if you are willing, I would like to hire you as a special doctor. What do you think? Mr. Ding suddenly said. Qin Yu frowned slightly and said with some confusion, Special doctor? What do you mean? I mean that you will be a nominal doctor. I'll give you a salary every month, and your position will only be second to mine. You only need to come once in a while, Mr. Ding quickly said. Qin Yu thought about it for a moment. This was a good offer. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, Forget about the salary. How about this? You only need to send me a batch of herbs every month. Is that okay? Mr. Ding was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly nodded and said, Absolutely no problem. Our Chinese medical hospital lacks everything except herbs. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Yu nodded and then turned around to leave. When he returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Explore new novels on nvelbai.com. Qin Yu walked around the house, but he still didn't find Yao Qing. Weird, where did this brat go? Qin Yu mumbled. Yao Qing hadn't been home for 2 whole days, and he couldn't be reached by his phone. This worried Qin Yu a little. Fortunately, Yao Qing was also an inner strength master, so he probably wouldn't encounter any big problems. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. He slept until dawn. The next morning, Mr. Ding asked someone to send over a batch of herbs. In the next few days, Qin Yu spent almost all his time refining herbs. D***men, it's really difficult to completely control the spiritual fire. Qin Yu looked at the burned herbs in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. In the past few days, Qin Yu had tried countless times, but he always failed to control the fire properly. If he was even just a little careless, the herbs would be burned to ashes. However, there was no shortcut to this. He could only rely on time to improve his experience. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 2 days left until the Chinese medicine conference. Early in the morning, Mr. Yang arrived at Qin Yu's door. He stood in front of Qin Yu and said politely, "Mr. Qin, I have already arranged the work in the factory. Do you think we should set off?" Qin Yu said in surprise, "This early?" Mr. Yang forced a smile and said, "We still have to register in advance and go through the relevant procedures." Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "All right, please wait a moment. I'll pack up." After half an hour, Qin Yu brought some personal belongings with him and set off for the provincial capital with Mr. Yang. Chinese medicine had declined over the years. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the influence of Chinese medicine couldn't be compared to that of modern medicine. Of course, no one could be blamed for this. The main reason was that too many swindlers were using traditional Chinese medicine as a ruse to swindle people, so no one was willing to believe in traditional Chinese medicine anymore. After driving for a long time, they finally arrived at the provincial capital. This was the second time Qin Yu had come to the provincial capital, so Qin Yu was familiar with the area. Mr. Yang brought Qin Yu all the way to the venue of the traditional Chinese medicine conference. "This is the venue of the Chinese medicine conference," Mr. Yang said as he pointed at the huge stadium in front of him. Qin Yu nodded and said, "It doesn't look like there are many people." Mr. Yang forced a smile and said, "In a normal city, there are at most 2 or 3 people participating in the competition. In Jiangqing, for so many years, I was the only one who participated." Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't easy for Mr. Yang to remain dedicated for so many years. "Let's go in and register." "I've already submitted the relevant information," Mr. Yang said. Qin Yu nodded and followed Mr. Yang into the venue. The registration area was a huge office. The interior decoration was extremely magnificent, and the person in charge of the examination was the provincial capital's Chinese Medicine Association. Qin Yu followed Mr. Yang into the office. He saw 4 to 5 old men signing up in the office. When they saw Mr. Yang, they teased him, "Mr. Yang, you're here to sign up again. This must be your 13th time participating in the competition, right? This time, work harder. Don't be the last one." "That's right. You lose every year, yet you still don't give up. I really admire your enthusiasm despite repeated failure." Mr. Yang didn't feel awkward in the face of everyone's ridicule. He only said politely, "I'm not participating this time. It's Mr. Qin who's participating." After saying that, Mr. Yang looked at Qin Yu. The group of old men couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. "Mr. Yang, Is there no one else in Jiangcheng? You found a little kid to participate. That's right. Alchemy is all about experience. What can a kid like him do? Mr. Yang's expression was a little awkward, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was already used to everyone's ridicule. Mr. Yang, it's okay. These people aren't worth mentioning at all. Qin Yu smiled and comforted him. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. This group of old men immediately flew into a rage and berated, "Brat, we are your elders after all. How dare you talk to your elders like this?" Qin Yu glanced at them, then said indifferently, "There are always people who like to use their age to oppress others. Does being old mean you're always right? Does being old give you the right to spout nonsense? If you have morals, I respect you. If you have no morals, I'm sorry, but you're nothing in my eyes." These words made everyone blush. "From your words, I know that you don't have any real ability." Someone snorted coldly. Qin Yu sneered and said, "Old fart, right back at you. Updates by you." The few of them were so angry that their expressions turned ashen, but they had nothing to say. "Don't lower yourself to their level," Mr. Yang said to Qin Yu in a low voice. Although that was the case, it was obvious that Mr. Yang felt extremely satisfied. He had been ridiculed by these people for many years. Now that Qin Yu was able to help him fight back, how could Mr. Yang not be happy? Then, Mr. Yang brought Qin Yu to find a place to sit down and wait for the people from the Chinese Medical Association to arrive. Qin Yu looked around and couldn't help but frown. This place was usually deserted, but the decorations were extremely luxurious. This made Qin Yu somewhat suspicious. Was the decline of Chinese medicine related to these people? These people are all here to amass money. They only care about profiting. How can they care about anything else? Mr. Yang seemed to notice Qin Yu's doubts and said from the side. Qin Yu nodded slightly and couldn't help but sigh inside. The moral degeneration of the world was getting worse day by day. The group of people waited for 2 whole hours, but the people from the Chinese Medical Association still didn't appear. Qin Yu looked at his watch. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Didn't they say that the registration time starts at 2 o'clock? They're already 2 hours late, Qin Yu muttered. Mr. Yang forced a smile and said, "Get used to it. These people are very arrogant." As he spoke, the door opened. Then, a young man walked in from outside. Explore new ovals on nvelby.com. He reeked of alcohol and walked unsteadily. It was obvious that he had drunk too much. When they saw this young man, the few old men hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Mr. Zhong, you're here." The young man who was called Mr. Zhong didn't pay any attention to them. He sauntered over to the sofa and sat down. Then, he said with some annoyance, "The form is on the table. Take it and fill it out yourselves." "All right, Mr. Zhong." The few old men eagerly took the form and began to fill it out. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer. Mr. Zhong wasn't even as old as Qin Yu, but these old men were full of respect for him. They didn't care about his age at all. Such double standards. "Let's go get the form too," Mr. Yang said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. His original intention was to get 100-year-old herbs, so he was too lazy to argue with these people. After taking the form, Qin Yu quickly filled out his information and put it on the table. "Is this enough?" Qin Yu asked Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang nodded and said, "Yes, let's go." Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door was opened. Then, he saw Zhou Tong standing outside the door. When he saw Zhou Tong, Qin Yu was stunned. Zhou Tong stayed where he was as he sized up Qin Yu and sneered. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu opened his mouth, but before he could answer, Zhou Tong suddenly understood. "I know. You're here to participate in the Chinese medicine conference, right? Mr. Zhou, do you know Qin Yu?" Mr. Yang asked from the side. Zhou Tong sneered. "I know him. Not only do I know him, but I've dealt with him before." Qin Yu frowned slightly and had a bad feeling. As expected, Zhou Tong walked to the table, picked up Qin Yu's application form and glanced at it. Then, he tore the form and threw it on the ground. "I'm sorry, but you're unqualified to participate in the Chinese medicine conference," Zhou Tong said indifferently. As soon as he said that, Mr. Yang immediately became anxious. He quickly walked forward and said anxiously, "Mr. Zhou, why is Qin Yu unqualified to participate? I submitted his information before, and everyone was very satisfied with his qualifications." Zhou Tong took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "It's not for any reason. It's just because he offended me." His unabashed shameless attitude shocked Qin Yu somewhat. Mr. Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he stood there in confusion. Zhou Tong walked in front of Qin Yu and sneered. "Qin Yu, do you still remember what I told you? Sooner or later, you will have to beg me." After saying that, Zhou Tong put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "If you beg me, I might be able to show mercy and let you participate in the Chinese medical conference." "Beg you?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Who do you think you are?" Zhou Tong's expression couldn't help but change. He sneered. "You're really stubborn. In that case, you can get lost. We don't welcome you in the Chinese medical conference." The few old men also shouted one after another, "Serves him right. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate. Hurry up and scram, little b****." Facing everyone's curses, Qin Yu remained silent. Mr. Yang was extremely anxious. He hurriedly walked in front of Zhou Tong and said with a pleading tone, "Mr. Zhou, what exactly is going on? Qin Yu is still young. Don't lower yourself to his level. As long as he is willing to beg me, I can consider it. It's just that he isn't willing." Zhou Tong sneered. Mr. Yang was extremely anxious. He walked back to Qin Yu's side and whispered, "We have no choice but to do what they ask. Qin Yu, why don't you apologize to him?" "Apologize to him? Why should I apologize to a ****? Qin Yu sneered. "You heard him, right?" Zhou Tong sneered. "Hurry up and get lost." Qin Yu snorted and turned to leave. At this moment, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Yu Jing. Qin Yu picked up the phone and said, "Mr. Yu, what's wrong?" On the other end, Yu Jing said with some excitement, "Mr. Qin, do you still remember what the deputy chief said last time? He said that he could get you a spot to send you to the finals. Now, the spot has been given to you. Where are you? I'll send it to you." When he heard this, Qin Yu immediately smiled. He told Yu Jing the address and then hung up the phone. Zhou Tong looked at Qin Yu coldly and said, "Why? Have you thought it through?" Qin Yu shook his head and said with a nonchalant smile, "I'm sorry, I don't need to ask you, because I'm guaranteed a spot in the finals." Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next part.